Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a civilian trained and became the greatest seal master. Let the tale begin. Chapter 151, This shit is so rigged too. Sasuke Uchiha stood opposite Midar from AIM, both sizing each other up as the proctor, Hey Gecko, approached them and stood between them. Cough, are both participants ready? He asked, giving each of them a measuring look, his eyes stopping for a moment on Sasuke when he noticed the tightness around his eyes, indicating that the boy was in pain. Hiate's eyes slid toward the boy's neck, but then he quickly averted his gaze before Sasuke could notice and looked at the AIM ninja instead. I am going to show you how a real ninja fights, Uchiha. The AIM ninja, Midar, taunted, pulling out 2 umbrellas from his back. Just start the damn match already. Sasuke replied in an unhappy mutter, causing the AIM Jinin to bristle as Hayate coughed, hiding the amused chuckle that wanted to be let out. Seeing that both boys were eager to start, Hayate quickly raised his arm and swung it down while shouting, "Begin," as he jumped back. Sasuke dashed forward. Midar chose the most unfortunate time to blink. When Midar's eyes opened again, a second later, Sasuke's fist was already nearing his face, causing his eyes to start widening. Sadly, Midar could not hope to keep up with Sasuke's speed, nor were his reflexes good enough to evade the blow when it was almost upon him. He only managed to instinctively jerk his head back, softening the blow a little bit, just as Sasuke's fist implanted itself into his face, breaking his nose and cracking a cheekbone before Midar's head whipped back and his hands involuntarily released his umbrellas. His body followed shortly after when his feet left the ground, and the boy had a brief flight through the air before he crashed onto the hard stone floor, rolling a few times before he came to a stop, unconscious. Sasuke, his arm still outstretched in the punching motion, pulled his arm back and gave a half-confused, half-frustrated look at his defeated opponent. His eyes scanned the sides, and he glanced at the ground, wondering where the trap was in this. Only when nothing happened 5 seconds later, Sasuke's lips settled into a frown, and he irritably scratched the back of his head. That was it? What about all his bragging about real ninjas and whatnot? He glanced at Hayate, who knelt next to his opponent, checking his vitals. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate declared, and Sasuke couldn't help but feel disappointed. Then the adrenaline left him, and the seal on his neck flared in a burst of pain again, and Sasuke reluctantly decided that it was probably a good thing the fight was so short. Grumbling, he jumped back onto the balcony. Well, that was fast. Ren Riley remarked, getting a snort in response from Ino. That kid diligently trained under Guy for almost a year. Asuma said, pulling out a cigarette and putting it in his mouth before he started rummaging in his pockets for a lighter. This much was expected. Indeed. Kurenai nodded in agreement, swiping the cigarette from his mouth and giving him a reproachful look that made the man sigh. Next match, Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. Oh, shit. Ren's head snapped back toward the arena, especially the supposedly randomized calling board. He expected this to happen, but he didn't think it would be the very second match. Having 2 Hyugas in the last phase of the Chunin exams would be redundant for the village's image. One was enough. And the prominent one was preferable. So, the solution was easy. Pitting them against each other was always going to happen. What pissed Ren off a bit was that the dipshits making the matchmaking wanted Hinata to use the caged bird seal. The matchmaking practically screamed it. Here you go, Miss Main House Hyuga. Why don't you fight the Mr. Branch House Hyuga, whom you can incapacitate with one-hand seal? It's for the village. Having a main branch member in the finals would be much better. Rin inwardly grumbled as he stood by what he had said previously. This shit was rigged as hell. And it would have worked if Hinata hadn't been reluctant to use the caged bird seal. There was no place for equality in the ninja world. With the corner of his eye, Rin noticed Kakashi leading Sasuke out of the room, most likely intending to seal away the cursed seal. But Rin didn't pay much attention to them. Orochimaru was going to interrupt it, and Rin didn't have a plan to mess with that. Orochimaru was going to make sure that Sasuke's cursed seal was fine during that encounter, so Rin opted not to play with it before that could happen, even if it was very tempting for his seal master's sensibilities. He will have a lot of time for it later. He doubted Orochimaru would be checking the seal again anytime soon after the first time. For now, Hinata's match was more important than Sasuke's hiki and the pedo snake who gave it to him. Rin put his hand on Hinata's shoulder and supportively squeezed, "Go kick his ass as hard as you want." "Yeah. Good luck." Ino joined in encouraging the girl. Hinata sighed, "I'd prefer not to kick my cousin's ass, though," she mumbled. "But thanks, I'll do my best." She flashed Rin and Ino a quick, small smile before she was off to the arena. Rin watched her go, noticing the barely veiled reluctance in her body language. And he was not the only one. "She hates this," Ino quietly remarked, looking at Hinata with an understanding look. Not many would enjoy fighting their family. Even if Hinata had more reason to resent hers, Rin knew she disliked the fact that she would have to do it in the future if she wanted to enact any change at all. Feeling Ino slip her hand into his, Rin squeezed it. The worst part was that Niji was a little spoiled shit about the whole thing. He hated Hinata for his fate. But honestly, the kid had free lodging, free meals, loads of training resources others could only dream about, freely available to him, and the seal was not used on him ever since that first time when he was a small child. He had no chores. No responsibilities. His time was pretty much all free time for training, too. The only caveat was that he was expected to be Hinata's protector when they grew up. If there were not so much animosity between him and Hinata, Rin would say that Hayashi was grooming Niji to be Hinata's future husband. Which, yuck. But then again, Hyuga's. The boy was under the protection and care of Hayashi, and Hayashi felt very bad about his brother's sacrifice, so he made sure Niji had a very good life. Frankly, Rin would say that Hinata had it harder than Niji because her father was a total hard-ass to her, putting all the expectations on her shoulders while making her feel as if she was never good enough. The idiot called that parenting. It was easy to look at Hanabi or Niji and say how talented they were when they were allowed to progress at their own pace with no pressure. Without being constantly terrorized by Hayashi, who absolutely sucked at this training people thingy. Even when Niji showed off that he learned the main house techniques in canon, and there definitely were elders who loathed that fact, he suffered no repercussions from it because Hayashi protected him. Ren had witnessed it enough during his visits to the Hyuga compound. Hinata gets slapped with random punishments for every misstep because, as the Hyuga heiress, she can't be allowed to make mistakes. Niji? He could mouth off to Hinata. He could even steal the main house techniques. And he would get a pat on the back. Hanabi can complain about this and that, whining like a child that she was, and Hayashi was only going to give her a fond, amused glance. That was fair enough. But sage forbid that Hinata complains about something. That would be the end of the world. Yes. Rin knew he was biased. But he really did not like how Hinata was treated in her own home. If she weren't so stubborn and begged him not to get involved, he would have already given Hayashi a piece of his mind long ago about his blatant favoritism. For any other branch Hyuga member, learning the main house techniques would be a life and death situation where the elders would cry for their blood for daring to steal the techniques of the main house. But for Niji? Nah. It is not that Niji is so extremely talented that he can recreate these techniques. It's simply that he is stupid and arrogant enough to do it. The actual impressive part was that he was capable of recreating them at 14 years of age. Something he was not going to be achieving in this reality, considering the boy is already around 18 now. Even if he did it again, the feat would have been way less impressive by now. Any adult Hyuga would most likely be able to accomplish the same thing. Maybe not as fast as Niji. But give them 5? 10 years? They would eventually get it right. They had Byakugan and free access to observe the training of the main house members without being noticed. They could secretly observe how these techniques were done and what they needed to do with their chakra. The reason nobody was doing it was that they didn't have Hayashi's protection. They knew if they were discovered, they would be in the world of pain. But Ren would bet that there were many branch Hyugas who knew at least bits and pieces of the main house techniques, keeping it on the down low. Shaking his head, Ren decided to stop complaining and refocused on the arena when Niji and Hinata met in the middle, and the usual pre-match trash talk ensued. It was practically a tradition by now. Even Hei waited for a moment to give the contestants the chance to say something to each other before he started the match. "Lady Hinata, looks like fate is smiling upon me today. You are simply unfortunate to be paired against me since we both know the outcome already," Niji uttered in his mock humble tone that oozed casual entitlement. Hinata's expression turned baffled as she gave her cousin a weirded out look. What is that even supposed to mean? With her Byakugan already activated, she could see that even the Hokage's lips twitched in amusement at Niji's declaration because, unfortunate? Really? She was very aware she could end this match literally in a second. There was only one unfortunate person in the arena, and it wasn't her. What floored her was the fact that Niji hadn't seemed to realize it. "Please give up." Niji, a bit miffed that Hinata seemed more confused than afraid at facing him, the Hyuga genius, continued speaking. "Your fate is to lose here. I have trained long and hard while you were inappropriately playing ninja with your new boyfriend." "Right." Hinata deadpanned at him in reply. She knew that nothing she said would reach Niji at the moment, so why bother? Pissed that his words have no effect, Niji decided to get mean with his trash talk. But that relationship is going to end soon anyway. The Hyuga heiress should not be sullying herself by frolicking with some common rabble chunin. Hinata's eye twitched, and Niji almost smiled at finally getting the desired reaction. Back on the balcony, Ren's lips became a thin line as he heard what the boy had just said. He was not surprised. Niji hated him as much as he disliked the boy. But being called common rabble by a slave was very rich. "It's disgraceful, Lady Hinata. You had your fun, but the elders are no doubt going to ensure it ends soon," Niji continued. "Oh, I am sure they will try." Hinata calmly smiled, raising Niji's hackles even more, but before he could speak up again, she gave Hei an annoyed look, getting a nod in return. Understanding her intent, Hei quickly started the match. Niji didn't waste time with useless banter. The second the match started, he rushed at Hinata, sending a flurry of ferocious finger strikes in her direction. Only to be bewildered when his desired outcome didn't come to pass, and Hinata simply blocked every single one of his strikes with seemingly effortless ease without even taking a step. Niji jumped back, creating a small distance between them. "This is impossible. You were not this strong the last time we sparred," he exclaimed, making Hinata shake her head at him. "I am sorry, Niji, but I was always holding back. The purpose of training is to improve and learn new things. Not to unnecessarily hurt my family to boost my own ego." That made Niji speechless. And Hinata understood. She had not won even one match against him during their sparring sessions. He probably never suspected that she had lost on purpose. Then came the rage as the realization struck him, and Niji's usually calm facade cracked, his expression twisting. He rushed at Hinata again, chakra almost visible on the tips of his fingers as his attacks quickened. "Two palms!" Niji shouted, and Hinata blocked with the same exact motions Niji was doing, showcasing that she was using the same technique. 4 palms. Their chakra-laced fingers clashed and negated each other. 8 palms. Niji's tone gained more urgency while Hinata stayed silent, small air waves rippling through the air whenever their fingers met and their chakra clashed. 16 palms. Niji became frantic, his voice rising when he still hadn't managed to score even a single hit. 32 palms. 64 palms. With gritted teeth, Niji finished his combo, his body slowing down as his chakra network was unable to go further. 64 palms was his current limit. And yet, he couldn't believe he had not hit Hinata's Tenketsu even once. But his disbelief turned into dread when Hinata's fingers had not slowed down at 64 strikes. Instead, their speed increased. A split second later, Hinata's chakra-infused fingers smashed straight through Niji's weakened guard, into his tenketsu, again and again in a series of quick pokes that had Niji release a few painful grunts while his body shook under the onslaught of blows he found himself utterly incapable of countering. 128 palms. Hinata's calm tone resounded through the arena, and it took Niji's entire focus not to topple over or fall on his knees as he felt 64 of his tenketsu sealed, flaring a massive amount of pain straight through his body. Despair and disbelief filled him. This was not how the battle was supposed to go. He still had Kaiten. He could still. Niji coughed a bit of blood and barely managed to stand on his feet as his vision swayed while he gave Hinata the most hateful look he could pull off. Deep down, he knew that with 64 tenketsu sealed, there was no way he could execute Kaiten. 1, 2, or even 5 tenketsu, he could unblock. But 64? The match was over. He was just too stubborn to give up. Snarling, he pushed himself forward, throwing another finger strike straight at Hinata's heart. Only for his arm to be caught by Hinata before she unceremoniously unrolled his sleeve, showing that his arm was full of red dots, signifying the blocked tenketsu. Please, give up, Niji Hinata-sama. It's over. Hinata's soft voice entered his ears as she gave him such a pitying look that Niji's anger exploded again. His chakra flared, and uncaring about the disastrous consequences of trying to do Kaiten with blocked tenketsu, his vision went black, and he knew no more. Hinata caught the freshly unconscious Niji and carefully put his battered body on the floor, releasing a weary sigh as she was declared the winner. Shutting his body down through the physical contact she had via touching his arm was no big deal for somebody with her medical skills. It was sad, but she knew she could not fix him. Rin made sure to hammer this into her head, and Ino agreed. Hinata didn't want to accept it, but if even the Yamanaka came to that conclusion, it was hard to refute it. After all, Ino's clan was the experts at this sort of stuff. Niji's hatred for her was something only her father could resolve by having a good, long talk with the boy. He needed to explain everything that happened during that night. Everything that led to Niji's father sacrificing himself. Because really, blaming Hinata for not being able to defeat a Jonin that kidnapped her when she was a little kid was just ridiculous. His arrogance and the fate bullshit. Now that was something Rin believed could be only fixed by Niji losing a fight against somebody he deemed so inferior to him that the idea of defeat was unthinkable. That should have been enough to shake up his entire worldview and force him to reevaluate it. Sadly, Hinata could not be that person for Niji. She worried that this loss was only going to make the issue worse. She would be pleasantly surprised if her cousin did not come to the self-deluded conclusion that his loss was predetermined because she is from the Hyuga main house. But she was not holding her breath for it. She knew it was more or less just her wishful thinking. Giving her unconscious cousin one last look of pity, Hinata turned around and walked back to the balcony under the surprised gazes of many Konoha people. Niji was the Hyuga prodigy, and she had tried to keep a low profile. Her victory against him was definitely surprising. It was going to cause a lot of issues for her and her clan. People won't be happy she hid her strength, she reckoned. But right now, Hinata couldn't care less. Her good mood was absolutely ruined, and she required some cuddle time to recover and forget about this disaster. Chapter 152, Unfortunate Matchup? No! Good fight, Rin said as Hinata came back from the arena. I just wish he would pull the stick out of his ass. With a small, fed-up sigh, Hinata replied before she unceremoniously snuggled into Rin's side. Rin was about to reply, but his words were halted when the proctor announced the next fight. Next match, Sabaku no Temari vs Tintin. Come to the arena, please. Rin's eyebrow raised at that. Another canon pairing pretty much confirmed that the picks were, in fact, not random at all. Because if they were, the chances that they would be the same as in the anime were non-existent. The upcoming match almost made Rin wince when he considered the matchup. If there was one thing the Suno War fan users were known for, it was that thrown projectiles did not work against them. That was a universal truth hard learned throughout several wars. It wasn't a question of skill. Their fighting style and techniques were simply a hard counter against anybody overly reliant on thrown weaponry. Not to mention, Tintin was a civilian-born ninja. The 17-year-old Tintin might be a few years older than her counterpart in canon, and that meant, a slightly more skilled, but she hadn't received that much more training. She was still only a year and a half under her Jonin instructor. Her skill set was more or less the same as it was in canon. Temari, on the other hand, was the daughter of the Kazekage. The 18-year-old Suna girl was heavily trained in her chosen ninja path by some of the best instructors her village could provide. Having 3 more years of training under these circumstances made a huge amount of difference. Temari was a genin in name only. That was true even in canon. The girl had dispatched Taiyuya, a low-level jonin, with 1 attack. Sure, it was done in tandem with her summoned creature, and Temari ambushed Taiyuya with a surprise attack, but she still destroyed a significant part of a forest with that one technique. She cut through the thick tree trunks, slicing them like bread, with barely any effort, and that was just a few short months after the Chunin exams. The girl had at the very least the firepower of a jonin back in canon, even if she wasn't on that level just yet. And her loss against Shikamaru? Well, it's not as if she could have shot her strongest wind attack at him, could she? The Chunin exams might be a competition where lethal force was allowed, but blatantly killing the heir to the Nara clan would still have caused massive problems. Rin reckoned Temari got enough political training to understand that simple thing. Unfortunately for her, the Suna War fan users were not exactly trained for non-lethal takedowns. They specialized in extremely sharp, wide area of effect wind techniques that absolutely slaughtered their opposition. Something she definitely could not have used against a lazy-looking bastard like Shikamaru in fear he would be accidentally felled like wheat under a scythe. That left the girl only with low-level concussive blasts of wind. The only time she used anything remotely sharp was when Shikamaru was in hiding behind a tree and thus had only a minuscule chance of being hit by her technique. And that was 15-year-old Temari. A girl with 3 years less training than the one standing in the arena right now. Rin would not be surprised if the current Temari were a Jonin-level combatant by now. Unlike civilian ninjas like Tintin, Temari's training was definitely not delayed by the new reforms that had the academy graduation age pushed to 16 years of age. She had gotten her training regardless. Her father would not have it any other way. She was heavily trained since she was a little kid to represent Suna as one of its kunoichi and showcase its strength. The same could be said about her brothers, though. Rin glanced at Gaara, and a truly helpless smile appeared on his face. He would bet that the 3 years older Gaara was also massively more powerful than his Jin and canon version. And that brought the realization that the canon events were irrevocably fucked in this timeline. With stronger antagonists, the victory of heroes was no longer a certainty. Rin doubted things would go the same as in canon. For all he knew, Gaara might just flatten his opposition. If the boy already knew the Grand Sand Burial technique, the one he used against Kimimaro, and used it in the middle of Konoha? A shudder went down Ren's spine at that thought. He couldn't help but give the fired-up Lee a short, pitying look. In Ren's mind, there was no doubt that Lee would be paired against Gaara if this matchmaking trend continued. Lee might be Guy's apprentice, but he was also a civilian orphan ninja who could not do Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu. That's the information that whoever did the matchmaking would possess. Gaara, on the other hand, is a sand user who absolutely crushes into bloody chunks anybody who engages him in taijutsu. He was the son of Kazekage, and Konoha needed him and his siblings in the next phase of the exams. They could not have only Konoha ninjas pass the preliminaries. That would show blatant favoritism and would not be good for Konoha's image. Thinking from that perspective, was it any wonder that the heavily trained Kazekage's children were paired with civilian orphan ninjas whose specialties they heavily countered? The match started, and Tintin predictably opened by throwing several probing kunai at Temari, only for the blonde-haired kunoichi to position the metal part of her closed fan in front of her body, blocking the projectiles with contemptuous ease before she tauntingly raised her eyebrow at Tintin, an amused smirk playing on her lips. Temari opened her mouth, probably to mock Tintin, when one of the blocked kunai behind Temari, still spinning in the air on its way toward the ground, suddenly sharply changed its trajectory and flew at the girl's back, causing her eyes to widen in alarm as her instincts flared. "What the dash?" Temari exclaimed as she barely managed to duck under the knife, instinctively lashing out with her massive war fan and swatting it out of the air on reflex, but not before the kunai managed to slice through one of her hairbands, releasing one of her 4 ponytails and making her look silly. Absolutely annoyed as hair fell in her face, Temari was suddenly way more wary of Tintin, causing the naive Konoha Kunoichi to grin as if that was a good thing for her. Rin gently put his hand on Ino's head, calming the surprised girl down when he recognized she was silently getting riled up at Tintin showing her new ability. He was also slightly surprised by Tintin's basic gravity manipulation through the Earth release. He didn't think she would have gotten to that point with the training scroll just yet. But it only showed that his investment in the girl was not misguided. She must have sunk countless hours of training into that skill to be even just this good with it. I tweaked the training scroll to focus only on attaining gravity manipulation, Ino. Rin fondly admitted, causing Ino to settle down but still sulking, as he watched Tintin in the arena whip 2 scrolls from her pouch while Temari snarled at her, swiping her hair out of her face before she opened her fan. Most people who could manipulate gravity were masters at Earth release because, well, it just made sense to start with basics and work up from there. It's how ninjas were supposed to learn. Start from the basics, learn more advanced stuff as you progress, and get better with your element. But Rin wanted to try a simple experiment. Nowhere was it written that a person can't learn an advanced application first. He removed all parts of Earth release training that didn't pertain to the Earth chakra coding and gravity manipulation from the training seal he had given Tintin. Rin smirked, enjoying the slight widening of Hokage's eyes when 6 shurikens started to float around Tintin, madly spinning. The old coot recognized what she was doing and how advanced it was. In Tintin's case, mastering the Earth release would be redundant. She was not going to use the typical Earth techniques often. She needed something to enhance her projectiles since that was the whole focus of her fighting skills. In Ren's opinion, imbuing her Earth chakra into her weapons and using that to manipulate the gravity affecting them, moving them around however she willed, was what the girl required. She didn't need to learn how to make soil into mud and then turn it into stone. That would not help her at all with her chosen path. Becoming a master of Earth release was unnecessary for her. The reason Ino and the Hokage were surprised was that the number of living people advanced enough with the Earth release to affect gravity with it could be counted on one hand with fingers to spare. And thanks to Ren's training scroll, Tintin now belonged to that very limited circle. Sure, her skills with it were shit for now, but the fact she managed to get there without mastering the Earth element first, made this experiment a very successful one. Ren could not be more delighted. This proved his training scrolls could make history. Tintin started her attack anew, as a veritable hail of weapons burst from the now open sealing scroll, and Tintin started hurling them at Temari with practiced ease. At the same time, all 6 spinning shuriken took off in different directions, zooming and looping around the walls, floor, and ceiling of the arena, intent on encircling and shredding the Suna Kunoichi to shreds with a pincer attack while she was preoccupied with blocking the head-on assault of projectiles. The sharp and deadly weapons neared Temari, who had impassively stood in the same place since the start of the match, making her snort. She casually swung her fan with a bored expression, and a blast of heavy wind swept through the arena. Every weapon in the air, alongside the 6 spinning shuriken coming at Temari from her blind spots behind her, was repelled, swatted from the air like flies by the concussive force of wind that blew around the Sand Kunoichi. That stopped Tintin short for a moment, her confident grin slipping from her face, as she stared at her opponent in disbelief, her brain trying to comprehend how easily one of her best attacks was countered. Unfortunately, that momentary, split-second distraction cost Tintin heavily. Temari was no longer playing around. She was forced to acknowledge that Tintin could pose a danger to her if she was careless. And that meant she could not act arrogantly, giving the Konoha girl the time to freely show off her skills. Before Tintin managed to get out of her shocked stupor, Temari swung her war fan again, causing a controlled burst of wind to hit Tintin like a truck before the girl could react. Tintin's feet left the ground, and her body, spinning almost as fast as her shurikens had previously, uncontrollably sailed through the air until she hit the wall behind her with a loud snapping crunch, her body nearly flattening against the wall. Rin winced at the crunch coming from Tintin's body, recognizing that the girl was going to have an extended stay in the hospital after this. Only breaking of multiple bones could produce a sound like that, and her landing was quite brutal. In fact, Temari's wind technique was still keeping the body of the already unconscious girl suspended against the wall, pressing into her. A second passed, and the wind technique finally ran its course, causing Tintin's body to start falling toward the ground when Guy appeared under her, catching her in his arms with a conflicted expression as the proctor called the fight, declaring Temari as the winner. Guy looked at Temari, who defiantly stared back, slightly surprised when Guy only gave her a silent, unhappy nod of acknowledgement, before disappearing with Tintin in his arms. Temari's eyebrows furrowed, but then she simply huffed in amusement before she turned around and fastened her fan on her back before she started walking out of the arena with her hands preoccupied with her hair as she started to undo her 3 remaining ponytails, making her sandy blonde hair fall on her shoulders before she quickly bounded in one ponytail. Rin watched her retreating figure. "That girl is definitely a Jonin-level combatant," he mumbled to Ino, who nodded. He could even feel Hinata's nod on his shoulder. Temari was no Kakashi or Guy. But the fight was very telling. Despite how easily she lost, Tintin showed Chunin-level potential. These spinning shurikens and a hail of thrown weaponry would have gotten even some experienced Chunin. It was a quick, omnidirectional attack. These were extremely hard to stop. Unfortunately for the girl, this shit was rigged, and she was pitted against her natural counter. Next match, Yamanaka Ino vs Sakura Haruno. The proctor proclaimed, and Rin snorted, putting the previous fight out of his mind. Another important clan heiress against a civilian ninja. Who could have predicted that, right? Chapter 153, Ino vs Sakura, The Power of. The two girls came to the arena, and Sakura instantly pointed at Ino as she confidently exclaimed, "Give up, Ino pig. You can never defeat me. I trained with Sasuke-kun for over a year now." She proudly raised her nose into the air, making Ino give her a baffled look. But Ino shook her surprise quickly enough and ruefully chuckled in response, "I'll admit that getting through that heavy-duty shield you call your forehead is going to be challenging, Sakura, but I don't foresee anything else being a problem for me." Sakura scoffed, inwardly unhappy that Ino went against the usual script their arguments followed. "I am no longer that little girl who could be cowed by a pathetic insult like that, piggy." She shook her head in pity at the weak attempt of her former friend. Seeing Sakura's reaction, Ino sadly sighed and mournfully spoke, "Sigh. I guess I will have to use that, then." She gave Sakura a pitying look. One that made the pinkette feel a bad premonition. Because of that, she blurted out, that, before she realized it and inwardly cursed, admonishing herself for being swept by Ino's tempo. Ino beamed at the question. "The power of friendship, of course." She happily informed Sakura of her master plan, causing the pinkette to deadpan at her while the amused proctor walked to his usual position and raised his arm. Glancing at both girls, he started the match and jumped back. He honestly expected them to banter more. These girls looked like quintessential fangirls, and he didn't expect the fight to be anything spectacular. So, the least they could do would be to make at least the trash talk fun. Sadly, it was not to be as Sakura instantly dashed at Ino, desiring to surprise her with her aggression. She had trained under Guy-sensei. She had trained under Kakashi-sensei. She had trained with Sasuke-kun. She was going to beat Ino senseless. Sakura quickly neared Ino, who was giving her a blank look, clearly shocked at her master plan. She pulled her arm back in preparation to deliver a powerful haymaker straight to the Ino pig's face, a loud shantaru already on her tongue just as Guy-sensei taught her. She swung her fist, putting her entire weight into it, only to trip over her own foot. As she was falling down, Ino's fist found itself as an obstacle blocking the path of Sakura's face, causing it to ram straight into it. Gravity battled with the momentum of the punch while Ino's fist was burying itself into Sakura's face with a loud crunch belonging to Sakura's poor nose, until the momentum won, and Sakura's fall was negated. Instead of falling forward, Sakura was sent flying back a couple of feet, blood spurting into the air from her nose, until her back painfully hit the ground, her vision swimming. Ino blankly stared at the pinkette as she fainted, inwardly sighing to herself as she wondered what the hell that was. Sakura completely underestimated her. Sure, Ino had to admit she had never really shown off properly during the academy. But to not even pull out a kunai? Ino felt somewhat insulted by Sakura, so she decided to humiliate her a bit. She had used a yin clone, implanting it into Sakura's mind, and just for a split second, she had it mess with Sakura's movement to make her trip. The power of friendship? The proctor mirthfully asked with a raised eyebrow after he declared Ino the winner, feeling immensely disappointed at the match that lasted barely 10 seconds. Hey! I can name my fist however I wish. Ino insisted with an offended tilt to her tone, forcing Hei to cover his laugh with a small cough. Of course. He sagely nodded in order to placate the girl. Rin, who was watching the interaction from the balcony, facepalmed. He was starting to regret telling Ino the stories about Garp and his fist of love. Especially since everybody was looking at her as if she were insane. Everyone bar Guy and Lee, that is. Those two whipped out notebooks and started furiously scribbling, muttering to themselves between loud exclamations of such youth, while tears streamed down their cheeks. Ignoring them, Rin turned back to Ino as she appeared next to him with a body flicker. Couldn't you at least let the girl show off a bit? He asked, making sure his tone was light and casual to show he didn't really care. Still, Sakura was Ino's former friend, and he expected Ino to pull her punches somewhat. Ino gave him a weird look at that question. I wanted to. The girl admitted with a small grumble. She just surprised me, alright? Hinata told me how Sakura valiantly fought against these sound chumps in the forest and how she was very helpful in the fight against Kumojonins. I thought I should take her seriously. Ino huffed. But she only rushed me as if we were still the same immature girls in the academy. So, you punched her in the face. Hinata nodded in an understanding that went right over Rin's head. So, I punched her in the face. Ino proudly confirmed with her own nod. With the power of friendship. Rin snickered, causing the two girls to grin. It was for her own educational purposes. Ino joked, much to Rin and Hinata's amusement. From the sounds he was hearing, even the remaining members of Ino and Hinata's teams, who were eavesdropping on them, found it funny. Deciding that it was not his business how Ino dealt with her former friend, he turned his gaze back toward the matchmaking randomizer. He wondered what the next rigged match would be like. The matches so far have been fairly quick because, when you pit a clan kid against a civilian-born kid, it's just not fair. At least, in canon, the odds were somewhat even out because of the fact that the kids were younger, and therefore, the clan kids hadn't gone through so much additional training back then. Here, they had 3 more years of it. The speed at which the matches ended showed plenty enough why that might be a factor. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter. Fairness wasn't the name of the game here. The ninja world was not fair. It never has been and never will be. And the sooner the kids learn that, the better. Ninja fights were not supposed to last long anyway. They usually ended very quickly unless 2 very experienced ninjas fought each other, finding it tricky to dispatch the other. The next match was Shigeru versus Choji, and the Akimichi boy looked a bit nervous going into the arena. But Ino's work was effective, and it was obvious he was ready to give the fight his all despite his misgivings. Rin couldn't help but throw Ino a proud look, one she happily basked in. Then, Shigeru, the AIM ninja, had the brilliant idea to call Choji fat-ass to his face. What happened next didn't need a long description. Choji got triggered. The match started. Shigeru threw his umbrellas into the air, causing the needles to rain down just as Choji turned into the meat tank and started rolling his way to Shigeru with shocking speed. The needles harmlessly bounced off of Choji's quickly spinning form, making Shigeru bewildered, staring at Choji like an idiot. Which caused him to fail dodging on time, and so, he experienced how it felt to be run over by Choji's chakra-hardened meaty, spinning ass. His bones went pop. His neck made a crackling sound. One that made it obvious the Amigakure ninja would not be walking out of the arena in anything but a coffin. The distraught Akimichi boy was declared a winner when Shigeru's death was confirmed, and the match was over within the first minute. Ino worriedly glanced at Ren, who nudged her while sending her a telepathic message, gesturing at the glum Choji with his head. Go! He needs your help. Nodding, Ino released her hold on Ren and walked off to try and cheer Choji up. The poor boy obviously had not intended to participate in a manslaughter during this nice day, but it was an occupational hazard. The following match was decided. Omoi from Kumo was going to face Kankuro from Suna, and Ren blinked. That was rather smart and devious from the matchmakers. If these two fought Konoha ninjas, there would be a chance that they both could advance to the last part. But now, no matter what, only one of them would be there, and nobody could accuse Konoha of favoritism. It also meant there is a bigger chance for one more Konoha ninja to possibly advance if they won their match. But somehow, Ren didn't think that would be a huge problem. So far, there has not been even one match that hasn't been rigged in some manner in this competition. Clearly, everything went according to somebody's plan. Ren had to admit, he didn't exactly pay much attention to that particular match, too preoccupied with cuddling the overly eager Hinata. Omoi excelled at swordsmanship and lightning release. He coated his sword with lightning chakra and started swinging around in the usual Kumo manner. Kankuro was a puppet user who showed himself to be very tricky. He could already control the 3 puppets he had in cannon, each loaded with loads of hidden weaponry. The match lasted the longest so far as the two Jinin fought, Kankuro trying to nail Omoi with at least one of his poisoned hidden weapons while Omoi tried to slice the Suna ninja or his puppets to bits. There was banter. There was ridicule. There was a bit of drama. But Hinata was a very naughty girl, and Ren missed all of that when she decided it was a good time to kiss him now that Ino was busy comforting Choji. Frankly, Ren couldn't care less about the match when he had Hinata's soft lips pressed against his. Chapter 154, Kiba vs Naruto 1. In the end, Omoi won the match as he had a significant advantage because his lightning-clad sword was capable of severing Kankuro's chakra threads. But it was close, and at the end of the match, Kankuro sported several gashes and was severely electrocuted while Omoi was heavily poisoned by the few lucky shots of Kankuro's hidden weaponry that did hit him and needed to be carted off to the medics, half dead, the second the match ended. The boy was going to require at least a 2-week stay in the hospital to recover. Hinata was a bit pouty at the result because she wanted to have a showdown of her Mr. Doom versus Kankuro's puppetry, but there was nothing to it now since the boy was out of the contest. The following match was quickly decided and announced, and Kiba excitedly jumped into the arena, followed by Naruto, who also couldn't wait for his own turn. I am going to kick your sorry ass so much that Akamaru will dump you and become my ninkin, dog breath. Naruto teasingly shouted, his exuberant overeagerness overflowing from him. Sadly, his words instantly pissed Kiba off. The hell you are. You couldn't take care of a pet rock without having it die on your watch, loser. If you think you could take care of a dog, you are deluded. What did you say? Naruto returned, a tick mark appearing on his forehead. You heard me. Or what? You already forgot what happened to Mr. Hardy? Kiba taunted, causing Naruto to gasp. Dragging Mr. Hardy into this is a low blow, Kiba. I told you about him in confidence as a friend. Oi, bastard. You spew shit about taking Akamaru from me, I reveal that you lost your pet rock. Sounds fair to me. Ha! Kiba threw Naruto a menacing look, making Naruto speechlessly cringe in embarrassment. That would have been the end of it, but Naruto and Kiba really were not all that different, so Kiba got the bright idea to mock Naruto some more now that he was ahead in their argument. How the heck do you even lose a pet rock anyway? He just disappeared, okay. Naruto flushed in anger, all his embarrassment turning into fury. Sure, he did. Kiba derisively said, grew legs and swaggered his way right out a door, didn't he? He snorted at Naruto, who narrowed his eyes and glared at Kiba while his clenched fist shook. That pet rock was his first friend. This was not going to be tolerated. Naruto wanted to be nice and decided to face Kiba like a ninja. But it seems the dog breath wanted to experience his ultimate technique. Boys. Hey coughed and said, but noticing that neither Kiba nor Naruto paid him any attention, he too got a bit irked. Boys! He shouted, finally making the two hotheads stop glaring at each other. Could you please stop arguing so I can finally start the match? He asked with a sigh. He expected to be obeyed. But that was just him not knowing Naruto well enough. What are you waiting for then, old man? Naruto asked with a dull expression, just get on with it so I can beat the hell out of him. He jabbed his pointing finger at Kiba, not noticing how Hyade's lips twitched at being called old man. He coughed and opened his mouth, only to be interrupted by the grumpy voice of Kiba. What the idiot said, old man. Just get on with it. I am not an idiot. You are the idiot here. Naruto glared at Kiba, causing Hayate to look toward the ceiling, fed up. No, you are the idiot. Akamaru, tell him. Kiba countered perfectly with impeccable logic. Arf! 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 Akamaru. Naruto's jaw dropped, and Rin wondered if the boy truly understood the dog or if he was just pretending. This is a betrayal of our friendship. You betrayed our canine bro code. Grr? The small Akamaru, who sat in Kiba's hood, tilted his head and looked at Naruto as if he were an idiot. Ah, whatever. Begin. Hayate clicked his tongue and waved his arm before he jumped back, muttering, do whatever. See if I care, brats. Cough. Up on the balcony, Rin noticed how Hinata's right eyebrow was slightly twitching as she watched Kiba make a complete ass out of himself in front of other Konoha and foreign genin. He grinned and nudged her. Konoha's cream of the crop, eh? Don't even joke about it. Hinata discontentedly muttered, her expression darkening. She considered Kiba a person she had trained, and his performance was not exactly a shining example of competency so far. That reflected quite badly on her teaching skills. And the mud did this in front of Rin. Hinata inwardly groaned. If there was one person she wanted to show off the fruits of her labor in helping to train her teammates, it was her boyfriend. Rin wryly smiled and felt a bit of pity for Kiba. He recognized the look Hinata was shooting at the Inuzuka boy, and he would not want to be in his place once she got her hands on him after this part of the exams. He heard even Kurenai stifle a long, suffering sigh, having the same problem as Hinata. As his Jonin instructor, his actions reflect on her and this, well, she wouldn't be winning any Sensei of the Year award for this. That was for sure. He imagined Kurenai was not a very happy camper right now. Down in the arena, the two boys were still locked in a heated debate about which of them was a bigger idiot, much to the Hokage's obviously growing amusement. See? Even Akamaru agrees. Kiba smugly declared, and Naruto reeled back as if burned. Your dog sucks, dog breath. He angrily shouted. Is this how you treat a comrade dash? Just fight already. You both are idiots, damn it. Karui's loud yell resonated throughout the room and interrupted their banter, her patience coming to an end. Seriously. These Konoha chumps were simply ridiculous. If she let them, they would continue to bicker until tomorrow. With a huff, she gave the two boys her trademark glare that sent quite a few of her opponents packing during her ninja career. An awkward silence spread through the arena while Kiba and Naruto exchanged uncomfortable looks. Ah, the match. Kiba embarrassedly spoke, as if he had just remembered, his cheeks flushing self-consciously. Right. Naruto also grumbled, feeling mortified. For a moment, the two boys averted their eyes, but then they looked at each other again. A beat of silence passed. Then, Getsuga! Multi-shadow clone jutsu! Kiba's Getsuga tore through the air, heading directly toward Naruto, whose position was briefly engulfed in white smoke. The spinning Inuzuka barreled straight into the smoke, just as several Naruto clones jumped out of it, skidding on the ground to a halt. The smoke was blown away because of Kiba's attack, revealing the Inuzuka boy crouching on a slightly cracked stone floor, sniffing and looking around for the original Naruto, only to growl when he realized he couldn't locate him by a smell. The Narutos grinned. A small piece of debris behind Kiba suddenly transformed into Naruto, showing that he used the transformation technique to hide when Kiba attacked, and grabbed the Inuzuka boy in a hold from behind, his arm around Kiba's armpits, locking the boy's arms from doing anything. The clones were already moving forward, each of them holding a kunai as they pounced on the restrained Kiba. Realizing his situation, Kiba hit Naruto, the one who held him, with his rear, strongly enough to cause his feet to lift from the ground. He then pushed against the ground, powerfully jumping into the air a second before the other 5 Naruto clones arrived at his location. They stopped underneath Kiba, raising their heads toward him while he was still mid-jump in the air with one Naruto hanging off of his back. Their eyes widened as they prepared to attack, and Kiba smirked. From the side, Akamaru suddenly appeared in Getsuga, tearing through the clones that grouped up, sending them smashing onto the ground before they started popping out of existence with smoke. Head-butting the Naruto behind him with the back of his head, Kiba heard him pop and grinned. "EAS dash!" he exclaimed, only to eat a haymaker to the jaw a second later because the popping sound was not Naruto's clone ceasing to exist, but Naruto's substituting with a clone. "Right back at you, Dodbury dash!" Naruto started, but Akamaru almost hit him head-on with another Getsuga. He only barely noticed it in time to jump to the side, yet he was still grazed by it and was sent rocketing back until he hit the ground. "Oh! Stupid dog!" Naruto groaned before he quickly jumped back on his feet, noticing that Kiba, rubbing his jaw with a small scowl, also stood up while Akamaru was in between them, prepared to pounce at Naruto again. Their gazes briefly locked, but Kiba instantly became a flurry of action as he pulled out purple balls and threw them at Naruto. Naruto instinctively tensed and prepared to block with his kunai, only for the balls to turn out to be smoke bombs when they exploded into thick purple smoke before even reaching Naruto. The smoke covered the entirety of the inner side of the arena, causing the spectators to stare like idiots, as many of them did not have a way to tell what was going on inside. Thankfully, Naruto solved that problem quickly, making 5 more shadow clones, and all of them aimed their palms toward the epicenter of the smoke. Wind release, Gale Palm. Sharp wind swirled around their hands before it was propelled forward in 5 streams, shredding the smokescreen in a matter of seconds. But Kiba was nowhere to be found. Naruto quickly checked in front of him, behind him, before he looked to the left and right. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked down, briefly wondering if Kiba was, then his eyes widened as his head whipped up because of a small noise. He felt a familiar pull and let one of his shadow clones substitute with him, just before Getsuga crashed into his previous location, flattening the poor clone that saved him. Naruto threw a kunai at Kiba the second the Inuzuka landed on the ground on all 4, forcing him to move slightly to the right to evade it. His clones had a similar idea, and Kiba found himself under a barrage of kunai, unable to go back into Getsuga, as from what Naruto observed so far, that required a small ramp-up time. While 3 clones and the original Naruto kept the barrage of kunais going, 1 clone sneaked near Kiba. Naruto grinned and swapped with his clone. Kiba's eyes widened as he noticed the attack. Naruto swung a kunai, aiming to knife Kiba in the shoulder. Only for Kiba to suddenly transform into Akamaru, causing Naruto's kunai to harmlessly pass through the air, missing its target under Naruto's shocked, open-mouthed gaze. Dynamic marking! Naruto heard Kiba's gleeful voice from his left side, and Akamaru rolled in the air, raising his hind leg. Before Naruto could react, Akamaru's pissing hit him straight in the face. Chapter 155, Kiba vs. Naruto 2. Naruto instinctively started spitting out the liquid while his clones cringed in disgust, causing their vigilance to drop. Kiba used that moment to rush the original Naruto, his nails turning into claws as he swiped them at the still distracted blonde's face, whose eyes began widening in alarm. The substitution technique once again saved him. One alert clone managed to pull the original Naruto away in time, suffering the claws to the face in his stead before popping away. Kiba clicked his tongue as he realized he missed again. This was getting annoying. Naruto was, for the longest time, the class loser, only getting better in the last year of the academy. He clearly buckled up and trained a lot because his fighting style was the most irritating thing Kiba encountered so far. So many times he thought he had him, only for the slippery bastard to get away at the last second. It was unreal. Kiba turned to face the original Naruto, singling him out instantly among his clones due to the fact that he was marked now. "Why, you bastard?" Naruto loudly and angrily exclaimed, his tongue obviously not at all recovered from the previous exotic experience. "Irika-sensei never taught you that you should not fight with an open mouth?" Kiba grinned, finding the situation funny. Believe it or not, he and Akamaru did not aim at Naruto's face deliberately. They also did nothing to make Naruto have his mouth open during, But the fact that it was a massive coincidence only made the situation all the more hilarious for Kiba. Sadly, Naruto didn't share the sentiment, and hearing Kiba's taunt, fury roared in his blood. "You want to go? All right. All bets are off. Mr. Nice goes on vacation. It's time for the Konoha prankster king from hell to come back, Kiba." Mirthfully, Kiba opened his mouth, another witty retort on his tongue, but it froze in his throat when 100 orange and enraged clones appeared in the arena at once, all glaring unholy murder at the Inuzuka boy and his dog. "Oh," Kiba muttered, realizing that he just might be in a bit of trouble, while Akamaru quietly whimpered in agreement, feeling the killing intent directed at them from 100 pissed-off sources. Back on the spectator balcony, Jinin and Jonin were bewildered at the same time. Jinin at the spectacle of seeing 100 solid clones appear, the Jonin at the utterly ridiculous amount of chakra the orange-clad kid was throwing around like candy. It looked like Kiba was done for. Numbers mattered, and facing 100 Narutos, even if they popped with one punch, was not something many people could do. Contrary to expectations, Kiba didn't surrender or look cowed. Instead, his grin widened. "Akamaru!" Kiba threw a pill toward the dog, silently conveying orders through the nifty seal Hinata's boyfriend sold to his family like he did throughout most of the match. "Arf!" Akamaru barked and gulped the pill down, instantly gaining a red hue to his fur as he jumped on the back of Kiba, who crouched on all four while eating a pill of his own. Combination Jutsu, Two-Headed Red Wolf. Kiba and Akamaru merged, transforming into a massive, house-sized two-headed red wolf. The wolf eagerly howled before it disappeared in a surprising burst of speed that would catch off guard even some low-ranked Jonin. The next moment, a distinctly red Getsuga was plowing straight through the line of clones, popping them out of existence left and right while sending the remaining ones into panic as the red wolf went straight for the original. Naruto managed to substitute before the wolf reached him, scowling as he created another 100 clones, this time with a little bit extra on top of them. The wolf's paws hit the ground, cratering it slightly as he twisted on the spot and used his momentum to spring himself toward Naruto's new position, ignoring the kunai the clones started throwing at him. He reached the first of the new clones, his massive claws slashing the poor clone into several pieces as his focus turned toward the next clone. Only for the clone to explode in a deafening explosion, causing the wolf to yelp in both surprise and pain. His hardened fur was strong enough that the explosion did not injure him overly much, but he knew a nasty bruise was already forming underneath it. The gleeful and predatory look in the wolf's eyes turned a bit worried as he beheld the 100 clones, all grinning at him like loons. "Get him!" one clone exclaimed, and the fur of the wolf stood on end, just as he started to be rushed by the orange army. The wolf jumped into the air, intending to jump over the wave of clones to reach the original Naruto. But then Naruto substituted with one of the clones nearest to the wolf, directly underneath him on the ground. Another several dozen clones popped into existence midair, all around the wolf. The wolf's eyes widened, and he hastily started his first spin of Getsuga, when several explosions resounded throughout the arena as the clones suicide bombed him, engulfing him in several fiery balls. The red Getsuga tore out of the explosions, the wolf landing on the ground and skidding to a halt on the ground, looking quite singed, his fur burned in several places. Whimpering at feeling his body being turned into one big bruise, the wolf howled in fury and pain. His fur bristled, his stance became aggressive, his claws dug into the stony floor of the arena as if it were made of butter. Wisps of chakra started exiting the wolf's body. The fur hardened, becoming sharper than kunai. The claws visibly sharpened. 2 jagged horns grew out of the wolf's 2 heads. Spiky bones popped out of the wolf's spine and knee joints, all curved in the exact angle to make Getsuga even deadlier. The weight of Kiba's chakra blanketed the arena, causing some genin to shudder at how feral it felt, while even the jonin grew a bit more serious when they felt it increase out of nowhere. The Hokage was looking at Kiba's transformation with the perfect, barely hidden, what the fuck, expression that made Rin crack a smile as he glanced at Hinata. "You helped him with that?" he asked in bewilderment, relieved as fuck that Orochimaru skedaddled to his happy place already because this was the exact level of Frankenstein fuckery he would get excited over. From what little Rin could feel, she somehow managed to increase the potency of Kiba and Akamaru's joint chakra, too. Which was simply ridiculous, and he started to wonder if he hadn't underestimated medical ninjutsu a little bit. He didn't exactly pay much attention to what Hinata was up to during her free time nowadays. He really didn't expect her to pull Orochimaru, though. Even Kiba and Akamaru's joint chakra was somehow strengthened, not unlike what the cursed seal did to its users. Yet, there was not even a hint of nature energy. "He is my teammate." "Of course, I did," Hinata breezily whispered back and nonchalantly shrugged. But her eyes were focused, looking straight at Kiba's transformation and looking for any inefficiency in her latest medical ninjutsu project. So far, so good, she inwardly surmised in self-satisfaction. Done with the transformation, the 2-headed red wolf monstrosity, full of protruding jagged bones, disappeared with a burst of speed, pouncing straight at the original Naruto again. A quick reaction from one of his smarter clones saved him as the clone Sparta kicked the original Naruto in the chest, causing him to fly back and evade the red, sharpened Getsuga vortex. The wolf plowed straight through several clones, even the one who saved Naruto, and ignored the explosions that sent at worst a tingling sensation through his skin, now that his exceptionally hardened fur made them obsolete. The Kiba part of the wolf's joint consciousness inwardly thought that all these fiery balls of doom made for a good massage. It was surprisingly pleasant, and he should make more clones go off. Steering, however, was hard at the speeds the wolf was moving at, and neither Kiba nor Akamaru had not exactly trained a lot in this final form of theirs. So, they could not change their trajectory when Naruto was kicked out of their path and continued on their way, shredding and exploding even more clones with the Getsuga vortex until they hit the wall. They flipped in the air before it happened, landing on it with their paws, but even then, the remnants of the Getsuga technique cratered the wall, creating a small depression under the weight of the wolf as cracks spread all over it. Only the fact that the wall was heavily reinforced prevented it from crumbling. But even then, when the wolf used it to spring back toward his opponent, the crater in it deepened. The clones futilely pelted the wolf with kunai carrying exploding tags in a desperate attempt to stop it, but the wolf was not fazed at all, rushing at Naruto as another batch of 100 clones popped into existence. Naruto substituted at the last moment. Another part of the arena was casually cracked and cratered. The wolf pounced again, creating deep, spiral-like gashes in the floor with the Getsuga underneath wherever he passed. For a few minutes, the pattern repeated, and the arena was getting more and more messed up, the wolf growing more and more frustrated at Naruto's slipperiness while Naruto was getting frustrated that his attacks had exactly zero effect. He wanted to prank Kiba into surrender, but what could pranks do to the bastard when even exploding seals had no F-oh. A light bulb suddenly turned on in Naruto's head. "Hey! You mutt!" Naruto shouted, breathing a bit harder because the high-intensity fight was starting to get taxing even for his insane stamina and chakra reserves. He nevertheless created another batch of 100 clones all around the arena just as the wolf turned in his direction, menacingly growling at him. Naruto nervously gulped, but his resolve strengthened. It was this or nothing. "Smell my ultimate attack," he screeched as he pulled out a scroll and unsealed a small brown ball before throwing it at the wolf. The wolf didn't care. Whatever it was, it would not even tickle. He plowed straight through the ball with Getsuga, causing it to explode in musky green mist. The most disgusting smell both Kiba and Akamaru ever smelled entered the wolf's snout, causing him to unexpectedly gag as his Getsuga was interrupted midway. Unbalanced because of that, the wolf fell to the ground in a heap, uncontrollably rolling until his massive body hit a nearby wall and stopped him. Groaning, the wolf shakily stood up, shaking both of his heads in complete disgust at the lingering stench that assaulted his superb sense of smell. But when the wolf looked back at Naruto, he found hundreds of grinning clones, all holding the same bomb. A sudden spike of intense fear flashed through the wolf's mind, his eyes quivering as he realized what was going to happen next. The vindictive grins of Naruto clones widened, and they started pelting the wolf with their ultimate ultra-deluxe stink bombs, TM. The wolf howled, gagged, squirmed, and tried to get away, but each new stink bomb made it only worse and caused him to roll on the ground, trying to cover his two very sensitive snouts with his paws. The fact that he had two heads only made it worse, as the sickening feeling from the stench became exponentially worse with each bomb. Naruto continued to ruthlessly spam the stink bombs until the wolf wobbled for one last time before it puked and fell unconscious, face first into it under the astonished gazes of the observers. Rin noticed that Hinata had her jaw hanging open in shock, causing him to inwardly chuckle. He had to admit, he did not expect this. The battle should have been a foregone conclusion when Kiba and Akamaru transformed for the second time. Naruto could do nothing to hurt their new form. The exploding clones would have been extremely effective against 99% of opponents because no matter the rank, most ninjas were still squishy. One explosion hitting them was all that was needed. It was a deadly combination, and Rin could see even some experienced jonin getting seriously injured against Naruto's tactics. But whatever Hinata had done to Kiba and Akamaru to enable them to transform like that made them much harder to injure. Naruto was simply shit out of luck unless he pulled on Kurama's chakra. It was just a question of time. One good hit, and it should have been over. But stink bombs? Rin chuckled again, this time aloud. He didn't expect that. Smart lad. Rin amusedly thought as he pulled the disgruntled Hinata into a comforting one-armed hug while the smug Naruto was declared the winner, giddily dancing in the arena in a celebration of his victory. Chapter 156, Last Matches. Seeing Naruto celebrate, Rin was happy for the boy. It was only natural. After all, he had a hand in molding him into his current state. He might not have directly taught him much, but he had given a lot of journals to Karen, knowing they would eventually find their way to Naruto's hands. Even the idea to use substitution with the shadow clones or the idea to explode them was something he suggested in one of these journals. Because Naruto was thick. He was good at thinking on his feet during a fight. But when it came to figuring out how to use his skills creatively? Nah, he was pretty useless at that. It's why the kid loved swarming people with his clones. It didn't require much thinking. Even now, Rin could see multiple ways to improve the usage of clones beyond what Naruto had shown in the match. More ninjutsu spamming, for example. Naruto had the chakra to spare for it, and he also had some nice wind techniques courtesy of the journals. Rin would be lying if he said he was not jealous of the kid. The things he could have done with the ability to spam shadow clones to that degree. Rin ruefully sighed just as the next match was announced. Next match will be Aburame Shino vs Karui of Kumo. Contestants, please come to the arena. Hey, it announced. Ren's eyes strayed toward the silent Shino, who started walking toward the stairs nearby, giving him a subtle, inquisitive look. He wondered what Hinata had done with Shino and his bugs. Because Rin knew his girl. There was no way she would have helped Kiba like that and would not have offered something similar to her other teammate. To be honest, the idea of what she could have done with bugs made Rin a tad bit unsettled. Shino! Hinata suddenly said, stopping Shino in his tracks. He slowly turned around, staying impassive, as he slightly inclined his head to show he was listening. If you lose, I will be mad. Hinata casually said, but there was an undertone of warning in her voice. Rin, surprised, looked at her and inwardly groaned. Oh, she was angry. The barely restrained feminine fury she exuded was almost palpable. Rin could understand. She probably spent a lot of time helping and training her teammates, and seeing Kiba lose a match he should have easily won. As a sensei, he knew it was not a good feeling. Acknowledging Hinata's words, Shino nodded before he resumed his walk to the arena. The match quickly started with Karui trying to throw some insults Shino's way to get him angry, but against an Aburame, she might as well have been cussing a wall. That naturally pissed her off, so her tactic worked at least on one of the contestants. With a massive scowl, Karui drew her sword, cloaking it in lightning chakra just as Shino sent a swarm of his bugs straight at her. There was no trick. No scheme. Just a head-on attack. Which was weird because Aburames hated sacrificing their bugs if they didn't have to. Scoffing arrogantly, Karui slashed her sword and used some sort of lightning technique that created a wide net of lightning in front of her, a net that could fry everything trying to pass through it, and Shino's bugs could no longer evade it. With the corner of his eye, Rin noticed Kurenai nervously cringe, knowing that losing so many bugs would be a devastating blow to Shino. Only for his bugs to enter the lightning net, getting zapped, and continue on their way toward Karui straight through it as if nothing happened. Karui only managed to shriek in shock and terror as the black swarm of bugs passed through her technique, which should have fried them to crisps, before she was engulfed by them. Then, the shriek of terror turned into an unholy scream full of searing pain. "Did you make his bugs resistant to lightning?" Rin asked in amusement. Inwardly thinking that the Aburames would be Hinata's friends for life once they learned she had done that with Shino's bugs. It would take years of dedicated effort and millions in resources to make even a slightly lightning-resistant bug. And even then, it might not really be combat effective. It seemed that Hinata skipped all that here. "Shino spars with me a lot." Hinata hummed and smiled at Rin, completely ignoring Karui's shrieks as the bug-covered girl threw herself onto the ground, frantically rolling there. "Obviously, I had to make his bugs at least somewhat lightning-resistant, otherwise every spar would have been devastating to his hive. I also made them somewhat fireproof and capable of breathing in water. Plus, a slight cold resistance." Hinata nodded to herself, pleased with the result, while Rin's jaw dropped. Forget friends for life. He wouldn't be surprised if Aburame started to worship her as their bug queen. Karui's scream ceased, and Shino recalled his bugs, leaving only the bloody, unconscious body of the Kumokunoichi. She wasn't a pretty sight. Patches of her skin were missing, showing chewed, bloody flesh underneath. A lot of her hair was gone, too. Half of her nose and bits of her lips were missing. Not even her clothes were spared as bugs chomped through the fabric as easily as through skin and flesh, turning them into barely held-together rags. Blood started pooling underneath the Kumokunoichi the second Shino recalled his bugs, and Hei quickly declared Shino the winner as the medics rushed into the arena. In hindsight, I might have made their pincers just a tiny bit too sharp. Hinata admitted with a small wince, seeing the partly eaten alive girl. Clearly, Shino wasn't happy about the Kumo's attack in the Forest of Death, and he decided to show his displeasure with the girl. "It's always the quiet ones. In my defense, it had never been a problem for me thanks to my Hyuga techniques," Hinata added, causing Rin to give her an incredulous look. "At least they are not poisonous," Rin muttered under his nose, remembering the rude Anbu Aburame dude. But Hinata heard him and decided to dash his hopes. "HM? Oh, they are. I thought Shino lacked an offensive option, so..." Hinata trailed and awkwardly laughed as Rin gave her a deadpan look, turning at the half-dead Kumokunoichi being carted off to the medical area. He really wouldn't say that Shino lacked offensive options. "I might have overdone it?" Hinata asked, causing Rin to sigh. "Was it fun making these bugs?" "Oh, like you wouldn't believe." A big, contented smile appeared on the girl's face, and Rin couldn't help but shake his head, unable to stay mad at her. "All right. I get it," he resignedly said, deciding he should throw stones from his glass house when he also created some dangerous seals because the process was simply fun. He probably wasn't the best role model for the girl. So, he decided he would just silently hope she won't accidentally create some nightmare-level Kepri creation during her mad sciencing. While they talked, the next match had started, and Shikamaru lazily faced off against Bayu, the last member of Team Shiger. It wasn't a long match. Bayu threw his umbrellas in the air, giving Shikamaru the much-needed shadow right in between them, allowing his technique to extend all the way to his opponent's feet. It was over before Baya could even activate the needle thrower hidden in the umbrella. Shikamaru then simply walked toward him, forcing Baya to mirror his moves. He snatched an umbrella that started falling to the ground when Baya stopped supplying chakra to it, and Baya grabbed at the air. They came near each other, and Shikamaru then swung the umbrella, bonking Baya on the head with it as Baya mirrored the movement and swung his empty hand at Shikamaru. Shikamaru requested Baya to surrender, but he refused and got lazily bonked once more. This repeated several times, until Baya was outwardly crying at the humiliation, and Ren honestly thought that the lazy Nara boy actually enjoyed bonking the AIM ninja on the head with his own umbrella. He knew that Shikamaru could have strangled him or made him into a pincushion with more advanced shadow manipulation techniques. Ren shared a glance with Ino, who huffed in exasperation at Shikamaru's actions. "Choji's good?" Hinata asked, causing Ino to nod. "It wasn't easy, but he is calm. Shika is mad that Shigeru's death made Choji so distressed, though." Ino rolled her eyes, and Hinata's lips twitched as she looked into the arena where Shikamaru was still bonking Baya. "That's so petty." Hinata giggled. "I know." Ino snorted. "I am so proud of him. He is finally putting effort into something out of his own volition." She emotionally sniffed. It took 5 whole minutes until Shikamaru bonked the immobilized Baya unconscious. The last match would naturally be Gaara versus Lee because they were the last 2 remaining Genin, and Ren didn't want to watch that slaughter. Gaara had 3 years of training on his canon counterpart. He had more chakra, better control of it, stronger and more refined techniques. And Lee? He had only a more mature body. Just like in canon, he only trained under Guy for the last year and a half. Ren knew how this one was going to end. Especially because both Lee and Guy were the same thick-headed idiots. With their strength, using a weapon would make them nigh unstoppable, but no. That was against their springtime of youth. Or whatever. The worst part was that Ren wouldn't even be able to interfere. It simply wasn't his place. So, he decided to let fate take its course, hoping that Guy would have enough sense to jump in if Lee got in trouble. The man was one of the fastest ninjas in the village anyway. "I am going home, girls. Want to come with me?" he asked Ino and Hinata. With that, the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams were officially over for him. Chapter 157, Hyuga Issues. Ren leisurely sat down on the floor while Hinata sat in Saizen next to him. They, alongside Ino, had a lot of fun after they came home from the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, Ino had to leave the very next day because her father summoned her. He wanted her to undergo a highly intense, advanced training in the Yamanaka arts. Ino only rolled her eyes at that message, and Ren suspected Inoichi was in for a massive surprise. The man still had no idea that Ino's skill with their clan techniques was already far above his own. Despite that, there would sadly not be much time for seeing each other in the following month because Ino was intent on helping Choji and Shikamaru train. She wasn't happy with Kiba and Shino showing off how good they had become thanks to Hinata's interference. Ino felt as if she had lost some undeclared competition, and that meant Shikamaru and Choji were in for a training montage from hell during this month. Ren inwardly chuckled, thinking about the expression the poor Shikamaru was likely to have when Ino barges into his room and drags him off for the training. It was unfortunate he couldn't be present for it. Alas, both he and Hinata were invited for a meeting with the Hyuga clan elders, who finally heard about Hinata beating Niji and dealing with 4 Jonin in the Forest of Death. Naturally, she shouldn't have been so strong, and the nosy elders wanted to stick their noses into her business. And since Ren was her tutor, it wasn't a big leap of logic to realize who trained her to be so good. Hence the invitation. What was pissing Ren off, however, was that they were led to this empty room half an hour ago by a branch Hyuga member, and since then nobody showed up. Ren realized they were letting them wait to show their dominance, or some power play bullshit like that. Hinata also informed him through their telepathy seal that the elders were no doubt observing them, hoping they would get nervous, talk with each other, and slip up, revealing some secrets while they waited. It was a classic Hyuga tactic, and apparently, thanks to lip reading, they found out many secrets this way. Which was why Hinata and Rin waited in complete silence, talking only through the telepathy seal. The last purpose of this wait was to embarrass them. It was considered polite, at least by the Hyuga clan, to sit in Saiza while waiting for them. It was a part of their "we are a noble clan" attitude, and they expected others to respect their ways and manners while under their roof. No doubt, an elder will come and berate Rin for sitting leisurely instead of killing his legs via a Saiza sitting position, saying something about insulting them with his behavior. The Hyuga main branch members were stuck up like that. Speaking of which, Rin snorted and lay down on the floor, putting his hands casually behind his head. There. If sitting casually was offensive to them, then laying down like this was an ultimate fuck you to the observing pricks. They wanted to let him wait and sweat for half an hour? Two could play these games. Hinata impassively glanced at Rin, letting him feel a deep sense of amusement through the telepathy seal, but her emotionless facade stayed unmoved outside of a small twitch of her lips. Just as Rin thought, 10 minutes later, an old Hyuga male entered the room. His white eyes first fell on Hinata, and his lips pursed, before he quickly moved his gaze to Rin, who had slowly raised his back from the floor, and once again casually sat up. Rin could see the fury enter the Hyuga elders' eyes as more of them entered the room, some snorting, others sneering, while a few simply ignored Rin and Hinata as they all took their designated seat. Seeing that most elders were seated, the Hyuga elder who entered first opened his mouth. "Do you have no regard for the Hyuga clan, boy?" he asked Rin, rebuking him for his manners. This was the place where most people would feel shame, but Rin only smirked in return. He had an entire half-hour to make a plan, after all. "You are very rude," he said straight to their faces, instantly silencing the room as every Hyuga, even Hinata, froze. The silence lasted for a few sweet moments before their brains rebooted, and now, every Hyuga in the room, sans the amused Hinata and exasperated Hayashi, was very, very angry. "We are rude?" The first Hyuga, clearly some puffed-up big shot among the elders, spoke in a deathly whisper, his harsh tone showing how utterly offended he felt as his voice started rising. "You dishonor us with your man dash." But Rin didn't let him properly start and cut him off. "No. I was invited here as a guest. It was honestly more of a we summon you and you shall come kind of thing, and they all knew it, but Rin was happy to twist the meaning for his own purposes. I was offered no refreshments, not even a simple glass of water. I was made to wait over an half-hour for my supposed hosts to finally get off their asses and show up. And now you, some stranger I don't even know, come here, a basic greeting nowhere in sight, introductions nowhere in sight, and the first thing you do is start to rudely ask questions, accusing me of some bullshit you made up to look more impressive than you actually are." If they were angry before, they were furious now. But Hyuga elders did not erupt. Their faces might have gotten red, but their fury was cold. Rin still thought he made enemies for life right here, right now. But he simply could not find himself to care. He was frustrated with these gits. He hated how they treated Hinata, but the girl didn't want him to do anything about it, so he could only silently watch. A few biting words were the least Rin wanted to do to them, but for now, the words would need to suffice because Hinata wanted to deal with them herself. Gritting his teeth, the leader of the Hyuga elders donned a grave expression. "This is our house, and I will not have your rude attitude." "I don't care whose house this is, dude." Rin rolled his eyes, causing the Hyuga elder to bristle while Hayashi groaned, no longer giving a damn as he broke his facade and put his head in his hands. Rin, however, was undeterred and continued speaking. "If you invite somebody to your home, you offer them tea or at least water. That's basic common courtesy. Something you were clearly never taught. If you meet a stranger, you introduce yourself first. Another thing your parents clearly neglected to teach you." Not waiting for the answer, Rin turned toward Hinata. "Hinata, your clan elders have no manners. Whoever raised them has done a bad job." Barely stifling her laughter, Hinata glanced at the highly offended old men and a few old women in the room, before she couldn't hold it in any more and chuckled. "I've noticed." She nodded. Some of the elders had their eyes widen in disbelief that she dared to agree. Another moment of tense silence spread through the room, but this time, it was interrupted by Hinata. "Elders," she started in a soft voice, and already offended some of them because the proper form of address for them was esteemed elders, something she clearly disregarded. "You didn't summon us here to argue. Please, get to the point." After a short while, one woman, Shirori Hyuga, finally spoke, tenderly like a grandma would speak to her granddaughter when she wanted to tell her what she had done wrong. "Hinata-chan, we would like to know how you got so strong." Shirori glanced at Rin. And Hinata deadpanned, "I trained." The woman who asked the question was one of the biggest bitches in the clan. One of those who loved to use the caged bird seal. But she loved to portray herself as a kind and understanding person. She was everything that was wrong with their clan. Hinata had no patience for the two-faced bint. Defeating 4 Jonin, even if our investigations show that they were more along the level of experienced Chunin, is no small feat. Shirori continued in her soft, understanding tone, but her eyes gained a small spark of malice. "You must be very good at gentle fist to accomplish it." "Ah. So that's her angle." Hinata blinked with a realization. "I am better at lightning ninjutsu." Without any further ado, Hinata admitted, fully knowing the fireworks that statement would set off. Shiori's expression triumphantly brightened while the other elders showed clear distaste. But only the leader of the elders spoke with barely restrained vitriol, "A lightning ninjutsu. You betrayed the Hyuga way, girl." He was so angry that he had to gasp for air before continuing. "Our clan practices Hyuga taijutsu. We don't get corrupted by inferior techniques. This is treason. It's grounds for expulsion from the clan. What do you have to say for yourself, child?" Noticing that Shirori was about to speak again, her eyes focused on Rin. Hinata didn't need to be a genius to find out what the next line of questions would be about. But if there was one thing she wouldn't allow even her clansmen to do, it was ridiculing or demeaning the man who gave her a chance and taught her how to enjoy her life. "It's why I am stronger than you while still a teenager, grandfather," Hinata lightly said, causing some of the elders to gasp at her audacity. Even Shiori's jaw stopped, her mouth opening and closing in disbelief. Whatever question she had for Ren was long forgotten. "You dare!" Hiroto, Hinata's grandfather, the leader of the Hyuga elders, abruptly stood up from his seat. "Of course, I do." Hinata sighed. "Why not just solve this the proper way? With a battle? Let's not exchange pointless accusations and interrogation veiled as discussion. Our gentle fist can talk in our stead." She was fed up. She could have let the meeting go on, but she knew this was always going to end in blows. So, why not expedite the process? Hiroto pushed his anger back and narrowed his eyes on her. He was taken aback because that honestly wasn't an unreasonable thing to ask for. Sure, the girl had a snowball's chance in hell to beat him, but at least she had enough dignity to challenge him. "Indeed. I see that you know at least some of our ways," Hiroto said. "Fine, then. I will show you why you should respect your elders. And when I win, I will demand that you are to be instantly put into the branch house." Despite being satisfied with her courage, the girl and especially her teacher levied some grave insults to the elders and the clan. That couldn't go unpunished in Hiroto's mind. Her teacher clearly poisoned her with his teachings. Their relationship had to be severed. Granddaughter or not, she needed to be subdued, sealed, and then. Hiroto already thought which Hyuga boy was accomplished enough to bed her. He needed somebody with a firm hand and unafraid to discipline his servants, somebody who would teach Hinata that she existed to serve the clan first and foremost. The girl was getting a bit too strong, too. That needed to be nipped in the bud, lest she threaten the authority of the elders. His authority. He didn't spend his whole life building the Hyuga clan to the magnificence it was today, only for his foolish granddaughter to step all over it. "And when I win, you will stop interfering in my life." Hinata shrugged as she also stood up. The middle of the room was quickly vacated as the two combatants took their places. Hayashi, utterly defeated with a haggard expression, was asked to start the match. It brought him visible pain, but he nevertheless nodded his agreement. There was no banter. No bickering or arguing like during the matches in the preliminaries. That was not the proper Hyuga way. From this point onward, might made right. Words didn't matter. Hayashi started the fight, but both Hinata and Hiroto stood in their places, waiting for the other to attack. After all, Hyugas had the biggest advantage when others attacked them first. With a small sigh, Hinata realized she would need to be the one to initiate the exchange. Feeling no need to rush, she walked toward her grandfather, angering him even more because it showed she had no regard for him. When Hinata was at arm's reach, she sent a finger poke at his abdomen. Seeing it, Hiroto inwardly sneered. As if such a lazy move could hurt him. He was the best gentle fist user in the clan. Deciding to show the girl her place, he initiated Kaiten. At this close range, Hinata should be thrown through the room until she hits the wall with such speed that some of her bones would be broken. Kaiten! Chakra became visible around Hiroto, and his footing shifted as he was ready to start spinning. Only for the chakra around Hinata's fingers to intensify. Her blow gained in speed. And much to the surprise and disbelief of all the observing elders, her blow punched straight through the initial defense of Kaiten, striking Hiroto in his abdomen and stopping his spin before it could properly start. Kaiten, the impenetrable defense, was broken. Did you think I wouldn't devise a way to counter our techniques, grandfather? Hinata amusedly asked as she saw the bewildered expression on her grandfather's face. She wisely took several steps back. Hiroto's face scrunched in fury. She landed a blow on him. And sure, it stung a bit, but there wasn't much damage. A small part of him also acknowledged her talent. Figuring out a way to punch through Kaiten was not easy. Nobody had done that yet. But he felt far too humiliated to give her even small praise. His fists clenched as he noticed the self-satisfied smirk on Hinata's face and... A loud farting noise suddenly resounded through the room as Hiroto's eyes goggled, his cheeks becoming pink while his expression changed from absolute fury to mortification full of horror. He quickly put his hands on his mouth, visibly heaving. But it didn't help him as he was forced to bend over and fall on all fours while the contents of his guts vacated his body from all available routes. The second Rin saw the blow Hinata wanted to deliver to her grandfather, he cringed. He recognized what she wanted to do. And he deeply regretted telling her stories about flushing potions because by all that was holy in this world, the girl actually replicated their effect via a gentle fist striking the intestines. It was mostly useless against anybody who expected it. As the chakra needed some time to act, it was easily counterable as long as you knew it was coming. But those who had no idea or were otherwise distracted. Rin watched as Hiroto projectile vomited on the floor while ceaselessly shitting and pissing himself in his robes. Rin averted his gaze, feeling sick. The man was a dick, but he didn't deserve that. Nobody deserved this particular brand of humiliation. On the other hand, nobody could argue it was such a debilitating technique that the second it affects you, the battle is over. It was an effective move, and Rin hated it with a passion for being invented. He only experienced it once before learning how to counter it, but that one time was enough for a lifetime. As the stench of human waste filled the room, making some of the elders gag and scrunch their horrified expressions, Hinata's soft voice resounded through the room. "Anybody else want to fight me?" she innocently asked. Chapter 158, Hyuga Issues 2. Naturally, nobody came forth to challenge Hinata after that display. The elders were too shaken, and none of them wanted to end up like Hiroto, with their dignity destroyed. Death, they could handle. It was a constant in their world. They were used to it. But humiliation like that? How could they live that down? There was no chance Hiroto could hold onto his position as the leader of the Hyuga Elder Council with something like that under his belt. The meeting came quickly to an end, and Hinata smugly left with Rin under the worried, wary gazes of the sickened elders, who were actually happy Hinata didn't insist on fighting more. It couldn't be more obvious to Rin that the matter was far from over, however. The elders were disturbed right now. But that shall pass, and with time, the scheming old foxes will grow courageous once more. Hinata might have defeated one of the best in their clan. But Rin wouldn't be surprised if they came to the conclusion that she had used underhanded means. She had not shown any real proficiency with the gentle fist. Somebody might think she just got lucky. The Hyuga elders looked like people who would come up with a deluded self-justification like that after they had a moment to consider things. This was not the end. No. This was just the beginning of the friction between the Hyuga clan and Hinata. And as he gazed at the back of the humming girl who was skipping in front of him, something told Rin this was content with delaying the inevitable for now. She could have beaten Naruto in a proper gentle fist match. She could have beaten them all, because they thought the 4 Jonin were actually Chunin, which made them look down on her and underestimate her. She could have quickly asserted her dominance and forcefully grabbed the authority within the clan. She was strong enough to get her way. But Hinata didn't do that. Rin wondered why. "My sister, dummy," Hinata said, her voice pulling Rin out of his reverie. Eh? He almost stumbled on the even ground. He quickly checked the telepathy seal to see if he forgot to close the connection, only to find it properly closed. His eyebrows scrunched. "Your thoughts are displayed on your face." Hinata rolled her eyes with a giggle, grabbing Rin's arm. "Whenever you get thoughtful, your facade slips." "Really?" Rin said, surprised. And he thought he was good at it. Maybe that was why Danzo didn't like him? Did he somehow leak his disdain for him during one of their meetings? Did he reveal that he thought him a twat? Hinata nodded. "I live, eat, and sleep with you. And I am Hyuga. We pride ourselves on our observation capabilities. I know you better than you know yourself," she humbly boasted while watching his face expectantly. Realizing what she wanted, Rin grinned. Cheeky girl. Despite knowing that the elders most likely still observed them, Rin pulled Hinata into a heated kiss, sticking his tongue into her mouth. Something she eagerly reciprocated. They made out for a few minutes, right there in the middle of the street, uncaring about the awkward passers-by, the outraged aunties, or the kids who started making gagging noises when they saw them. Rin liked to imagine the Hyuga elders would react similarly to the kids, so he pretended he was hearing them, and it made his day. They pulled away a bit later with smiles on their faces. Grabbing each other's hands, they decided to go back to Rin's apartment. Midway on their way there, Rin finally stopped basking in the aftertaste of the kiss and decided to ask. "So, what about your sister?" Hinata only uncaringly shrugged. "I could have beaten them all into submission. But they would still plot and scheme against me. Being heavy-handed would just show them they couldn't beat me with force. And they would target your family instead." "Your sister?" Rin nodded as the realization struck him. Nobody could fault him for not coming to that conclusion sooner. He didn't really put much thought into the Hyuga clan affairs. It was Hinata's issue. She spent her days considering every angle. He rightly didn't care that much. "This rebellion of mine is far more complicated than it first sounded." Hinata tiredly sighed. "I can't move rashly. I can't just take over and abolish the caged bird seal either," she added in a disgruntled voice, showing how much it bothered her. Raising her gaze, her eyes met Rin's and she awkwardly asked, "I will need you to make a better seal for our eyes than the caged bird one. Could you please do that?" she timidly asked, feeling very embarrassed about it. If there was one thing Hinata disliked, it was dragging Rin into her problems. But Rin expected this to happen sooner or later. He hadn't put much effort into deciphering the caged bird seal so far. He thought he had years before it became relevant, and he had other, more pressing, projects almost all the time. But since Hinata requested it. All right. Rin easily agreed, hoping it would help her because he didn't enjoy seeing her so dismayed. "Macham. Thank you." Hinata flashed him a slight smile. And as much as he didn't want to be that guy, Rin decided to break the fluffy atmosphere between them and remind Hinata of a small issue. One, she might be overlooking. Politics were vicious, and Hinata was young. He'd rather address it now than regret not speaking out later. They may still target Hanabi. He glanced at Hinata as he said that, noting how her expression became conflicted upon hearing it. Hinata's happy mood soured. She moved her free hand in a SOSO gesture. Maybe. Hopefully not. I haven't touched their bottom line, their authority, so they should recognize it for what it is and not touch my bottom line. There was a helpless undertone in her voice, however. Because who could really tell? Desperate people did stupid things. There was no guarantee that the Hyuga clan would play according to the unspoken rules. Rin knew that this whole thing could backfire on Hinata spectacularly. Her plan was solid, but it didn't account for human stupidity. There was going to be some stupid consequence from today's actions. He could feel it in his bones. The Murphy Law practically demanded it. Hinata took a deep breath, resolve flooding her eyes. If they do harm my sister, I will make Itachi's actions look paltry in comparison to what I do to them. She whispered with unbending determination. Only to realize what she had said, and her expression twisted in worry a moment later as she timidly glanced at Rin with a fearful look. Rin reassuringly chuckled. Don't look at me like that. I am with you, my young Padawan. I am not going to abandon you because of your traitorous thoughts. He snorted at the surprised expression that slipped through her facade. How did you say it? I live, eat, and have sex with you? I know you better than you know yourself. He teased her. Of course, I am aware of your more asinine ideas you didn't share with us. He huffed, ruffling her hair, causing her to shyly smile back in gratitude. Honestly, Rin would rather not have to defect from Konoha. That would make things more difficult for him. But there was more than one way to skin a Hyuga. Whatever issue cropped up with Hinata's clan, he was sure that he, Ino, and Hinata could handle it without shouldering heavy repercussions. Especially now that they had that nuclear option available and could simply throw a triple S-rank tantrum until they got their way. Alas! Rin dramatically sighed, his tone having an obvious teasing tilt as he swished his hand through the air. I have been seduced by you, you vile Hyuga temptress. The poor me no longer has a choice but to support you. How pitiful! He mock-sniffed, causing Hinata to involuntarily giggle at his antics. Leaning a bit closer to her, Rin continued. I shall need compensation, my fair Kunoichi. You shall serve me according to the old ways, won't you? Hinata's lips twitched as she barely stifled her laugh. Well, there certainly are easier ways to ask for sex. She lightly remarked as they reached the door of Ren's apartment. But yes. I shall be your Kunoichi. Tonight. Deciding to play along, she playfully fluttered her eyelashes. And for life. My poorly seduced lord. She finished in a saucily simpering voice, only to let out a small, surprised but happy shriek a moment later when Rin grabbed her around the waist before carrying her through the door, heading toward the bedroom. Well, she had agreed to it, so no take-backsies. Chapter 159, Let Me Sleep Go Away. Shikamaru had woken up and almost moaned in comfort, his eyes still happily closed as his cheek lay on the soft pillow, not intending to leave it any time soon. It was his favorite one. He was finally home. No bothersome exams. No troublesome training. No bossy blonde females. No bossy blonde troublesome females. Wasn't this just heaven? The small smile on Shikamaru's face grew into a grin as he peacefully sighed. To think he once considered Ino cute. Truly, how naively misguided of him. He had already sworn off pursuing brunettes because they were troublesome. Just look at his mom. She was the prime example. But after meeting Ino? Shikamaru realized that blondes were way worse. A shiver went down his spine, and he clutched his pillow closer. Right. From now on, his preference was firmly set on redheads. Maybe they would be better? Surely, they could not be worse. He just wanted a nice girl, neither too pretty nor too ugly. Somebody who wouldn't be troublesome. Was that too much to ask for? Why must every girl he interacted with be crazy? Sakura, Hinata, Ino, his mother, hell, even that Tintin girl was a brunette and therefore bats hit insane. Ah! Who cared anymore? There were better things to think about during such a nice morning, as he was dozing off for another morning nap after waking up. Like clouds. Nice. White. Fluffy. Clouds were the best thing ever. And they could not be troublesome. Suddenly, the half-asleep Shikamaru had a wistful desire to do some cloud watching, but when he lazily flipped on his back after a few seconds of sluggish shuffling on his bed, he opened his eyes with a reluctant groan, only to see the ceiling of his room. Cue another groan as he realized he was acting silly. Closing his eyes again, he relaxed into the mattress. Yes. This was the life. He had a month to res. Hello, Shika. Ino's voice suddenly came from next to him, and his eyes snapped open in horror. His head abruptly turned in her direction, only to see that yes, Ino was in his room and she was grinning. Shikamaru shrieked like a little girl and almost started hyperventilating as his idyllic morning was starting to turn into a nightmare. How did you get in here? He asked in a high-pitched tone, completely horrified as he put his hand on his pounding heart that almost gave out from fright. But then he realized he was overreacting and forcefully calmed down his breathing, trying to regain his composure. Ino, however, just gave him an infuriating smile and playfully rolled her eyes. Your mother let me in, silly. How else? She sat down on the edge of his bed, breaching his sanctuary and dirtying it with her troublesomeness. He idly realized he was going to have to change his bed sheets after she left. There was no need to risk some of that troublesomeness sticking around. But then her words registered, making him cringe. Of course, she did. Shikamaru discontentedly complained under his nose, suddenly tired enough that he wanted to fall asleep again. Why are you here, Ino? He reluctantly asked, not bothering to rise from his bed as he looked at the troublesome blonde. They were friends. But not the kind that would usually barge into each other's rooms. She clearly had a purpose in being here. Something bothersome. Something he wouldn't like, no doubt. I missed the end of the second phase, and Daddy told me you can tell me who will phase who. Ino stated, and Shikamaru involuntarily relaxed. So she wasn't here for him. That was good. He let out a relieved sigh, his mood brightening a bit. If it were only that much, he could tell her. The sooner she left, the better. The first match will be Shino versus that Suna chick, Temari. Next will be Choji against that Kumo guy. Shikamaru said in an uncaring tone, but then his eye twitched, and his tone turned into a deadpan one. I will fight the other troublesome blonde from our village during the third fight. Sigh. Fighting a horde of dumb clones was not going to be fun. He was still trying to come up with a strategy on how to deal with Naruto. Maybe he could just forf. Ino hummed and narrowed her eyes at him, causing Shikamaru to stiffen. Right. He could forfeit, but he doubted he would enjoy the consequences. Between his mother and Ino, better not think about it. Clearing his throat, Shikamaru decided to pretend nothing had happened as he continued speaking. You and Hinata were not present. So they decided to pit you against each other while Sasuke will face Gaara, who won the last match. Shikamaru grimaced. Well, better the Uchiha than him. Hearing him, Ino inwardly snorted. She had no illusions. She was pretty certain they pitted her against Hinata on purpose. Then again, she did leave before the preliminary rounds concluded, and while it was nowhere stated she had to stay until the end, it was a tad bit rude to the Hokage and her Jonin instructor. She only realized that after the fact, so she decided she wouldn't make a fuss about being deliberately matched against Hinata. They could not hide their abilities for much longer anyway. The cat was already out of the bag. Just this morning, Ino had a mental showdown against her father, who wanted to test her proficiency with their clan techniques, only to miserably lose within the first minute. It's why she was not currently training in her clan compound with her father. After that showing, he had to admit there was nothing he could teach her anymore. Thinking about his dismayed expression, an amused smile stretched on Ino's lips. In that moment, all of her effort, all of her training, it was all worth it. Hinata also beat the Kumo dudes, and it will throw suspicion on her prowess. Publicly showing off was the better option than trying to keep hiding when people were onto them. How was the last match? Ino asked, not missing the fact that the unhinged redhead from Suna apparently won. She didn't know Hinata's cousin's team, but she still hoped the loudmouthed, green fashion disaster didn't get himself killed. Brutal. Shikamaru grunted out, his forehead creasing. Gaara is no joke. Lee showed remarkable taijutsu prowess, but he still crushed him with no fuss. He helplessly admitted. Honestly, Shikamaru thought a lot about a plan against Gaara, but it was futile. He couldn't come up with one. Anything he thought of, and some of it was a real convoluted mess, Gaara should be able to counter. Again, he couldn't help but think, better Uchiha than him. Is Lee? Ino asked, her smile turning into a frown. But Shikamaru lazily shook his head. Last I heard, he is in the hospital and will stay there for a long time. His Jonin instructor Dash. The other fashion disaster on their team? Ino jokingly interjected, making Shikamaru roll his eyes at her. Yamanaka and their manipulations. But the dour atmosphere in the room definitely lightened. Yeah, that one. He saved Lee at the last moment. I still think he should have jumped in sooner, but it is not my place to comment. He casually shrugged. He had already decided to visit the spandex-wearing kid in the hospital during the month. Even he didn't know why he felt like it. The guy reminded him of Choji a bit. All awkward and with no idea how to properly befriend others. Or so was his impression. It was troublesome, but Shikamaru decided to put in a bit of effort to get to know Lee. Not today. Not even tomorrow. But he will get to it when he gets to it. He needed to sleep on it. For a while. Speaking of sleep. Well, that should answer all your questions, Ino. The exams are done for now. There is still a month for the next part. Let me sleep. Go away. With that, Shikamaru huffed and didn't wait for Ino's answer as he put his pillow over his face after he rolled over, turning his back on the girl. Ino raised an eyebrow at him, but she knew he was not going to reply to anything anymore. He was most likely already counting deer in his head, lulling himself to sleep. Well, the problem was. There is one other thing I came here for, Shika. Ino started, and slowly, a grin started to appear on her face. I have nothing pressing to do during this month, so I have decided to help you with your training. Your mom was very happy hearing that. A deep sense of schadenfreude entered Ino's mind as she watched Shikamaru stiffen. Dread flushed through Shikamaru's body, but nevertheless, he powered through it. He knew he couldn't just silently take this bullying. Lazily half turning around, he half opened one eye and glanced at Ino. No. With everything he wanted to say already spoken, he once again turned around and closed his eyes. There, that should make her go away. Yes. Alas, Ino was not having it. Shikamaru suddenly felt his ankle being grabbed, and before he could react, he was dragged out of his bed, his body abruptly hitting the floor as he was dragged out of his room. Flailing around, he tried to regain his balance and avoid bumping his head on the door frame when he noticed the mad blonde was dragging him toward. Ino! Wait! Stairs! No! Wait! Stop! There are Yoshino, Shikamaru's mother, who was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly heard Shikamaru's yell, followed by a series of loud thumping noises, followed by loud complaints and multiple unkind words aimed at Ino, who was ignoring it and babbling something about a color-coded training schedule. Yoshino smiled and let out a small contented sigh. That lazy boy. He so loved to complain. He was just lucky he had such a friend willing to drag him to training. She shook her head, wishing that her son would become a bit more like Ino. The girl was so cheerful, energetic, and kind all the time. Spending time with her could only help Shika. Humming, she turned back to her cooking, ignoring the pleas and screams of her son as he was, unknowingly to her, literally dragged by his ankle out of the house, followed by another series of bumping noises and loud curses coming from the stairs on the porch. Chapter 160, Meeting a Sage. Rin walked through Konoha's streets, feeling perplexed. He wanted to study Sasuke's cursed seal, and just a few moments ago, he was on his way to the Uchiha compound when he realized that Sasuke was not there because Kakashi had taken him for training. Honestly, Rin had completely forgotten about that detail. Hence, his frustration. But with everything that was going on right now, it was understandable that he wouldn't remember details like that. Unfortunately, there was no clemency in the Narutoverse, and he was leery of messing with his mind directly. Telepathy seals? Sure. But making direct alterations to his mind with zero knowledge of how these things work? Nah. There was a reason why nobody tried to copy the Yamanaka clan. Oh, attempts did happen. But the unfortunate bastards who tried it usually ended up as vegetables. At best, they turned only slightly more mentally challenged. At worst, dead. Messing with your own mind was dangerous, and even if he did succeed, there was no guarantee he could both do it fast enough for it to matter and that he would regain any knowledge he had already lost. So, Rin resigned himself to the fact that he definitely forgot quite a bit of the canon plotline. He remembered the important bits. He hoped. But the small details? No. He didn't even know the names of Naruto's chief toad summon. The Gamabend or something, the one who wore a red Haorian sword. That Toad's kids? Rin drew blanks. Probably also something with Gamma at the start. There were more instances of this. Kiba blades, for example. Rin knew the wielder was alive. He knew he was called Raiga. Getting that name was easy from the bingo book. But he couldn't freaking remember in which town the man was hiding, and it was inconvenient as hell because these swords would have been godsent for Hinata. Rin knew there was this clan with a forbidden technique on their backs that was practically the Narutoverse version of Nuke. But he couldn't remember their last name either. Once again, that frustrated him because watching out for people who carry a nuke on their back is just common sense. At the very least, he wanted to stay far away from them in case they decided to spontaneously combust. Now that he thought about it, his knowledge of the less important plot points was abysmal. He knew there was something about a clan serving Orochimaru. Then there was that crystal chick, Girin. And the boy she adopted whose name Rin couldn't give a bigger shit about. They sealed Isabu during that plotline. That much he remembered. But holy hell, he really could not remember which lake Isobi was hiding in. It would have been nice to know that. Even if he will not be reformed for around 2 more years. Having at least a guess where he would appear next would simply be very nice. Sighing, Rin spotted Ichiraku Ramen and decided that he might go for a bite. His plans for the day were already ruined, so why not? Sure, he could have gone and tried to locate Sasuke and Kakashi. But it would have been futile. They went to train, and Kakashi would definitely not like Rin disturbing them. Sasuke would have liked that even less. He would not be very cooperative. Not to mention, Rin didn't want to clue the village into his interest in the seal quite this fast. And revealing it to Kakashi was as good as screaming it to the Hokage's face. Plus, putting the effort into finding them would have shown a level of eagerness in seeing the seal that would have alerted quite a few higher-up people in Konoha. In the end, Rin could only give up until after the Chunin exams. He entered the Ichiraku Ramen stand and ordered his food before he unsealed a notebook with some minor seal designs he didn't mind puzzling over in such a public place. What interesting work you have there. A deep, male voice interrupted Ren's thoughts after a few minutes when he was immersed in his problem-solving. He turned his head toward it, only to see Jiraiya sitting down next to him, looking at his notebook with a clear interest. Ren, with a deep sense of satisfaction, one that did not show on his deadpan face, slammed the notebook shut, enjoying how Jiraiya's expression twitched. Okay, Rin dismissively said, before turning away, drumming his fingers on the closed notebook as an awkward atmosphere formed around them. Jiraiya coughed after a moment of silence. Right. He forced a grin on his face. You probably don't know who I am. You are too young to recognize a legend like me. With an exaggerated gesture, he started introducing himself. I am Dash. I know who you are. Rin interrupted him and turned toward him again while looking him straight in the eyes. You are the SOS. SOS? Jiraya's face scrunched. He felt really awkward about having his introduction interrupted. That was not a reaction he expected. Rin nodded and elaborated. Sexual offender sage. Aghast, Jiraiya vehemently protested, that's slander. I am a perfect gentleman. Ladies love me. Yeah. When you pay them. Rin almost rolled his eyes. Instead, he raised one eyebrow at Jiraiya, feeling a deep sense of amusement as he asked, so you don't peek at women in the bathhouse? No! I am doing research. Jiraiya proudly and loudly proclaimed with a massive grin, and Rin could feel that he actually meant it. Which was simply ridiculously shameless. And for that alone, he respected the old toad. Not many could have such a straight face while saying something so shameless. That took real talent. You can call it observation training for all I care, but the fact that it is just peeking on bathing women won't change, old man. Rin lazily rebuked with a small snort. But he decided to end this line of discussion here. Everybody had their own way of dealing with trauma, and Jiraiya's was his perversion. Rin wasn't going to give the man too much shit because of it. After all, half of the kunoichi in the village could actually tell when he was peeping on them. Jiraiya wasn't very subtle during his research. Most simply didn't care. Kunoichi were expected to use their bodies for their village on missions. Many of the older ones experienced it. So, what was a little peeping compared to that? Why should they bother standing up from the comforts of hot water and chase some pervert? Body shame was also beaten out of ninjas and kunoichi early in their careers. The only kunoichi who reacted to Jiraiya's antics were the sheltered ones. Usually, the clan kunoichi or those like Kurenai. And besides, it wasn't as if Jiraiya ever went beyond peeping. It was a widely known fact that the man was mostly harmless to his comrades of the female variety. Unless they worked in a brothel, he wouldn't be touching them. Before Jiraiya could reply, Rin spoke again. Anyway, I doubt you came here desiring to shower me with the secrets of your perversions. Is there something I can do for you, oh great sexual offender? He doubted he was on Jiraiya's radar just yet. So, the man definitely wanted something. I am looking for Naruto. Jiraiya blandly admitted, not liking his new nickname at all. But for the sake of getting the desired intel, he held his tongue. And you are asking me? Rin chuckled, only to smile at Ayam as she put a bowl of steaming hot ramen in front of him. I was told there is a chance you know where the brat is. Jiraiya spoke, a hint of seriousness seeping into his tone. That was fair enough, in Ren's opinion. He indeed knew where Naruto was. The boy was in his house, studying seals and most likely loudly complaining while whining under the strict supervision of Karen, who dragged him there by his ear just this morning. Funnily enough, Rin did notice that Naruto was a bit sulkier than usual, but he didn't ask why or make the connection with Kakashi refusing to train him at that moment. And to be fair, Rin was on Kakashi's side in this argument. First, Jiraiya had been in the village for a few days already, so Kakashi most likely knew the Toad Sage wanted to seek out Naruto to train him in his inheritance a bit. Giving the boy to Ebisu for a few days before Jiraiya found the time was reasonable. Especially when Naruto mostly lacked in basics, and Ebisu was good at training people in them. Well, that was in canon. Right now, Kakashi has left Naruto to Karen's tender mercies. Ebisu didn't make an appearance. Rin didn't think that Kakashi was particularly favoring Sasuke. Naruto was going to fight Shikamaru, a fellow Konoha ninja. The chances of that match turning deadly were minuscule. Win or lose, it didn't really matter. Sasuke, on the other hand. In Kakashi's position, Rin would give him specialized training, too, because holy shit, even with that, there is a chance the kid would be squashed in a short order. From Kakashi's perspective, he probably thought he had several years to train Naruto and Sakura as his Genin team. Because that's usually the norm. But Sasuke simply needed him now, and he needed him a lot. Rin still disliked Kakashi, though. He was a bastard. As for Jiraiya, oh, finally decided to act like a godfather and give the kid the time of your day? Rin lightly asked, but his undertone was completely vicious. He wanted it to hurt, and judging by how Jiraiya bristled, he was successful. Jiraiya was the Narutoverse Dumbledore. Seriously, how hard would it be to check on the kid even once during all his childhood years? He is the best spymaster in Konoha, but he can't find out that his godson is being mistreated literally in his home turf? Was Rin seriously supposed to believe that bullshit? At the very least, Jiraiya was a negligent asshole. How do you know that? Jiraiya dangerously asked, his killing intent subtly spiked as the atmosphere in the ramen stand turned tense enough even for Ayam and Tucci to notice and start sweating. Rin, however, just loudly slurped on his noodles, taking his time while Jiraiya glared at him. To be honest, he had forgotten that this was supposed to be secret. But whatever. Gulping the noodles down, Rin wiped his mouth with a napkin before he spoke. Please. Did you think his parentage was a secret? Half of the important people in the village know. I wouldn't be surprised if other ninja villages already knew, too. Just stroll through Konoha and Hinge and try starting a discussion about the demon brat. Rin rolled his eyes, making Jiraiya's intimidating posture fall as he turned uncomfortable. The man grimaced and looked at his hands in a small show of shame. I was busy, he sullenly admitted in a quiet voice. You could have at least sent birthday presents or postcards. Rin hummed, putting more noodles into his mouth with his chopsticks. Learning to eat with these infernal wooden sticks was a journey. 0 out of 10, totally not recommended if you don't want more of your food to end up on the floor rather than in your mouth. Hey! I totally did. I sent him presents and letters, too. Jiraiya indignantly defended himself, his shame forgotten in the face of Rin's accusation. Rin found that very interesting. Funny. Naruto never received them. He informed Jiraiya, and his lips quirked because that meant there was interference, and now Jiraiya realized it as well, considering how his expression darkened. That was a plot point Rin hadn't expected. Maybe the toad botherer of Narutoverse was not as bad as the goat botherer of Potterverse, after all. Look! Can you just tell me where the kid is? Jiraiya tiredly asked, letting out a fed-up sigh. Rin almost wanted to tell him no, but fortunately for him, he had already relocated any sensitive sealwork research to his house and his secluded training place by the ocean. The one where he could only enter through space-time seals. He even managed to make a variant of his transportation seal, so that Ino and Hinata could use it without him. The 20-second usage time was still there, but now the girls no longer needed him, or his clone, to access their home. Naturally, he wouldn't be revealing such a thing to Konoha anytime soon because it was pretty much similar to a waypoint system in games. If properly set up, it could give Konoha a massive military advantage. Which meant, if the higher-ups knew about it, they would never stop bothering Rin about it until he caved and gave it to them. Noticing how haggard Jiraiya suddenly seemed when he realized at least some of the depth of his mistakes concerning Naruto, Rin decided to cut him some slack. Sure. I will bring you to him. Let me finish my food first, though. He relented. Of course, Rin was not guaranteeing that Naruto would take Jiraiya's sudden reappearance well. Naruto was no longer that affection-starved, 13-year-old, mentally underdeveloped kid who would accept any link to his dead parents. Rin also might or might not have informed the kid that he had an absentee godfather a few months ago, and needless to say, the kid was not happy. Opsy? Drama incoming? Rin inwardly grinned. Chapter 161, The Reunion. Quite average defenses. Jiraiya commented while looking around, while Rin started to unlock the front door leading to his apartment. Hearing him, Rin inwardly rolled his eyes at the jab at his seal expertise. Maybe. But don't try to meddle with them. They are rigged to go off if somebody messes with the setup. He casually admitted, causing Jiraiya's eye to twitch as he took a cautious step back from where he had seen a small, concealed seal on the wall. Average defenses or not, some of them were still quite deadly, and his curiosity was not enough to risk setting them off on top of him. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Rin chuckled and opened the door. Honestly, he had already dismantled the better defenses, leaving only very old, bare-bones defenses, one still written in kanji, which showed just how long ago he inscribed them. They were practically from the time when he was still somewhat of a novice. But they were enough. With his space-time seals, he only needed the seal defenses to prevent people from getting into his house while he slept. These old defenses were good enough to alert him of any intrusion and slow the intruders for a bit. From there, Rin could simply teleport away. Keeping up better defenses was redundant with his current prowess. The maintenance time necessary for it was simply not worth it. Especially when he didn't even live in this apartment anymore. Rin and Jiraiya came in, and Rin led him to the living room where Naruto and Karen sat on the floor around a small table full of basic scrolls on ceiling from Rin's library. Rin didn't really need a library. He usually had all his important scrolls sealed on his person. But when Hiruzen did not give Naruto his Uzumaki inheritance even after he became a genin and was already 16, Rin decided to build this small library on the basics in his apartment and give Karen access to it. He had no doubt that through her, a lot of that knowledge would end up with Naruto. It was one of the indirect ways Rin was helping the Ninja Jesus do his ninja Jesusing. But even he was a bit surprised when Karen shamelessly asked for access to his library for Naruto this morning. "Hello, kids," Rin announced himself, causing the two Uzumaki to raise their head from the scrolls. Naruto instantly lit up. "Oh! You are back, Rin. Save me, please. Karen-chan is torturing me with studying," he pitifully cried, only to stop in his tracks when he noticed the awkward Jiraiya standing in the doorframe, not knowing what to say. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed, and Karen, realizing who the old man was, started to glare at him. Deciding to cut to the drama, Rin shrugged and pointed his thumb over his shoulder at Jiraiya. "That's Jiraiya. He wanted to meet you, Naruto." "Jiraiya!" Naruto jumped to his feet and looked at Jiraiya in bewilderment. Slowly, his eyes started to tear up. He knows he has a godfather. Rin quietly decided to elaborate to Jiraiya to make him understand Naruto's reaction. Seeing the stricken teenager, Jiraiya stepped forward, tears also welling in his eyes at this tearful reunion. "Oh, kid." He softly spoke with a wet sniff, and seeing that Naruto started walking toward him with a sorrowful expression, Jiraiya spread his arms in preparation for a hug. He had no idea how much he had missed. "I am sore dash." Naruto's knee suddenly landed right on Jiraiya's jewels, causing his eyes to bulge as he let out a painful wheeze. "Why?" Jiraiya gasped out, feeling betrayed, as he slowly started collapsing forward and fell on his knees, his hands grabbing his poor, hurt crotch. "That was for the last 16 years, you bastard." Naruto stepped back and furiously screamed while indignantly pointing at Jiraiya. He then crossed his arms on his chest with a huff as he gave Jiraiya a heated but pointed glare. Unfortunately, this Naruto didn't have a deep mentor-slash-student relationship with Jiraiya when he found out about their connection. And to say he was pissed at being abandoned was understatement. "Naruto," Karen said as she approached them, "that was rude." She threw him a disapproving frown, making Naruto finally deflate. "But Karen-chan, didn't you tell me he deserves a good kick in the balls for leaving me alone all this time?" Naruto confusedly asked, making Karen speechless. It took a few seconds, but Karen eventually stopped being shocked, and her cheeks flushed red from shame. Before she even realized it, her fist landed on Naruto's head, sending him to the ground, as she embarrassedly shouted, "Shut up. I didn't mean it that way." Heh. Jiraiya, who was now sprawled on the floor next to Naruto, released a slightly pained chuckle. "She reminds me of your mother, kid." Naruto groaned a bit before he glanced at Jiraiya. "Really? How so?" he asked as they both started to stand up, unable to mask his curiosity. Neither of them was really injured. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and Jiraiya was an S-rank ninja who survived Tsunade. Even that kick to the balls was just your usual Monday for Jiraiya. Rin had seen that the old man noticed the attack and didn't dodge, letting Naruto hit him to vent his frustration a bit. In this world of ninja, Jiraiya was the only one with balls of steel. After all the abuse they regularly go through via various beatings that Jiraiya lets himself be subjected to, Rin wouldn't be surprised if Jiraiya's balls were harder than Inoki's meteor-stopping head by now. Yes. She is just as violent as Kushina was. Jiraiya said in a reminiscent tone, and Naruto seriously nodded, absorbed in this new tidbit about his mother. Unfortunately, both of them forgot that Karen stood next to them. "I am not violent," Karen exclaimed, nailing both of them to the head and sending them back, face first onto the floor, just as Rin seated himself on the sofa while creating a clone to go and make him a cup of hot chocolate. "Then why are you hitting us again?" Jiraiya vehemently complained after he rolled over on his back while Naruto started wailing. Karen-chan. You hit me on the head. It hurts." He exaggeratedly grabbed his head, and Rin almost rolled his eyes at his acting. It knocked Karen out of her Uzumaki temper, and realizing what she had done, the girl's eyes widened in concern before she quickly kneeled next to Naruto. "I am sorry. Are you all right? Let me help." Her hands glowed soft green as she worriedly pressed them against Naruto's head. "What about my balls?" Jiraiya quietly mumbled under his nose, and fortunately for him, Karen was far too preoccupied to pay his words any attention, but Ren's lips twitched. "I can feel myself growing dumber. It's your fault. I can't study any more seals today. We gotta stop our study session." Naruto tried to sound sullenly aggravated, but he misjudged his tone as it was full of hope that Karen would buy that excuse. He was like a little kid trying to get out of doing his homework. Karen's eyebrow twitched, but she didn't have another angry outburst. Instead, she gave Naruto an unamused look that made him cringe as he realized his proposal was silently rejected. Dejected, Naruto hung his head low. Watching their antics, Rin couldn't help but smile. He'd never want to be in a relationship with an Uzumaki woman. He could appreciate their beauty, preferably from very far away, but after witnessing how high maintenance they could be? Nah. Dodge him with that bullet. Naruto could deal with it. Rin didn't think he had enough EQ to survive such a relationship. Chapter 162, At least we have sandwiches. Rin exited his apartment, shaking his head in bemusement while hoping the building would still be standing when he got back. He left Karen, Naruto, and Jiraiya in his living room after all. After the initial theater, the following talks became calmer. Naruto was still sullen. Jiraiya was still apologetic and awkward. And Karen was still glaring. But at least they were not shouting or throwing punches anymore. In short, it was boring. They had a lot of things to discuss, and Rin was there for the first hour of it, but then he found out through his telepathy seal that both Hinata and Ino had a free moment. The three of them quickly decided to have a picnic lunch, and in Ren's opinion, that ranked higher on the scale of importance than babysitting the Uzumaki and the SOS. Ren leisurely walked into an empty side alley and teleported to the grassy plain that was his hidden training ground, only to see Hinata already setting up the blanket and picnic baskets full of food. For a moment, he stood there, surprised because this was a bit too fast even for him. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that she had it planned out way before she mentioned it. "You are prepared," he commented as he walked toward her. Hinata raised her head and looked at him with a small smile, always. They shared a kiss before Rin started helping her to set things up. Ino showed up a few minutes later with the tips of her hair singed, causing both Rin and Hinata to curiously look at her. "Shikamaru tried to set me on fire," Ino huffed with amusement, written in her face as she sat down on the checkered picnic blanket. "He is such a drama queen." She chuckled and reached into the basket for a sandwich. "At least, he is not trying to poison you." Hinata rolled her eyes. "You'd think the elders would get the hint after I drank the first poison drink and nothing happened, but clearly, they are not that smart. Why you let them get away with it, I'll never understand." Rin sighed, shaking his head before taking a bite out of his sandwich. Hinata sadly smiled. "They are still my blood relatives," she said, only for her smile to gain a small, vicious tilt. "Besides, as childish as it is, giving them explosive diarrhea in retaliation has its own charms." Oh, so you know which one of them is responsible for the attempts? Ino curiously asked, probably thinking about how to make their life hell on her terms. Yes, Hinata had it firmly in hand, and she was already punishing them for it. But that was that, and this was this. Ino liked Hinata, and she wanted her own pound of flesh for the attempts on her friend's life. All of them? Hinata casually shrugged. I didn't bother to investigate. I get a poison drink, and they all get to spend their time crying on the toilet. I think that's a fair trade. If they don't want that, they'd better police their own. Ino looked a bit put out, not getting a convenient target to vent her frustration, but Rin could see how fed up Hinata was with the elders. Her attitude was dismissively cruel, but she clearly didn't want to properly deal with them. Well, they were definitely arrogant enough that some humbling couldn't hurt them overly much. Not wanting to speak about the Hyuga clan problems and actually having something important to tell them, Rin decided to change the topic. So, yeah. Konoha is going to get invaded. He casually said before taking another bite from his sandwich, eagerly watching out for Hinata and Ino's response. When his words finally registered, Ino exclaimed a short, "Wah dash," before she choked on her sandwich and started coughing. Hinata, however, just calmly finished eating what she had in her mouth before she gave Rin a searching look. Then, her eyes slightly widened. "Oh my god, you are not joking," she muttered with a small, hitched breath, and her eyebrows instantly creased in worry. "Afraid not," Rin wryly admitted. Ino finally recovered from her coughing fit and sprang onto her feet in alarm. Invaded? By whom? When? How? She started asking, and Rin was mildly surprised she didn't start pacing from all the stressful energy she exuded. Calm down. Rin sighed, but Ino didn't seem to listen, her freak-out continuing. Getting annoyed, Rin kicked his leg at her shin, causing her instincts to flare out in warning as she snapped back to attention and sidestepped the attack. Hey! She indignantly protested, but Rin gave her an unamused look. Are you calm now? He dryly asked. Yes. Ino reluctantly huffed as she plopped down on her backside. It was obvious she was still nervous and wanted to freak out some more, but she realized that was not going to help in this situation. Seeing that everybody was finally on the same page, Hinata calmly nodded. Does the village know? She asked, looking at Rin. I am reasonably sure they do. He admitted. Jiraiya is in the village. That in itself would not be a reason for worry. It was the next part that was worrying. And it looks like he will be staying in here for some time, too. Make no mistake, he was not in Konoha for Naruto. He only came to Konoha whenever something major happened. And he never stayed for long. The fact he planned to stay long enough to actually give some meaningful training to Naruto meant the shit was going to hit the fan. Anybody who had any idea how Jiraiya operated would realize that. His position as Konoha's spymaster was not well known. It was one of the village's biggest secrets. Sure, every anime fan in Ren's previous world knew that. It was a big thing. But over here? People had no clue. Jiraiya was this big, hard to miss, goofy pervert who didn't have a subtle bone in his body, currently on his grand tour of every brothel and bathhouse in the elemental nations in order to write his next smut book. That's what was known about him. He wouldn't be a very good spymaster if everybody knew, now, would he? Nobody had any idea he was using his perversion as a cover to do his spymaster job. In fact, most people would laugh you right out of the room if you told them that Jiraiya had the position. His public persona was simply the furthest thing from suited for it. Ino sputtered in disbelief for 10 minutes when Rin told her about Jiraiya's job, and even then, she had a hard time believing it. Jiraiya was a master at taking refuge in audacity. And as a spymaster, he had to spend the majority of his time outside of Konoha. There were no cars or phones in this world. If he wanted to check up on something, he actually had to walk all the way there. If information needed to be sent somewhere, it had to be physically carried to that place by a courier or by a summoned animal. But summoning contracts were rare. Jiraiya had to walk all over the elemental nations to get to the main hubs of Konoha's spy network, which were usually placed in brothels. He had a nice, fun night with the girls there, secretly received the intel from the area, and then he had to go back to his hotel room to compile it. He had to personally verify the important bits. Only then could he send a report back to Konoha. After that, he could walk to a different area and repeat the whole process. This took a massive amount of time. Checking all the major hubs of Konoha's spy network could take him 2 to 3 years, and that was when he didn't have clues on Orochimaru's whereabouts to check. The second he finishes his first round, he might as well start his second because he is already behind. Of course, Jiraiya was not the only person relaying the information to Konoha from these hubs. He was simply the most reliable one and also somebody who could verify things properly. Because of this, it was not surprising that in the last 16 years, the man was barely in Konoha for a few short visits. Missing critical information could cost Konoha a lot. It could cause a war. Jiraiya had a lot of responsibility on his shoulders despite acting like an irresponsible lout. Anybody who understood that fact would freak out the second the man decided it was time to put all these responsibilities on hold and come back to Konoha. His training for Naruto? That was a cover. As cold as that sounds, it was what it was. Orochimaru was definitely going to pay attention to what Jiraiya was doing in Konoha. And seeing him play ninja with his neglected godson was not going to raise many flags. Rin had no idea what Jiraiya was truly doing back in the village, but he wouldn't be surprised if Konoha had an inkling that something was up. Mobilizing an army was not an easy thing. Doing it in secret was pretty much impossible. Konoha might not know that they are the target. They might not know how or when. But they had to be aware that Suna was up to something. And the movements from Otogekyure were definitely not missed either. Who will attack? Hinata asked, still calm and focused. From what I know, Suna and Oto. Rin said. Hinata nodded. So, what do you want us to do? Rin only shook his head. Nothing. I am only warning you so that you can make your own preparations. If we are going to be invaded, it will be during the last part of the Chunin exams. Right. Because that makes so much sense. Ino said with a snort, her words practically made out of sarcasm. And she wasn't wrong. With all the nobles and important people in the village, the patrols will be quadrupled, the wall defenses bolstered, the ANBU will be all on duty, and Jonin will be on high alert. It's the stupidest and hardest time to strike. Rin smiled. And that was why it was going to work so well, too. The village will be on high alert during the event. Ino continued, only to notice Rin smile and furrow her eyebrows. She paused for a moment. Wait. Is this going to be an inside job? She almost reeled back as she realized that, and her voice rose. Because that was really the only explanation why an invasion at this time would pose a problem. Rin was happy that Ino caught on to what he was not saying. Even Hinata flinched, her eyes snapping toward Rin in shock. These games of intrigue were not her specialty. She didn't care for them. So, she didn't instantly put 2 and 2 together and needed Ino to spell it for her. Let's just say that there are some forces in Konoha's government that will covertly help the invaders and try to use the invasion for their own goals. Rin freely admitted. There was no reason to keep that secret. The girls knew Konoha was corrupt, but deep down, they still wanted to believe it farted rainbows and sunshine. This was a good, practical example. And these forces, their plan is counting on the invasion to fail, right? Ino asked, tense. Her tension only alleviated when Rin assured her that it was the case. It wouldn't make much sense otherwise. After all, Konoha being destroyed would not suit any Konoha politician. Can we stop it before it starts? Hinata instantly asked, really not liking the prospect of her village being attacked. Even if they won, people were going to die regardless. Not unless you want to go on a massacre of high-level ninjas and Konoha officials, only to be branded an S-rank traitor on the same level as Itachi. Rin casually informed her, causing her face to fall. Many root operatives had genuine ranks in Konoha's military, and they were not low on the totem pole either. Killing them would weaken Konoha on the same level as the Uchiha massacre did, and good luck explaining it to the higher-ups. Even if nobody found out, the village would still be in major trouble, and other villages just might pounce because of that. Damn it. Ino let out a sigh. This is one of these political bullshit plays you warned us to not get involved in, isn't it? Pretty much. Rin nodded, his lips quirking. There was a whole lot more going on in the background of the upcoming invasion than the anime had shown. Sticking their nose into it might not be too dangerous, considering they were all S-rank ninjas, but Rin would still rather not risk it. The Konoha ninjas in Jiraiya were already suspecting something, and he decided to hope for the best. Hell, he would love to send a letter to Jiraiya, giving him a warning. But Orochimaru was one of those unpredictable chucklefucks who could easily decide to call off the invasion the second he sees any unnatural movement from Konoha. Rin didn't want to lose his chance at taking the snake Sannin out of the game because of some careless butterfly effect he witlessly created with rash actions. It felt crippling. And he didn't like to do nothing. But with all the effort he had already put into this plan? The sunk cost fallacy hit him hard. He didn't know what the best course of action was. We will get through this together. Hinata pulled Rin out of his thoughts as she reached for his and Ino's hands, holding them tightly. Rin and Ino exchanged a glance, only to smile and join their free hands. Yeah. Together. Ino agreed with an uneasy smile, making the gloomy atmosphere around them brighten a bit. It could have been worse. Rin breezily shrugged, taking it in stride as he supportively squeezed the girl's hands. He knew it was going to get worse. Compared to the Fourth Ninja War, this little Konoha invasion was going to be a picnic. At least we have sandwiches. He added with a grin, making the girls collectively roll their eyes at him. Chapter 163, Butterfly Effect. Time passed, and the day of the last part of the Chunin exams quickly came. Rin leisurely entered the arena and showed his ticket to be let in. Honestly, nothing truly important happened during the past month. Kids trained. Ino bullied Shikamaru and Choji into becoming stronger. Hinata spent her month in her clan, learning more about gentle fists while helping Hanabi practice. The Akatsuki were calm despite tension starting to rise up among them. Nagato was still discreetly looking into Tobi's background, and the poor sucker started to realize he didn't have that many people in the Akatsuki he could trust. He especially started to be suspicious of Zetsu, much to Ren's surprise. And Ren? He spent this past month enjoying the momentary peace. He played with seals. Had dates with Ino and Hinata. Enjoyed long, passionate nights with them. Occasionally, he went to Amigakure for some Conan watching. There was nothing he could do to prevent the Konoha invasion, so he decided to simply enjoy his life while it was calm. Walking through the gates into the inner parts of the arena, Rin noticed all the stands and shops. He chuckled. Konoha was properly milking this event. And with so many merchants and nobles in the village, it was understandable. The prices of food and drinks have risen sharply in the last week, and the shops selling toys and various tourist merchandise seemed to pop into existence overnight. There were even small plushy dolls with the likeness of the participants. Naturally, Rin bought two, one of Ino and one of Hinata. They would be a great addition to their bedroom, and Rin was sure the girls would have a kick out of it. The tickets themselves were not that costly, but with the number of spectators? Konoha was still making a massive amount of money with them. Climbing the stairs, Rin finally entered the spectator area and looked around. People were starting to fill up the seats, forming groups. Rin noticed Kurenai and Asuma among a few other Jonin instructors with their students, who did not qualify, sitting near them. Hyugas had their own area. Ino Shikacho clan members were all around the place, not bothering to group up. Same with the Inazukas. The Aburame. Rin had a hard time seeing them. But overall, Rin noticed that there were not that many ninjas present. Maybe only 10% of the spectators were actually ninjas. And it made a lot of sense when he started thinking about it. With Konoha on high alert, many ninjas were ordered on patrols or guard duties and whatnot. Rin could even see Azumo and Kotetsu, the eternal gate guards, sitting in the spectator area. He assumed these two were changed for ANBU or Jonin, just to bolster the defenses. Lucky for them, that meant they had the free time to come and spectate. Rin dryly laughed in his head. Bastards couldn't even imagine the trouble he had to go through to take a vacation from work today. In the end, Rin decided to walk a bit further away from the Jonin instructors and opted to sit among civilians and a few ninjas he didn't know. Just in case something went wrong, this way nobody would question if he bolted away in the middle of the match. The ninjas might find it slightly suspicious, but they shouldn't care overly much since they didn't know him. The stands slowly filled up, and 15 minutes later, the Kages finally arrived. The whole arena quieted down as several figures filled the top seats, and Hiruzen seated his fellow Kage before he walked to the edge of their VIP area and started giving a customary speech. Rin, however, didn't listen to it. He was far too busy gaping like a fish because right there, on the other seats for Kages, was the Kazekage. And next to the Kazekage? Well, there was Orochimaru clad in Kage robes for Otogekure, grinning like a cat that got a canary as he amusedly watched the completely tense Hiruzen giving his speech. Fucking butterfly effect. With a groan, Rin rubbed his eyes. He had heard there was some commotion at the gates earlier today, but he wasn't interested enough to investigate it. Commotions like that were common. With so many foreign ninjas in the village, something was bound to happen eventually. Clearly, this time that was a mistake. Orochimaru really had the balls to walk into Konoha through the main gate. Technically, Otogekure had no contestants in the last part of the exams, so he shouldn't be here. But also technically, any Kage of a village that participated in these exams is invited by default. His sound ninjas were in the second part, hence, he was invited, and Konoha had to accept his presence. Most Kages don't show up unless they have several Genin in the final part. For example, the Raikage didn't bother coming despite Omoi participating. That was not a slight against Omoi. Kages were simply busy. Putting all of his responsibilities down to cheer on one Genin would be irresponsible. Unless there was some important deal to discuss, the Kages usually did not go to foreign Chunin exams. The funny part? Kages had something akin to diplomatic immunity during the duration of the Chunin exams. Konoha could not move against Orochimaru now that he showed himself to be the Kage of Otogekure. Not unless he attacked first. Sure, the second these exams end, Konoha would instantly become enemies with Oto. But Rin doubted the man cared. He didn't need the ceasefire to last that long. Behind Orochimaru, Rin spotted Guren and Kimimaro, making him dejectedly sigh. Now that complicated everything. It meant that Hiruzen would be facing not only Orochimaru, but also Guren and Kimimaro, while Raza would either also join or he would go and make trouble for the Konoha ninjas in the arena. Rin had no idea which course of events would be worse, but both were horrible. On one hand, if Raza went after Hiruzen, then the old man would be facing 4 S-rank ninjas. Alright, Kimimaro was not there just yet, but still. The result would probably be RIP Hiruzen. On the other hand, if Raza went to make himself a nuisance in the village, he could cause a hell of a lot of damage with his sand abilities. If nobody stopped him in time? RIP, a large part of Konoha. Rin resisted the urge to put his face into his hands. He had only killed Kabuto. One death and the butterfly effect was this. Orochimaru practically majorly revamped the plan for his final showdown with his teacher. Now that just wasn't fair. Why couldn't he get the incompetent antagonists? With his telepathy seal, Rin contacted his clones who were deep in work in the building underneath the VIP area and sighed in relief when he was reassured the preparations were going along just fine. At least something is not going tits up today. Rin thought, still feeling nervous from Orochimaru's presence. If the showdown happened according to the canon, and he really hoped that would be the case, then the final fight should be happening on the massive rooftop behind the VIP area. Rin was counting on that. So, if they, for some asinine reason, decided to fight somewhere else, his plan would be fucked beyond belief. Right now, a bunch of his clones were inscribing a complicated sealing array on the ceilings of the rooms directly underneath that rooftop. Its purpose? To block summoning jutsu. Sure, this would make it impossible for Hiruzen to use Enma. The old man would simply have to deal with his wayward student without having his diamond hard rod firmly in his hands. Reaper Death Seal would also not work, so no easy suicide for him either. But this small nerf to Hiruzen was necessary. Rin didn't figure out a way to make exceptions for certain people in the array, so he will simply have to suck it up. The important part was this. No summoning, no Edo Tensei. Orochimaru would be unable to summon the coffins with pre-prepared Edo Tensei bodies. Hence, he wouldn't be able to awaken them. Also, Orochimaru was the snake summoner. Every time he uses a technique with snakes, it is at least partly based on summoning. His 1,000 snake hands? Summoning. Anything where a snake bursts from his sleeves or his mouth? Summoning. The way snakes burst from his body parts when he is bisected and rejoin them? That starts with summoning, too. These are his favorite and most dangerous techniques. And now, they will all be restricted. He would be left with Kenjutsu, Elemental Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu. Sure, he was still a deadly S-rank ninja even with just that. But the nerf was going to hit him far harder than Hiruzen. The only usable snake Orochimaru will have left is the one in his pants, and Rin very much doubted he could beat Hiruzen to death with it. Rin hoped it would be enough. When he entered the arena today, he felt smug. He thought this would be a piece of cake. With no Edo Tensei, Orochimaru was going to fight Hiruzen alone. How was he to know that the paranoid snake would bring his cavalry with him? Fucking butterfly effect. Chapter 164, Ino's Mission. Hinata and Ino entered the arena, glancing at the gathered contestants standing in the middle, with only Naruto and Sasuke still missing, and then exchanged a meaningful glance. Ready? Ino mentally asked through the telepathy seal as they walked to take their place. Sure. Hinata nonchalantly replied with a shrug. Giving a small nod back, Ino raised her voice in outrage. What did you just say? I am not fat. Hinata experienced a mental eye roll upon hearing that. Really? Couldn't she have chosen a better topic for their argument? Nevertheless, with a small inward sigh, Hinata scrunched her nose at Ino in a small gesture of disdain. I didn't say you were fat. I said that if you are going to eat like a pig, you will get fat like one. Eating the whole bucket of ice cream by yourself was not nice. Ino couldn't help but sputter at that because that actually did happen. This was supposed to be a feigned argument, but Hinata clearly went straight for the jugular. The tips of Ino's ears reddened. Don't be like that, bitch. She whined while wildly flailing with her arms. It was just ice cream. Hinata snorted. It wasn't just ice cream, bimbo. It was MY ice cream. She gave Ino a narrow-eyed glare, and Ino's expression froze because she couldn't really say if Hinata was just pretending anymore or if she was truly mad that she ate her deluxe bucket of premium vanilla ice cream. Well, she shouldn't have left it in the freezer for 2 weeks without touching it. The bickering girls were passing around Gaara and Temari as Hinata's attention subtly turned their way, her lips twitching with a suppressed smirk as she followed her last statement with harshly bumping into Ino's shoulder. Ino lost her balance, and as she tried to regain it, she tripped over her own foot, crashing onto the ground and partly on Gaara's feet. Gaara's eyes twitched. Temari's breath hitched. And Ino, whose head lay practically between Gaara's feet on the ground, looking at him from below, shyly smiled. Hello? She let out a nervous laugh. Gaara looked at her as if she were some kind of new life form, and for a few tense moments, nobody moved. Everybody, even the proctor, waited to see what would happen next, expecting more drama. Only Shikamaru, who knew what kind of psycho Gaara was, looked grave and was preparing for a life-and-death battle. Temari, on the other hand, gave her brother a deeply worried look, hoping this would not set him off. Get lost. Gaara eventually uttered in his disinterested, even voice. Right. Ino squeaked, and she hastily started standing up. In her haste, her hand slipped, and instead of putting it on the ground to push herself back on her feet, she put it on Gaara's sandals, making the Suna boy truly not amused. Ino gave him a quick, silly smile after standing back up, utterly ignoring the piercing stare full of killing intent he leveled at her. The atmosphere became even tenser, and Temari clutched Gaara's sleeve, with her eyes gesturing at Ino to quickly leave. But how could Ino leave without having the last say? Without mentally screwing with them? That wasn't in her personality. She did a small eye Gaara's cold look, before cheerily exclaiming straight to his face, "Well, aren't you one impressionable chucklefuck?" The entire stadium quieted down for a second. Temari was gaping at Ino as if she were crazy. Even Gaara had his mouth slightly opened in befuddlement. Then, the booming laughter from the audience began as the sound-emitting seals were already installed, ensuring that the audience could clearly hear what the contestants in the arena were saying. Back in the spectator area, Rin covered his face with his hand as he groaned. He had given Ino a mission, and she was supposed to do it discreetly with no one noticing. Of course, he sighed, it wouldn't be Ino if she didn't do it in the flashiest way possible. Still, not even his hand could hide the massive smile he was sporting. Being laughed at was an entirely new experience for Gaara, and he had no idea how to handle it. His expression shifted through surprise, confusion, and bewilderment several times until he decided it was not important to think about it. His usual approach would suffice. He was about to attack the blonde girl with his sand and make her into a bloody paste. Naturally, Ino noticed his shift of emotions almost immediately and knew exactly when to strike next. When the confusion turned into a small anger mixed with intent to kill, she promptly reached forward with her hand. "So adorable," she cooed as she pinched Gaara's cheek, making him mentally freeze in wide-eyed shock. Ino didn't wait for him to regain his mental balance and, flashing him another small, cheeky smile, she decided to skedaddle before he started throwing a sandy tantrum around. Inwardly, she was grinning like a loon, dubbing Gaara a panda boy in her mind. She decided she should totally tease him more in the future. The expression when he realized she touched him without his automatic defense triggering was pure gold. She wanted to try this from the moment Rin told her about Gaara's automatic defense. Obviously, he was not guarded against all touch. His siblings and Jonin instructor could touch him just fine. So, Ino decided to try touching him without any hostile intent. It probably wasn't that easy. She reckoned the technique was both subconscious and conscious. Gaara was just mentally shocked at the moment, which prevented his conscious defense, and Ino's lack of harmful intent allowed her to go through the subconscious defense. At least, that was her guess. Who knows? Maybe there was more to it. She didn't exactly have the time to study how it worked. Feeling the heavy stares on her back, Ino didn't look back. She only straightened her back and preened under all that attention as she walked toward Hinata as if nothing had happened. "The Kazekage is glaring at you." Hinata's amused thoughts seeped through the telepathy seal, and Ino inwardly giggled. "Oh pooh, the big bad man is angry that his untouchable secret weapon was touched. Whatever am I gonna do?" When Rin told them Gaara's backstory, both she and Hinata couldn't help but pity him. Their regard for Raza also suffered, and Ino couldn't be bothered to care that she made the man mad. He better not encounter her during the invasion because Ino was already resolved to unkazekage Suna if that happened. Hell! It would be for their own good, too. Before Raza took the hat, the village functioned just fine. The second he ascended? Economic crisis after economic crisis. Seriously, Ino agreed with Ren that the man was absolutely incompetent at management and administration. He might be a dangerous S-rank ninja, but a good leader he was not. If every enemy Kage were like him, Konoha would dominate within 10 years. The mission? Hinata asked, sending the impression of an eye roll to Ino. All good. Ino gave her a mental thumbs up. The seal is on his sandal. She finally arrived next to Hinata and quietly stood there while gently humming, waiting for the third phase to start. Ren had given her a seal that could discreetly put another seal on things she touched. She had no idea what the seal was supposed to do. She didn't ask, and he didn't volunteer the information either. All she knew was that it was his precaution to an unleashed Jinchuriki or Bijou rampaging through Konoha. And wasn't that a frightening image? A Bijou rampaging through Konoha? An invasion? A month ago, her biggest worry was finding a way to drag her boyfriend somewhere secluded for sex. Now, she was still coming to terms with the fact that her world was no longer just sunshine and rainbows. At least, she was not alone in this mess. Hinata was similarly affected, even if she too had never shown it. Ino hated feeling powerless. What was all her training for? She was a freaking S-rank ninja. And, so what? She still couldn't do a single thing in the face of the upcoming invasion. She couldn't prevent it. She could warn her father. He would ask where she got that information. She could make something up. Maybe she could say she had found it in a passerby's head? It was the greatest kind of excuse. Possible to happen and impossible to verify. Her father would scold her, but he would believe her, too. But the other Konoha higher-ups would not be that understanding. And then? What could Konoha even do with that information? They would tighten the defenses, double the patrols, make the preparations, all of that they were already doing even without her meddling. Rin was right. Konoha knew something was up. They were prepared for an attack. Looking at the people in the audience, Ino's shoulders slightly dropped as a sense of sadness filled her. She wondered how many of them would be dead at the end of the day. Her smile turned wry. Now she understood why Rin always said that being a ninja sucked. She glanced at Gaara, finding that he was still glaring at her. Her eyes strayed toward his sandal, just for a brief moment, before she quickly looked away. She really hoped her efforts would be worth something. Chapter 165, Temari vs. Shino. Aburame Shino and Sabaku no Temari stay in the arena. Others, please follow the path to the viewing room for contestants through that door. The proctor announced and gestured at the doorway to his right. Quickly enough, the arena was emptied, leaving only the two combatants and the proctor. Temari stood opposite Shino, looking disinterested in speaking with him, and Shino was Aburame. The proctor, hoping for some pre-battle banter, sighed in his mind. For the two of them, this might be a fight, but for the audience, it was supposed to be a show. Some trash talk could only spice things up. Alas, not like he could force them to do that, and expecting an Aburame to talk was a fool's errand. In the end, the proctor just rolled his eyes and promptly started the match. The last syllable of begin had barely left his lips, and Temari already whipped out her fan, spread it out, and in one smooth motion that didn't take even one whole second, she swung it, sending a crashing wave of sharp wind straight at Shino. The startled proctor, who still stood in between them, barely managed to evade it. Cold sweat washed over his forehead as he gulped. If I were a Jonin, I would have been sliced and diced by that technique, he thought, giving Temari a cold glance full of discontent. Vicious brat. Shino was a bit further away from Temari, and thanks to Hinata's training, his reflexes were improved. He managed to throw himself to the side, evading the pressurized wave of futon-sharpened wind, and rolled on the ground while swarms of his bugs suddenly rose from the crowns of the trees on the edge of the arena, abruptly rising into the air from the green leaves like black, buzzing clouds. Before Shino even stopped his short roll on the ground, the bugs did not hesitate to quickly rush through the air toward Temari, causing a chill to go down her spine. She had seen what these little murder insects were capable of. Last she heard, the Karui girl was still in the hospital. Preferably, Temari didn't want them anywhere near her. Her quick surprise attack at the start was to end the match before her opponent could start sending his beasties at her in waves. Still inwardly shuddering at that image, Temari scowled. She repositioned her fan and grabbed it with both hands as she jumped into the air and spun in a circle, swinging her fully unrolled fan during her spin. Her wind-natured chakra flooded the fan, and as it was released, a ball of pressurized air formed around Temari. It was only for a second before the ball burst, sending highly pressurized, ferocious crushing wind waves crashing through the entire arena. Shino barely got back on his feet when Temari's second technique hit. His bug swarms were blown away instantly. His clothes flapped in the wind so wildly that the edges hitting him on his calves and lower thighs felt like continuous slaps. Shino was glad his coat was not shorter because it wouldn't be his calves but that would be getting repeatedly slapped by his clothes. But he didn't have much time to properly dwell on this train of thought. With his arms bracing in front of his face, he had to crouch lest the strong wind send him uncontrollably flying to the wall of the arena. Small tears started appearing on his clothes, and the left lens of his sunglasses gained a small crack as the sharpness of the wind started affecting him. A second passed, and finally, the heavy wind flow of the technique passed Shino, giving him a moment of reprieve, allowing him to flicker away under the cover of a nearby tree. He didn't hesitate to take it, knowing that another heavy wave of winds was already on its way as the Sunakunoichi he was facing was still spinning in the air with her fan, sending more and more airwaves throughout the entire arena even as she was slowly dropping down toward the ground. The trees loudly creaked and shook, their thinner branches breaking under the pressure as the wind screamed. Not even the audience was spared from getting slightly airbrushed despite the protective measures. Shino's back hit the tree he was using for cover as he staggered and gasped before slowly sitting down. That second, under the pressure of his opponent's winds, he felt as if the sky fell on him and he had to hold it up. Breathing hard, he checked the connection with his hive, only to wince in pain. He had already lost 20% of his bugs. That made him grimace. His bugs were much tougher to kill thanks to Inanna, and Tamari's technique was not all that effective against them. But his swarms didn't make it in time to Tamari and were caught head-on in her makeshift hurricane. From the relayed information, Shino understood that quite a few of his bugs couldn't handle the pressure and died. A few were also cut by the sharpened winds, but that wasn't much of an issue. The hardened carapace stopped most of that. Some unlucky ones were even carried by the wind straight to the wall of the arena, where they ended up splattered all over it. Looking to his left, Shino's breathing finally stabilized, and he regained some of his strength, as he noticed that the winds were still bellowing in the arena. His eye twitched, and he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I thought I was supposed to fight a Jinin," he dryly thought. "What the hell is this man-made disaster?" Exactly a minute after Tamari started spinning, her feet were about to reach the ground, and her technique ceased. As more and more winds were made by her, a tiny tornado formed around her over the course of her technique. One that instantly popped out of existence with one last instant burst of cutting airwaves all around her as she stopped spinning. Tamari emerged from her technique with a huge grin, breathing hard but clearly exhilarated as her eyes beheld the devastation her winds caused. She was slightly dizzy from all that spinning, but her training caused her to build up significant resistance to that. Her world only slightly swam in front of her eyes. The 5 trees in the arena, she counted them at the start, increased to only 15. That was still okay. This was her ultimate technique. Continuous Pressurized Kamaitachi Hell Tornado version 32. The name was a work in progress, but still, Tamari was overjoyed that she managed to do it. She trained like crazy during the past month, the fear of being munched on by bugs fueling her determination. Nevertheless, it ate a chunk of her chakra reserves, and she didn't let her success get into her head. She was still in the middle of a fight, and her sharp eyes quickly scanned her surroundings. As she frowned after not finding her opponent, her foot finally landed on the ground. It was only her vigilance that saved her. Bugs burst out of the ground underneath her foot, causing her eyes to widen in alarm as her heart almost jumped out of her throat from the scare. She quickly used her chakra to push against the surface, sending herself leaping high into the air, but it was too late, and Tamari winced as she felt several bugs bite her lower legs. Snarling, she quickly used the standard anti-bug derank technique, easily getting rid of the bugs that managed to reach her. Luckily, only around a dozen of them got onto her. The derank technique wouldn't help her if she were swarmed. Swinging her fan, Tamari dispersed the swarm of bugs ravenously rushing at her with another blast of wind. The recoil let her slow down her descent and glide through the air for a moment as more and more black tendrils made out of bugs burst from the ground underneath or around her, heading toward her. Tamari swung her fan, blasting gust of wind after gust of wind while showing some impressive mid-air acrobatics, not touching the ground for the whole 2 minutes, but the bugs were relentless. The simple gusts of wind didn't manage to kill them as their hardened carapaces protected them. No matter how many of these attacks Temari sent at the bugs, Shino's hive was barely affected. The bugs simply regrouped to try again. Temari realized that her efforts were futile and gritted her teeth. With the corner of her eye, she also noticed that forming the tendrils with the bugs was intentional. It took her attention away from the real issue. The fact that she was now surrounded by spread-out bugs all over the aerial space in the arena, except for her immediate surroundings. Ground was no-go. Left, right, forward, backward, and up were also full of bugs. She had nowhere to go, and she couldn't stay in the air indefinitely. Not to mention, the bugs were almost perfectly positioned around her, and if they rushed her right now, some of them would get through. Seething, Temari narrowed her eyes while doing another aerial backflip, followed by yet another swing of her fan. Her eyes became cold but resolute. Fine. I thought using this would be too much, but I don't have a choice. She reluctantly thought while biting her thumb. With a swish, Temari swiped her bloody thumb across her fan. Summoning Jutsu! She shouted, and a giant, white-furred weasel with a dark green eye patch covering his left eye appeared, carrying a large sickle almost as long as himself. Kematari! Kirikiri mai! Temari ordered and swung her fan at her summoned weasel. Then, all hell broke loose. Temari's previous wind technique was a breeze compared to the massive, razor-sharp winds that swept through the arena this time. The weasel flew all around at incredible speeds, creating massive gashes in the ground, in the walls, even slicing the few trees in the arena into minced woody chunks as it passed them. The grass on the ground got a trim. The dust flew into the air only to be instantly sliced through before it once again regathered into a dusty cloud, and was sliced through yet again. The air pressure was unreal, and the winds didn't spare even a small part of the arena, while the stunned audience could only watch in astonishment at the sheer destruction. Even the proctor had his work cut out for him as he couldn't leave the arena and needed to be very quick in order not to be sliced in half by Temari's technique. He was honestly starting to regret accepting the proctoring job. It was supposed to be easy. 2 minutes later, Kematari was finally out of juice and stopped while Temari fell back to the ground, gasping for breath. That should have killed most of his bugs, right? She thought with unease. She had studied the Aburame clan, and she had found out that killing their hives was the best way to counter them. She would have honestly preferred to learn a fire technique she could pair with her wind techniques, but she didn't have enough time during the previous month to learn something like that. Calming down, Temari relaxed, only to hear a cracking sound under her feet. Freezing like a deer in headlights, she didn't manage to leap back as Shino burst from the ground. Victory gleamed in his eyes under his cracked sunglasses. His fist neared Temari's chin. Alarm flooded Temari's gaze as she realized she wouldn't make it in time. Only for Shino to be confused as his fist easily passed through Temari's head, making her form shimmer for a bit before her form disappeared. He blinked in disbelief. And then Temari's heavy, closed, metal fan nailed Shino straight to the abdomen as the woman, who shimmered into existence not a few feet away from where her wind mirage disappeared, swung it like an oversized baseball bat. Unfortunately for Shino, he was the ball in this instance. His body shot back and flew through the air until his back impacted the wall of the arena, creating cracks underneath him. Temari inwardly rejoiced, half expecting to hit a bug clone or something. But no! Her opponent miscalculated at the last second. He had already gotten her with the hiding in the ground trick once. If she had gotten caught by it again, that would have been shameful. Temari didn't just stand in her spot and wait after managing to hit Shino. Once she confirmed that it was his real body, she instantly rushed forward, intending to pummel him with her fan. She had expended way more chakra in this match than she initially wanted, and because of that, she knew she would probably need to forfeit her next match if she wanted to be usable during the invasion. She was admittedly pissed off because of that, but deep down, she begrudgingly admitted that her opponent was better than she expected. Her fan tore through the air, about to hit Shino, who had just recovered, on the side of his head. Temari knew he would dodge that. Her eyes were already tracking his escape routes to know where to swing next. I surrender. Shino dryly spoke, and Temari just barely managed to stop her swing, her massive fan freezing an inch from Shino's head. "What?" she asked, caught off guard. "I surrender," Shino repeated, not bothered that his brains were almost smeared on the ground a moment ago. He fixed the position of his sunglasses. "Why?" "Because, as a friend would say, you are troublesome." Temari's expression twisted, and her hands twitched. For a moment, Temari contemplated whether she could get away with smashing his head with her fan anyway. Fortunately, the cooler heads prevailed, or rather, the proctor approached them and nodded. "The winner is Temari," he exclaimed, and the audience went wild. But Temari didn't care about that. She was wholly focused on giving Shino an unhappy glare. She didn't miss the fact that he was fine and dandy even after eating one of her fan strikes. Her fan was no joke. It was heavy as hell. Being hit by it should at least break some bones. Yet, the boy in front of her didn't seem injured much. "Why did you surrender?" She couldn't hold it in and asked, causing even the audience to quiet down. "You can still fight." But Shino only shrugged. "My hive was devastated by your last wind attack." He rummaged through his pockets for a moment before pulling out a bottle and throwing it to Temari. "Here. The antidote." Temari instinctively caught the bottle and slowly blinked as she looked at it. Her mind instantly went to the moment when she was bitten by Shino's bugs. A vein on her forehead pulsed as anger surged in her when she understood what he implied. "Oh, this smug little bastard." She seethed, almost crushing the bottle as she tightened her grasp. If there was no invasion planned after this, she would have thrown the bottle in the Abiram's face. She didn't know what poison he managed to get into her system, but his gesture and unbothered posture practically screamed it could have been lethal, you know? "I let you win." Unable to hold her temper in, "Fuck you," Temari screeched. "And Shino?" He just shrugged again. Not interested. Turning on his heel, he walked toward the door leading outside the arena, unbothered by the enraged Temari, who had to be restrained by the proctor. A small smirk appeared on his lips underneath his coat. He might have lost the match, but had won the day. Chapter 166, Chat in the Kage booth. "That was an interesting fight, Kazekage-dano. Your daughter is very talented." Orochimaru spoke, his eyes almost glinting in excitement. He liked the ninjutsu display very much, especially the first wind technique. He had never seen something like that, and he guessed it had to be the girl's original. His eyes never left her back as she huffily walked out of the arena. He did not even notice how he liked his lips. He wanted that jutsu. Hearing Orochimaru's praise made Raza feel very satisfied. But he had seen that little slip of a tongue, causing him to tense. After all, this was still Orochimaru he was talking about. They might be secret allies, but he didn't trust the man. "Thank you, Otokichi-dano. I am very proud of her and contemplate grooming her as my successor," Raza said in a measured tone, inclining his head slightly forward to make the hat cover his eyes, creating an air of mystery. But his words were also a hidden warning. One he knew Orochimaru would catch. It was practically, "Back off. She is mine." Indeed. Hiruzen decided to join the conversation with a cheerful tone as Orochimaru pursed his lips. She did seem a bit too powerful to be in these exams. "So, she is the Kazekage-dano's chosen successor. Now it makes sense, hee. Raza's lips twitched at that hypocritical, two-faced critique veiled as praise, and even Orochimaru let out a small, amused chuckle. It was infuriating for Raza because he couldn't retort. Temari was a Jonin-level combatant. Maybe she was not at the level of his topmost elites. The girl lacked combat experience. But skill-wise, she was already there. And thus, she should have been promoted to Chunin long ago. The old geezer was basically accusing Raza of deliberately keeping her as a genin to show off. Raza gave Hiruzen a quick look full of derision before he schooled his expression. "Thank you for the praise, Hokage-dano. The Aburame boy was stronger than I expected, too." He made Temari truly struggle. It seems Konoha has some strong seedlings in this generation. Translation? Politely fuck off. You did the same. Because the Aburame boy was definitely not some run-of-the-mill Jinin. The fact that he put up a decent fight against his daughter meant he had the skill not to be instantly defeated. Also, Aburame bugs were kind of a counter to the Warfan users in 1 vs 1. Not many Warfan users could make the airwaves sweep everything in 360 degrees around them. Usually, the Aburame could swarm them from multiple sides, and at least some bugs would succeed at reaching their opponent, making it a game over. Of course, it was not exactly such a clear-cut case. The Warfan ninjas had their own advantages in the matchup, but overall, the Aburame should have had the upper hand. And Raza did not doubt the matchup was deliberate. Of course, it was the children who randomly drew their opponents, right? He inwardly rolled his eyes with a snort. As if there were not 100 ways to manipulate such a draw. In Raza's opinion, Hiruzen was just butthurt that his Konoha Jinin lost despite having all advantages stacked in his favor. Yes. Shino had shown remarkable strategic thinking during that short match. Hiruzen nodded, barely suppressing his lips from twitching. As an old hand at politics, he naturally understood the hidden meaning behind Raza's words. Taking a leisurely drag from his pipe, Hiruzen continued, I guess he is simply too young and inexperienced to truly match somebody trained as Kazekage-dano's successor. Such a pity. His lips slightly curved up at how Raza briefly stiffened. Everybody knew that overtraining was bad for kids. And looking at that Temari girl? Hiruzen felt a twinge of pity for her. Because no child could get to that level without being trained to the breaking point. Especially since she did not possess an active bloodline or any special physique. While other kids her age were enjoying their childhood, the girl was most likely kissing the ground of her training ground, physically exhausted and on the verge of chakra exhaustion. Hiruzen could only mentally shake his head. Alas, that was the nature of their world. Hiruzen understood it better than most. He also understood Tsunagekire's not-so-recent financial struggles. He really hoped that Raza would open diplomatic talks with him about these issues after the matches were concluded. Unfortunately, Hiruzen couldn't do that himself. It would have been overstepping his bounds, and bringing up their problems without them asking for help first was a big no-no. As much as Hiruzen disliked it, that's how the game was played. It wasn't as if such a thing was happening for the first time in history either. Konoha had a similar situation with Kirigakure after the Second War. Thankfully, the third Mizukage was a reasonable man. They sat down. They talked. They argued. They negotiated. And in the end, they made a solution that made both of them dissatisfied, but they could agree on it for the greater good of their respective villages. Crisis solved. Well, not really. Kiri still got screwed. But that was because of their internal issues. Some idiots in high positions did not like that their Kage reached a diplomatic resolution with Konoha. The third Mizukage was exchanged for the fourth, and we all know how that ended. Not that he could throw stones from his glass house about idiots in high positions. Danzo's mug suddenly appeared in Hiruzen's mind for a moment, and his mood soured. Half of these issues with Suna were most likely Danzo's fault anyway. It sounded like something he would have done. And the sad part? Hiruzen couldn't fault Danzo for it. Konoha benefited while Suna suffered. He only wished that Danzo targeted somebody who was not their ally. With how strong the girl was, I wonder what kind of display your son will show us, Kazekage-dano. Orochimaru suddenly spoke, dragging Hiruzen from his thoughts back to reality. I heard the boy is extremely dangerous. So much so that he was never, even once, hurt during his career. He chuckled in that usual, sinister way of his that made Hiruzen's skin crawl. Raza slightly shifted in his seat in a rare show of discomfort, but it was gone as soon as it happened, and Raza regained his stone-faced exterior. Yes. Gaara is strong. Then why not groom the boy as your successor? Hiruzen asked out of curiosity. Raza really had only 3 choices there. Because of the political structure of Suna, the next Kazekage will be either one of his children or his apprentice. An apprentice he did not have. If Gaara was the strongest among his siblings, then he sounded like the best bet, no? Of course, Hiruzen was also subtly fishing for information. The boy looked alright, but his murderous looks when his facade broke were concerning. There was also that subtle air of tension around him at all times. He had already asked Jiraiya what he knew and dispatched a few ninjas to find out more, but so far, nothing. Other than the boy having a massive talent with his clan sand manipulation bloodline and being a deranged murderer from an early age due to Raza's screwed-up attempts to turn him into a weapon, nothing of importance was uncovered. Suna had locked the boy's information very tightly. That in itself was suspicious. Hiruzen even suspected the boy of being a Jinchuriki. It would all fit. Except, Bunpuku, the previous Jinchuriki, should still be alive. Not much intel about that could be reached, as Suna loved to lock their Jinchuriki in prison for some unfathomable reason. Gaara is not suited for the job. He is a good ninja. Nothing more. Raza succinctly spoke, giving away nothing, but his tone made it obvious he wished this conversation to be over. Hiruzen could prod more. Maybe about his other son? But he decided to stop while he was ahead. Honestly, the whole idea of a female Kazekage was rubbing him the wrong way. There was a reason why he never considered Tsunade for his successor while she was still in Konoha. Really? A female Kage? What a concept. Or was it? Hiruzen's face scrunched as he for the very first time seriously considered that option. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad? Your son is going to fight Sasuke Uchiha, right? Orochimaru asked, diverting the topic and not truly expecting an answer as he continued speaking. But the boy is not here yet. What are we going to do if the Uchiha doesn't show up on time? Seeing that he had gotten the attention of both Kages, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Shall we disqualify him then? He asked, an amused slyness dripping from his tone, and Hiruzen quietly snorted. The bastard knew that Konoha used the Uchiha name for advertisement. Many nobles and merchants were here specifically to see Sasuke fight. Disqualifying the boy would hit Konoha's reputation. But at the same time, Hiruzen knew Orochimaru was also most likely here for Sasuke. If the boy got disqualified, the man would not be happy either. No. He brought the issue up to screw with Hiruzen. Alas, you are still 100 years behind the apes to mess with me, brat. Hiruzen grimly thought as he glanced at Orochimaru. Yes. If Sasuke Uchiha does not show up on time, he will be disqualified. Such are the rules. We can't have a tardy Chunin in our forces, now, can we? Hiruzen easily spoke, utterly ignoring the irony of speaking about tardiness while Kakashi was one of his best jonin. To be honest, Hiruzen felt a small headache forming. He really hoped Kakashi was not going to pull some bullshit. He would know better, right? Because Hiruzen had already given his word, and now he had to keep it. Orochimaru's sly smile instantly evaporated, not expecting that answer. He opened his mouth to argue, only to realize there was nothing he could say. His eye twitched in annoyance as Hiruzen threw him a smug smirk. He threw Raza a subtle, alarmed glance, but before they could speak more about it, Hiruzen waved his hand at one of his guards, ordering the next match to be started. Chapter 167, Omoi vs. Choji 1. After his match, Shino leisurely walked back to the contestant area with his hands in the pockets of his coat. Noticing that Hinata was near Ino and Choji, he walked toward them with a subtle, slightly smug swagger that most people who did not spend considerable time near an aberrant clan member would not notice. Reaching the group, Shino inclined his head and looked at Hinata over his sunglasses, locking his eyes with her. Next to them, Ino's lips involuntarily curved into an amused smirk. He was acting so cool. She inwardly giggled. Some unattached girl might even swoon. Of course, looking cool was the furthest thing from Shino's mind. He simply didn't want to look at her through the cracks in his sunglasses. You were right. He spoke in his usual measured manner, his tone completely serious and even a bit grave. Why? Because my hive found over 500 ninja hiding among the audience. Ino and Hinata tensed at that, while Choji just cluelessly frowned and stopped eating his chips for a second, the implication flying over his head. Hinata frowned. I see. That is concerning. She nodded at Shino in gratitude. Thank you for your effort. She had put him up to this, and she felt a bit apologetic because it meant that during his match with Temari, a quarter of his hive was focused on this reconnaissance mission of hers. But it was the best option. Even if somebody detected his bugs, they would be at worst mistaken for some Aburame ANBU patrolling. Something completely normal for an event like this. No problem. You are welcome. Shino nodded back, outwardly completely unbothered. But inwardly, he was very worried. He had come to the same conclusion as Ino and Hinata. 500 hidden ninjas in the audience were too many. Konoha could at most spare 50 ANBU, and maybe another 50 to 100 ninjas, either in a civilian disguise for some added protection or on a vacation watching the matches. Given the heightened defenses of the village right now, there was simply no way there could be 500 disguised ninjas viewing the matches in the arena. Not to mention, 500 ninjas disguised as civilians would be a massive overkill and mismanagement of human resources. They could be used for patrols or to man the walls. There was always somewhere more ninjas were needed. Putting this many of them to guard the arena? Not very likely. Something was up, and Shino did not like the implications. Now then, I will be on my way, Shino said, stoically announcing his departure. Why? Because I need to speak with my father about my match. Sharing one more parting nod with Ino and Hinata, Shino turned around and started walking toward the door leading outside the room. Hinata let out a relieved breath. Informing Shibi Aburame about the situation was a good call. She didn't really have an idea what to do about it. Maybe the Aburame clan head could deal with it. And even if not, he could always inform somebody who could. This would get the ball rolling without alerting their enemies. That guy is definitely getting promoted, isn't he? Ino Riley said and shook her head with a rueful sigh. She then glanced at the still confused Choji and playfully punched him in the shoulder. Don't embarrass me, big man. I have faith in you, she told him in a friendly tone. Right. Choji gave her a weird look but nodded as he resumed his snacking. I will do my best, he mumbled as the next match was announced and Choji was called into the arena. What he didn't know was that Ino and Hinata were competing to see whose teammates would perform better. It was why Ino took so much time during the past month to train Choji and Shikamaru. She had been very confident, but now, after Shino's performance, that confidence was slightly shaken. Winning or losing the match didn't matter. Shino had shown he is a competent ninja. He sneaked a poison on his vastly superior opponent without her noticing and then promptly forfeited before getting defeated. In a real-life ninja situation, this signified lethally poisoning an unbeatable opponent before retreating. How could he not be praised for it? In the ninja world, it wasn't always about who had the bigger fist. Having a big fist was nice, but if that's all you have, the second you meet somebody with an even bigger fist, you will die. Being cunning and able to deal with superior opponents through underhanded means, though, that's the kind of talent every ninja village appreciated. In a real battle, Temari would have been dead. Her victory didn't matter. Her impressive showing of wind ninjutsu didn't matter. The fact that she had completely suppressed him in that fight didn't matter. The judges, the higher-ups, and the experienced jonin were going to see that as plain as day. The Konoha rookies were not really supposed to get promoted during these Chunin exams. They were Konoha's elite academy graduates. The kids who were groomed to be jonin, the future pillars of the village. They were here to show off the villages and their clans' might and to gain some combat experience because they were deemed good enough to compete, and it was relatively safe for them. Promotion was highly unlikely because it would be simply better for them to stay with their jonin instructor and learn the basics for more than just half a year. Half a year was not enough time for the jonin to teach everything there was about ninja ing. Rather than rushing their rank to Chunin, it would be better for them and the village if they were given the time to properly develop. But Shino's performance was great, and it would be surprising if they didn't throw the Chunin rank at him after this. Ino felt really peeved about that. That bitch, Hinata, didn't even care about their competition. She did not go and train her teammates. She didn't take it seriously. And yet, she was currently winning, and her teammates. Ino shook her head with a wry expression, looking at the mostly empty bag of chips Choji handed her before he headed into the arena. Hell, the lazy-ass Shikamaru was not even here. He mumbled something about the toilet 30 minutes ago and hadn't returned yet. If she didn't know better, she would think he was avoiding her. Well, scratch that. Ino rolled her eyes, knowing fully well that he was definitely avoiding having to watch the battles with her. He was probably sleeping on the toilet or something. Back in the arena, Omoi met Choji, and they got into their supposed starting positions. I have to fight an Akimichi? Omoi frowned, a trace of despair showing on his expression. How unlucky. He muttered, loud enough for Choji to hear. How so? Choji, the lovable but clueless ball, responded by tilting his head in curiosity. Well, you see. Omoi trailed off with a small frown, but then he shook his head and shrugged, deciding that it didn't matter if he shared his thoughts or not. Karui always slapped the back of his head and told him he was way too pessimistic, but Karui was not here. So, what could go wrong? Well, a lot could go wrong. He could start talking and not notice the proctor starting the match. The Akimichi might not be courteous enough to remind him. He might lose and not even know how. And... are you okay? Choji asked, bringing Omoi back to reality, much to the proctor's amusement as he watched the boys' pre-battle talk. He was okay with letting them speak. This was the kind of show for the audience that was lacking before the first match. Ah, yes. Omoi sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. You see, I was just thinking. What if I beat you? You could get depressed and lose weight. Then the Akimichi clan would blame me. They will ask Konoha to request reparations from Kumo. But Kumo will not agree. It could turn into a conflict. Maybe even the next war. Would fighting you mean that I will be responsible for the next ninja war? And what if I am held responsible, and Kumo decides the way to resolve this is to give me to the Akimichi clan? They will betroth me to some nice, but chubby girl, and expect me to make the next generation of dark-skinned Akimichi. But I don't want to marry a chubby girl. I prefer busty one Samus. Wouldn't I be very unhappy if that happened? Or what if you beat me? Wouldn't I be instantly marked as a failure who lost to some fat ass? Choji's eye twitched, but after his training with Ino, where she called him that practically every 5 minutes, his reaction to such insults was no longer extreme. Omoi, however, hadn't noticed, and with an expression full of dread, he continued, too absorbed in his monologue. It would make me a laughingstock in Kumo. But Kumo's reputation would be hit, and to regain it, they would need to show their strength. The Raikage would get angry and declare war against Konoha. IWA would join. Then Kiri would join. And Suna, too. Before we know it, we could be at war, and after a prolonged conflict, to make peace, as the reason for its start, I would be given to Konoha and will have to marry some chubby Akimichi girl as a show of trust. Pale, Omoi looked at Choji with an expression that was screaming he was on the brink of self-induced despair due to his overthinking. Won't I be responsible for the next ninja war regardless of the outcome? And I still don't want to marry some chubby Akimichi girl either. Isn't this match a lose-lose scenario for me? What should I do? My dream of marrying a busty one-sama would be forever lost. Omoi exclaimed and almost fell to his knees under the exasperated and silent stares of the audience. Nobody had any idea how to react to that. Why not forfeit? Choji suggested while innocently blinking. Omoi opened his mouth, about to agree, but then he stopped himself, and his expression grew dark as he realized what the most likely reaction of the Raikage would be if the man heard he forfeited without fighting. His face paled even more, and he frantically shook his head before pulling out his sword from its sheath. He could do without a busty one-sama in his life. But he absolutely could not forfeit this match. better not," he mumbled while audibly gulping. Looking at Choji with a determined expression, he proclaimed with bitter tears streaming down his cheeks, "I am going to beat you, and I am also resolved to marry a chubby Akimichi girl." Choji gave him a strange look, but decided to simply shrug. He didn't have a female cousin around Omoi's age anyway. The closest was Chika, who was like 7 right now, and he doubted his clan would be willing to engage her with a Kumo ninja, especially one as weird as his opponent. "Good luck with that?" Choji responded, scratching the back of his head, quite a bit confused about what was even going on anymore. Chapter 168, Omoi vs. Choji 2. "Alright, kids. The match begins," the proctor exclaimed while stifling his chuckling and swung his arm before jumping back. Personally, he wouldn't have minded if they kept on bantering. The Omoi kid had some wild ideas. Unfortunately, they did not have infinite time. As the match started, the easygoing atmosphere between Omoi and Choji disappeared. Omoi instantly rushed at Choji, his sword already in his hand and now sparkling with the infusion of lightning-natured chakra. Choji, however, instantly snapped out of his sheepish state as his eyes narrowed into slits and he hyper-focused on the fight. If there was one thing combat lessons with Ino taught him, it was to pay proper attention in a fight. Anything less leads to pain and loss, which is bad. Distraction was evil. And evil was punished by Ino eating his snacks in front of him while he was tied against a tree by a rope. Fire burned in Choji's eyes as Omoi neared him. For the sake of his poor sacred snacks, he could not get distracted. They shall all end in his belly. He settled into a defensive stance, his hands joining together in a hand seal while his voice rumbled, "Gomu Gomu no." Omoi came to the slashing distance of Choji, and the lightning around his sword changed, "Lightning Dragon Slash," he exclaimed as the lightning solidified into a dragon's head, its potency and threat increasing while he swung his blade at Choji's torso. "Balloon!" Choji finished his technique, and the following actions happened in a flash. Choji's body expanded like a balloon in all directions, kind of like during his preparation for the meat tank technique, only several times bigger. It happened so fast that Omoi could not react as he was slapped away by Choji's fat, his sword, and the lightning around it pushed back. Omoi regained his wits only when his sore body was already flying through the air. A moment later, he impacted the ground, hard, and mostly on instinct. He rolled with the momentum for a few seconds until he managed to use it to push himself back on his feet. Breathing hard as a bruise started forming on his left cheek, Omoi frantically put his sword in front of him in preparation for a follow-up attack, but much to his surprise, it was unnecessary. Back in the audience area, Ino was shouting and cheering up on Choji from the contestant booth, and Ren almost facepalmed when he heard her scream, "Yes! Show them the power of One Piece! Woo! Bounce, my boy, bounce!" He started to wonder what the girl was teaching him and Shikamaru during their training. But somehow, as he stared at the big expanded ball that was Choji, standing in the arena on his stubby legs, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't regret telling Ino and Hinata tales about One Piece. He even wondered how far Ino went with transforming Choji into a Luffy cosplayer. Back in the arena, wisps of blue chakra started to seep from Choji's rotund frame. He scrunched his face, disliking how he could barely move his small arms and legs. But unfortunately, for what he was about to do next, expanding them was a pointless waste of chakra. Only by becoming a ball could he roll over his enemies. "Gomu Gomu no bouncing ball," Choji muttered and let himself fall back as he felt his invisible chakra wrapped around his body like a blanket. His enlarged posterior hit the ground, and instantly made his whole body slightly bounce into the air. Similarly to his meat tank technique, Choji's arms and legs retracted into his ball-like body, gently bouncing on the ground. He was ready. His beady eyes fell on Omoi, who had just finished calming his breathing and was now cautiously waiting for Choji's next attack, looking for a weakness to exploit. Choji inwardly snorted and focused his chakra. As he was about to bounce against the floor again, his round frame was suddenly catapulted forward with force and speed that many could not catch. Omoi's eyes widened, and if he wasn't channeling a small amount of lightning chakra through his system, he would have been unable to react. But he was and managed to throw himself to the left, barely evading the human wrecking ball passing by him. Choji flew until he impacted the wall of the arena, creating several cracks on it from the force of the impact. But Choji didn't feel a thing as his body jiggled, squishing against the wall like a spring, before it bounced back straight at Omoi at the same astonishing speed. Omoi, already on his feet, turned solemn. He sidestepped to the right, but caught off guard, he knew it would not be enough. So, he gripped his sword in both of his hands in a guarded position and braced himself for the impact. Choji slammed him, sending him violently crashing back as if he had just experienced a meeting with a speeding truck. Fortunately for Omoi, it was not a head-on blow. Only a glancing one. The Kumo boy managed to land on his feet, sliding a few meters back, and winced as he felt the whole left side of his body becoming one big bruise. But he didn't have the time for a pity party. Lightning chakra surged on his sword and inside of him, even more violently than before, as he hastily turned around. And indeed, Choji was once again barreling straight toward him after bouncing off another surface. For the next several minutes, Choji bounced around the whole arena like a meaty human pinball, creating small indents and cracks wherever he landed while Omoi at first struggled to evade, but eventually, he started to get better and better at it under the cheerful encouragement of the audience. Rin had to admit that it was an impressive technique, but its biggest flaw was that it could go only in a straight line. Feeling his confidence return after several successful high-speed dodges, Omoi decided it was time for an offensive again. He hoped his opponent expended a considerable amount of chakra with this technique, and now that he had gotten the rhythm of his attacks, he had enough time to consider other things than dodging. Sidestepping yet another wrecking ball of an Akimichi, Omoi slashed with his sword, but despite it being clad in lightning, his eyes widened in mild surprise when his sword just bounced away from Choji's body without piercing it. He even had to stabilize his footing because of the recoil from that bounce. Omoi's brows furrowed, but his focus did not waver. Choji quickly bounced back toward him and used to his ridiculous speed, Omoi once again jumped to the side. This time, instead of slashing, he concentrated as much lightning chakra as he could into the tip of his blade and stabbed at Choji as he was flying by. With bated breath, Omoi watched as the side of Choji's belly dented inward, the tip of his sword sinking into his folds. Omoi pushed with all his might for that stab. But a moment passed, and despite Omoi's best efforts, the sword was repelled, springing back with considerable counterforce. After adding to that the momentum of Choji's speedy flight, Omoi was actually launched into the air with a loud hoo-hoo before he landed on his back and slid several feet on the ground until he came to a stop with a groan and feeling as if somebody tanned his hide. For a second, he just lay there staring incomprehensibly at the clouds with a blank face, but then reality rushed back to the forefront of his mind. Quickly flipping over, he pushed himself to the side, evading being flattened by Choji, who descended on top of his previous position with the weight of an elephant, creating a small crater underneath him before he bounced away once more. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Omoi's temple, and he gulped as he saw the crater, realizing that he could have been squished into a paste right there and then. His lips pursed. The previous stab was not for nothing. It uncovered that Choji had a thick layer of powerful chakra, most likely a Yama-line one, condensed in his expanded fat. Omoi still had a hard time believing the insane defense Choji had thanks to that despite experiencing it himself. But he had to admit, despite being strong, he was still a genin. His combat prowess was maybe low chunin level. His lightning coding technique was great among his peers, but to the true elite? He was lacking. There was only one technique in his repertoire that just might do the job of penetrating his opponent's defenses, however. Deciding to try one last thing, Omoi, feeling like an exhausted and abused horse, sidestepped Choji's bouncing body again. His fingers quickly started weaving hand seals for the strongest lightning technique in his repertoire. One that was so draining for the current him, Omoi felt very reluctant to resort to it. Lightning release, false darkness. Omoi exclaimed just as Choji was coming back at him after bouncing against the arena wall. The gathered lightning chakra around his hand suddenly condensed into a thick lightning before it shot straight toward the incoming Choji. The audience went quiet, anticipating the hit. Omoe's breath quickened. There was no escape. Choji showed he could only bounce in a straight line and was about to clash with the B-rank lightning technique, specializing in piercing through defenses, head-on. Got ya! Omoe rejoiced, his lips curving into an expectant smirk. Choji and the false darkness technique neared each other and were about to collide. When Choji seemingly bounced against the air underneath him and completely changing the trajectory of his flight. He was propelled upward, the false darkness technique harmlessly passing underneath him as he once again bounced against the air behind him, launching himself straight at the bewildered Omoe, who stared at him with his jaw hanging wide open. Omoe's eyes widened even further as he realized he was in danger. He barely managed to scramble into an uncontrolled body flicker, ending up doing somersaults on the ground a bit further from his previous position as the technique ended. But he let out a relieved breath. He managed to dodge at the last second. Pushing himself back on his feet, he helplessly watched as Choji's ball-like, massive body surprisingly didn't bounce back at him. Instead, it stayed slightly embedded in the ground after that last attack. For a moment, Omoe felt rays of hope filling him. Maybe his opponent ran out of chakra? Determination filled him and chased away his hopelessness as he gripped his sword tightly in preparation to strike the second Choji's highly defensible body deflated. Suddenly, Choji's body started spinning in place in resemblance to his meat tank technique, and Omoe's determined look froze on his face, transforming into an incredulous grimace. "You got to be shitting me," he involuntarily whispered, fright seeping into his eyes as the spinning ball of doom started releasing screeching sounds from its friction against the ground underneath it. Then, it sprang forth, rolling toward Omoe like a tank. Realizing the threat, Omoe didn't hesitate to turn around and run as fast as his legs could carry him. The rolling ball was gaining on him, and even if he turned or changed direction, it actually followed him. This was ridiculous. It was not fair. How was he supposed to fight this? Omoe jumped and landed with his feet on the wall of the arena, running on it, hoping that Choji wouldn't be able to follow, only for his hopes to be dashed when Choji simply started rolling on the wall as if it were the ground. Omoe jumped down, landing in a crouch and rolling with the momentum back to his feet. But Choji, still madly spinning, bounced against the wall and changed his trajectory to fly straight at him. Omoe's eyes bulged out, and he started running all around the arena, followed by Choji's wrecking ball of doom no jutsu while screaming like a little girl. "No! Stop! I give up, you freak! You hear me? I give up. I'll happily marry a chubby Akimichi girl. Just stop chasing me. Ah!" Unfortunately for him, if there was one issue with the technique Ino helped Choji develop, it was that, in this state, he perceived the world via chakra, and thus, he could not hear Omoe's surrender. Chapter 169, Naruto vs. Shikamaru. After a while, the proctor finally managed to stop Choji from trying to roll over Omoe, who, by then, was gasping for breath as Choji gave him a shy, apologetic smile when he was told he had won. The next match was quickly declared, calling Naruto and Shikamaru into the arena. "Let's go! I am going to kick ass!" Naruto exclaimed with a massive grin and instantly jumped over the railing of the contestant booth, entering the arena that way. He landed in a crouch but quickly bounced back to his feet, walking to the pre-assigned starting position and almost shivering in anticipation while waiting for Shikamaru to arrive. He was simply far too excited and eager to show everybody what he was made of to stay still. Everybody was going to see that Naruto Uzumaki was an awesome ninja today. Databao. The minutes slowly passed, and even Naruto's big, bright grin started to be affected as it dimmed and started to turn strained when, 4 minutes later, Shikamaru was still nowhere to be seen. The audience was growing restless, and even the proctor frowned. "Shikamaru Nara, you are needed in the arena for your match. If you don't show in the next 3 minutes, you shall be disqualified," the proctor loudly announced, and thanks to the sound-amplifying seals, his voice spread throughout the entire arena. Naturally, Shikamaru showed up only when the last minute was almost up, and both the audience and Naruto were very nearly seething. He lazily shuffled into the arena through the door with his usual, slow Nara-esque slumped gait, opening his mouth wide for a yawn while his hands were too preoccupied being stuck in the pockets of his pants. Giving the proctor a half-annoyed, half-sleepy look, Shikamaru gave a small, barely apologetic shrug. "Sorry, man. I was asleep." He sighed as he turned to Naruto with his usual, "This is too troublesome and I don't want to be here" expression. Do we have to fight, Naruto? Can't you just resign?" he asked, sounding a bit hopeful that he might get to slack off. But from his bored expression, it was obvious he didn't hold out that much hope for this to happen. "Of course, we have to fight, Shikamaru. How else could we show everybody how amazing we are?" Naruto vehemently protested, not liking the suggestion at all. But he didn't take it to heart. He knew how Shikamaru was. It was a miracle the dude managed to walk into the arena. Thinking that, Naruto's excitement lessened as he realized this might not be the awesome match he desired. He was not sure how much he could show off against Shikamaru. Hell, the man might just resign the second the match starts. He certainly loved doing that in the academy. Naruto inwardly groaned. Just his luck to get him as an opponent. What a pain in the ass. Shikamaru groaned. Well, it was worth a shot. His shoulders slumped even more before he shook his head in reluctant acceptance of his circumstances. "Say, Naruto," he asked and raised his head to look the blonde menace straight in the eyes. He hesitated for a moment, not sure if he was going to regret his next words, but for the sake of his peaceful and lazy victory, he decided to continue. "We have known each other since the beginning of the academy." Shikamaru trailed off for a bit, and Naruto gave him a curious look before he looked as if a light bulb went off in his head. "Yeah? I am not going to go easy on you just because of that, Shika." He deadpanned, shaking his head. "That's not what I mean." Shikamaru rolled his eyes. "No hard feelings, no matter how this match turns out, yeah? Can we agree to that?" "Oh! Sure." Hearing that, Naruto instantly nodded and gave Shikamaru a happy grin. Shikamaru was not really his friend. More like a casual acquaintance. But it would have still been sad for Naruto if the result of the match estranged them. This suited him just fine. "No matter the means we use, alright?" Shikamaru tried to reaffirm, and Naruto decided to tease him a bit. "Are you sure? If we agree to that, I can just pull the Konoha Prankster King from Hell Parade on you." His grin widened and turned foxy in anticipation. Shikamaru grimaced, but nevertheless, he reluctantly nodded. "Don't forget it. You gave me your word. And I never go back on my word." Naruto boisterously finished for Shikamaru and gave him a thumbs up. "Believe it!" "Well," Shikamaru drawled with a small smirk, "that's not always a good thing, but I guess it is at least something, considering you are neither smart," he gave Naruto a lazy, slow, and painfully obvious once-over, nor good-looking. "Oi! I am plenty smart and good-looking, you lazy bastard. Stop daydreaming." Naruto showed an offended expression. "Really? In that orange get-up?" Shikamaru gave him a doubtful look. "According to whom? Are they color-blind?" he asked in a tone that made it clear he was very curious about this. "Karen. And her sight is perfectly fine, just so you know," Naruto exclaimed and gave Shikamaru a small glare, daring him to protest further. But Shikamaru only widened his eyes for a moment before his expression returned to its perpetually lazy state, and he let out a small, amused chuckle. "She calls you handsome, doesn't she?" he asked, giving Naruto a look full of pity. "You bet." But the look went over Naruto's head, and he only proudly puffed up his chest, remembering all the times when his girlfriend called him that. "Naruto." Giving the boy an unimpressed look, Shikamaru rubbed the bridge of his nose with a small, exasperated groan. "That's not a compliment." Seeing his reaction, Naruto's brows furrowed, making him frown. That was not the reaction he anticipated from Shikamaru. "Let me explain to you something simple." Shikamaru slowly started. "When two people have sex, Naruto's expression instantly turned beet red, but Shikamaru paid it no mind. It is called twosome. When 3 people have sex, it is a threesome. He lazily grinned. But with you, I am not really surprised that you are called handsome. Naruto blinked. The proctor's lips curved up. And then the audience got it before bursting into roaring laughter. Naruto also understood the meaning, and his face flushed in fury. Hey! Shut up! I and Karen have sex often enough. He screamed without thinking, only for the laughter coming from the audience to increase. Realizing what he had just admitted, Naruto's infuriation only increased, but now his red face was also because he was downright embarrassed. Somebody had to take pity on you. Shikamaru shrugged in an unbothered manner, practically screaming with his body language that he didn't believe Naruto. That was the last straw. Naruto gritted his teeth. You bastard. Seeing red, he rushed at Shikamaru, his fist prepared to swing. Only for the proctor to body flicker into his path, blocking it. Uzumaki returned to the starting position. The match hasn't started yet. He casually reminded the boy. For a second, it looked as if Naruto was going to stay defiant, but then he threw Shikamaru a stink eye and obediently turned around with a huff, walking back to where he stood a moment ago with a massive scowl adorning his face. Man, you are fast. Shikamaru admitted with a bit of admiration in his tone. And despite the situation, Naruto couldn't help but grin a bit at the praise. But he was still angry at Shikamaru, so he tried to stifle it and give him a glare instead. Nevertheless, Shikamaru noticed. His lips twitching in amusement, he continued, I guess being chased by wit for your whole life was a good training for you. Even if you were always faster than it. Shikamaru chuckled. It took a moment, but the dying laughter from the audience slowly reignited as the people started to get the meaning of Shikamaru's words. And even if Naruto didn't instantly get it, he understood from the audience's reaction that he was insulted. Then, he figured out what Shikamaru meant, and his eyes twitched. Highly annoyed at being called stupid, Naruto turned toward the proctor and pointed at him. You! Start the match already. I am going to beat him so badly that his mom won't recognize him. He angrily shouted, knowing full well that in a battle of words, he had no advantage. Not against Shikamaru. That would be the day. Shikamaru quietly muttered under his nose, but because of the seals, everybody heard his remark, and the audience laughed once again. With his lips twitching in amusement, the proctor nodded. He looked toward Shikamaru, who shrugged, showing he didn't mind. Since both contestants are ready. He raised his arm into the air, and Naruto turned back toward Shikamaru, getting ready to rush him. He could already see it. He was going to pummel him well, he was going to think of something later. He was too angry to think straight right now. Let the match begin. The proctor shouted and jumped back. Feeling the rush of adrenaline, Naruto sprang forth. Except, no, he didn't. Freezing in a place the second the match started, he tried to force his body to move, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't budge even an inch. What the hell is going on? He screamed, half in panic. Shikamaru snickered. Leaving the opponents able to talk was a strategic thing. Not to mention, it was funny. It was a Nara thing. Let me show you. Shikamaru said and inclined his head down. Naruto's body mimicked his movement, and he also looked down, only for his eyes to widen when he noticed the small hole in the ground between his legs from where a thin tendril of shadow stretched, connecting to his feet. His mouth opening and closing in disbelief, Naruto's body once again mimicked Shikamaru's, and his hand reached into his kunai pouch, pulling one out. Conveniently, and fully deliberately, Shikamaru and the other Naras usually did not wear their pouches in the same position as most ninjas unless a plan required it, so even though he did the same motions, Shikamaru was only grasping air. Bringing his hand toward his neck, Naruto put the sharp blade of the kunai to his throat with a bewildered expression. Seeing that, the proctor sighed in exasperation. Winner, Shikamaru Nara, he declared, giving Shikamaru a look that screamed, seriously, kid? He realized that all that trash talk was just a setup for this. "Couldn't you at least pretend to fight for a bit?" he asked, annoyed. "How do you expect to earn a promotion like this?" But Shikamaru just gave him a lazy grin back. "If I had to move or pull my hands from my pockets, it would have been troublesome." He nonchalantly shrugged. Besides, drilling through the earth with only his shadows was a very hard thing. He might not look like it, but it took him considerable effort. With the end of the shadow possession, Naruto fell on his butt, still in a small shock. But he was slowly recovering. Suddenly, he snapped back into reality and jumped back on his feet, pointing at Shikamaru with an indignant expression. "You cheated!" he exclaimed. "No, I didn't." Shikamaru smirked. "No, he didn't," the proctor said at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Shikamaru decided to let the proctor explain. Less effort for him that way. But the match hadn't started, and he was already doing something. Naruto protested. When he rushed at Shikamaru, he was stopped, but using a technique was fine? What a load of crap. Was that still fair? Attacking your opponent before the match starts is forbidden. Preparing the battlefield, however, is not. The proctor explained. "Seriously, kid, we gave you the rulebook. Did you not read it?" Naruto's expression said it all, and the proctor's eye twitched. He indeed did not bother reading it. Shikamaru, looking at the clouds, chuckled. "Naruto," he said, getting the sullen blonde's attention. "No hard feelings." He reminded him, making the scowl on Naruto's face bigger, but the boy reluctantly nodded in agreement. Shikamaru did feel a bit bad. He knew how much Naruto wanted to show off to the crowd, and his strategy pretty much took that away from him. But life was not fair. If it were, he wouldn't have to deal with Ino. And since he couldn't take his frustration out on one blonde, messing with this one would suffice for now. "I am going back to sleep." With that, Shikamaru flickered away from the arena. In the end, all went according to his plan. Now he could finally go hug his pillow. Chapter 170, Chapter 170 Ino and Hinata's bet. "That absolute bastard!" Ino exclaimed, seething so much that even the Shikamaru down there subconsciously shivered as he was leaving the arena. Her hands clutched the railing so tightly that she left small indents in the shape of her fingers behind. Only when the metal started creaking did Ino realize what she was doing and control her grip. "I guess this means I win the competition between us," Hinata mirthfully said, covering her light smile with her hand as small giggles burst out of her after seeing Ino nearly growl. "I guess," Ino muttered in a tone full of unwillingness and with a stormy expression. She was pissed beyond belief at Shikamaru. For the past month, she had spent 3 to 4 hours of her life training him and Choji. Every single day she could have spent it with Rin. Sex, dates, cuddling, or even just being in one room together, doing their own things. It would have been enjoyable. But Ino put that to the side and decided to help her teammates. In her humble opinion, the fact that her help was unwanted was a trivial thing. She had helped Choji with his bouncing techniques. She had helped him figure out how to navigate and steer better in his me-tank technique. Her training had made him truly dangerous. And Choji, bless his heart, was a simple boy. He was thankful for it. And he had shown he could be a good frontal assault ninja during today's Chunin exams. But it was Shikamaru whom Ino had put her bets on. It was Shikamaru who was supposed to beat Shino's performance. It was Shikamaru who was supposed to help her win the competition with Hinata. And the bastard knew it. She had told him. This was no doubt some sort of sick Nara-esque revenge on her for waking him early in the morning and then pushing him to train for hours. Ino's eyes darkened. But the boy miscalculated. Oh, how he miscalculated. If he thought she was going to leave it like this, he was a fool. "Sure, come are you? So, you hate being woken up in the morning, right? You love to sleep, right? Just you wait." I am going to stack so many mental debuffs on you that you shall turn into an insomniac for this. Ino let out a small growl through her gritted teeth. She had helped him practice and refine a magnificent taijutsu style that mixed close-quarters combat with his shadow possession techniques. Such a thing was nearly unbeatable for your everyday Chunin-level ninjas. His skill with shadow manipulation increased, and through a lot of exercise and sparring, she had bullied him into getting very good at throwing hands. Usually, the Naras didn't even dream of going this route because their shadow manipulation techniques required a massive amount of focus. And fighting with taijutsu meant their focus could easily be interrupted. Ino came up with a small mental technique that split the thought processes into two streams, and one could focus on taijutsu while the other could do the necessary mental mumbo-jumbo for the shadow possession. It was an invaluable thing. Even Rin and Hinata praised her for it and tried to learn it. All she wanted in return from Shikamaru was a good show. A proper fight where he would do a performance worthy of her training. Yes. He has shown he is an exceptionally capable and dangerous ninja. But he did it in such an underwhelming style that even Ino would say that insisting that his performance was better than Shino's would be simply shameless. Say it. Hinata suddenly spoke in a teasing way and bumped Ino with her elbow. Ino pursed her lips, lowering her head to hide her horrified expression. She had totally forgotten but dash. Go on. You promised, didn't you? Hinata giggled in schadenfreude, her smiling eyes squinting so hard that they turned into a crescent shape. Ino let out a small whimper. She did boast that she would say something if she lost. But... That was only because there was supposed to be no way for her to lose. Hinata did not train Shino. She spent nearly 100 hours training her boys this past month. This was not supposed to happen. Ino glanced with the corner of her eye at Hinata, finding that she was expectantly grinning at her like a fox, waiting for her to deliver on her words. Her face scrunched in heavy displeasure. Sister Hinata. Ino slowly started, her tone betraying her immense reluctance. You are truly the better trainer and the most awesome kunoichi between the two of us. I bow before your superior abilities. Ino gritted out. Are you? How come I am not seeing it? Hinata sent Ino a teasing message through the telepathy seal, and Ino's fury flared. Don't push your luck. Ino mentally bit back so strongly that it could have been classified as a mental attack, but Hinata just playfully mentally swatted it away and sent Ino the impression of a casual shrug. Can't blame a girl for trying. Hinata mentally smirked. Outwardly, however, Hinata leaned closer and gave Ino a meaningful look, and... she led on. And... Ino took a deep, shaky breath. Yes? Hinata gleefully pressed on. Fine. I lost. Ino loudly exclaimed, her tone full of exasperation as she threw Hinata a glare before continuing quietly, you can have 3 nights alone with Rin. Have fun fucking, you insufferable bitch. She muttered with an unhappy huff. Hinata happily nodded in acknowledgement, not minding Ino's cursing. She didn't care about the competition. She didn't make a bet with Ino. It was Ino who had a big mouth that wrote checks she was unwilling to pay. Hinata was simply a great friend who pushed Ino to pay them according to her previous boasting, now that she had lost. And it felt so great. I hope you choke on it. Ino's dry, mental voice resounded in Hinata's mind, making the Hyuga girl smile sweetly. Don't worry. I will, as you put it, have fun fucking, my dunderhead blonde bimbo. Hinata patted Ino's shoulder with a low-key smug expression that was veiled in a deceptive humbleness. Ino's eye twitched. Oh, don't you worry. Hinata's victorious and playful mental voice appeared in Ino's mind. I will be happily choking, all right. Stay humbled in the corner, accompanied by your jealousy as you listen to it, bimbo. Hearing Ino's mental gasp was a delight to Hinata's ears, and it made her day. She glanced at her silently seething blonde bimbo, and her small smile widened into a small grin when she noticed Ino was restraining herself from making a scene outside their minds. As for the mental swearing avalanche that Ino heaped on her, Hinata didn't mind. She weathered it like a soft breeze. It really was not any different from the time she had beaten Ino during a spar, making her angry. Ino's bad mood shall pass. Hinata only wanted to get as much enjoyment from it as she could while it lasted. Honestly, she inwardly rolled her eyes. Even her winnings of 3 nights alone with Rin did not matter. It wasn't as if Rin agreed on their bet. And if she knew Ino, and she did know her very well, the blonde was going to shamelessly come, naked and hips swaying, and wedge herself into these nights alone during the very first opportunity with a smile on her face. If only to be petty and vindictive, sore loser. But Hinata did not mind. This was just a small, sisterly bickering between them. She even came to enjoy verbally sniping at each other. It certainly was something she could not experience with Hanabi. "Oh, stop sulking already," Hinata easily said, nudging Ino. "Both of your teammates did great. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You trained them well," she sincerely admitted, visibly improving Ino's mood. Flattered, Ino hummed. But she was not going to show how satisfied that acknowledgement made her. "No way!" She cleared her throat and pushed down the blush creeping on her cheeks. "I guess they were passable," she admitted with a small nod, feeling very pleased. "You reduced the flaws in Choji's fighting style and made him into a truly dangerous melee fighter," Hinata continued, knowing exactly what to say to make Ino feel good. And she was not lying. Helping the Akimichi learn how to maneuver with such versatility in his meat tank state, even giving him that bounciness, which practically increased his defenses manifold. It was nothing short of exceptional. Ino had single-handedly outdone their Jonin instructor and their clans, and she had done it in one single month. That was the simple truth, and Hinata was not going to try to take that achievement from Ino. Unfortunately, a frontal fighter is all Choji will ever be. He lacked the mental flexibility to be anything else. This was not a bad thing. But it pretty much made it impossible for him to win their little personal contest. Which was why Ino put all her bets on Shikamaru. Even Shikamaru had shown that he was exceptional. So, don't be sad. Be happy for your teammates, Ino, Hinata continued. Frankly, she had no idea how to praise Shikamaru's performance without making Ino angrier, so she had decided to steer away from discussing it. To be fair, as a ninja, Shikamaru did better than Shino, in Hinata's opinion. He failed to show that he was a good combatant, letting Shino win, but his performance was exactly what these Chunin exams were made for. There were many small intentional loopholes in the rules. And the rule book was given to the contestants to find these loopholes. For example, Naruto could have easily flooded the arena with his shadow clones before the match started, giving the proctor and his opponent a smug, clever smile, just daring them to say something. And it would have been allowed. Sure, the audience would call him a cheater. It would make people disdain him. And even ninjas would deadpan at him for being so blatant about it. But according to the rules, it was fair play. He should have recognized that. Filling the arena with traps? Allowed. Filling it with pranks? Allowed. Bringing thousands of bugs and hiding them in the crowns of the trees as Shino had done? Allowed. Casting techniques before the match even started? Also allowed as long as it does not affect the opponent. The caveat being that it should really be sneaky. Being blatant about it would do the contestant no good. Ninjas were supposed to be subtle. Doing it subtly would show potential in their profession. Doing it blatantly would show you are an idiot. Naruto could have easily sent a clone to the arena while his real body could have been hidden underground underneath Shikamaru's feet, jumping him the second the proctor started the match. And that, too, would have been allowed. Even praised. Cheating was not only expected. It was subtly encouraged. Being a good combatant was great. But there was more to being a ninja. Winning because you are stronger is fine. But winning because you are smarter and sneakier? That's exactly what the judges are looking for. That kind of talent has the potential to confront a stronger foe and not necessarily lose. Shikamaru's decisiveness was also spot on. It was something Ino should be praised for, but Hinata deliberately refrained from it to not give the blonde bimbo a big head. She knew Ino beat the mindset of ended before it starts into Shikamaru. It took blood and tears, his blood and tears, but he had clearly learned it well. And sure, Naruto-kun was a strong ninja, Hinata inwardly admitted. He could have broken the shadow possession jutsu if given enough time. He could have done it easily, too. His chakra was extremely potent. Shikamaru got much better with Ino's training, but he still could not properly compete with the density of Naruto's chakra. Hinata's Byakugan could see that as plain as day. Shikamaru would eventually lose the war of tug between their chakra. So, Shikamaru simply did not give Naruto the necessary time. While he was still shocked from being caught, he put that knife to his neck. Somebody might think the proctor called the match too early. What if Naruto in the arena was a clone, right? But he wasn't. Hinata's Byakugan might not be able to distinguish between the real Naruto and a shadow clone, but such a thing didn't matter when there is only one chakra signature. The same could be said about the proctor, who was certainly a sensor ninja himself. He knew, so he called it. Naruto lost the second he let Shikamaru put a kunai to his throat. It didn't even matter that he was a Jinchuriki, and the proctor knew it. These matches are meant to simulate real combat in a semi-safe way. A knife put to the neck here? That signified a knife inside the neck in real combat. Nobody should ever get close enough to do that. Even for a moment. Naruto was tough. He was resourceful. He might have gotten out of that situation. He might have struggled and eventually won. But, so what? In a real situation? His throat would have been slit right there. He had lost. No ifs or buts. The proctor could not give Naruto preferential treatment just because he was a boisterous boy who would not quit even when he had a kunai pressed against his neck. Acknowledging all these points, Hinata gently shook her head, feeling a bit bad for Naruto. He was so happy to be in the finals. She let out a small sigh for his sake. Sadly, Hinata did not have the time to go and cheer him up with a few words. After all, her white eyes locked with Ino's blue ones, her match with Ino was next. Chapter 171, Ino vs Hinata 1. The proctor swiftly declared the next match, calling Ino and Hinata into the arena. The two of them stopped talking and exchanged a quick glance, before they silently disappeared from their positions, startling the other contestants who didn't even get a glimpse of them moving. By the time they whipped their heads back to the arena, the two girls were standing in the prearranged starting positions, silently staring at each other with blank, serious expressions. Only their eyes betrayed the eagerness they both felt. Ino was lightly gripping her sword that appeared in her hand out of nowhere, no smoke or chakra fluctuation at all. While Hinata was simpler, not holding any obvious weapon, her hands hidden in her long sleeves. She looked like a gentle, noble girl having leisure time. Neither intended to hold back. Sort of. They have discussed this fight at length at home. With the upcoming invasion, they had almost decided to simply forfeit, saving their strength for the real fight. After all, these Chunin exams were not really all that important to them. The problem was, they knew these exams were going to happen for almost a year now. They knew they were going to clash here. And they even made a promise to hide their prowess until then. This was supposed to be the time when they finally stopped hiding. The time when they could proudly display their progress, and beat each other up in front of an audience. They trained hard for it. They never revealed all their tricks during their spars with each other because of this. They created their own techniques and strategies based on what they knew of each other's prowess. They had put hundreds, thousands of hours of effort, and they were supposed to give it all up because some uppity fool from Suna, and some snake-faced pedophile from Odo wanted to stage an invasion of Konoha due to their inferiority complexes and incompetence? Fuck that. Fuck them. Fuck this. They shared that sentiment with Ren. Calmly. Patiently. Very reasonably. No. They were not whining. Well, Hinata would say that Ino was most definitely whining like a child who was refused her most desired candy. No. They were not throwing a pity party. Well, Ino would say that Hinata most definitely had that, oh, woe is me. Pity me air around her when they talked about this issue. No. They were not throwing a tantrum. Rin could confirm it. Except, he had to actually live through the experience of these two females pouring all their complaints on the poor him, and his mother, from a different life, always taught him that lying was bad, so. Ahem. After a very level-headed debate, followed by a whole lot of cuddling and comforting by Rin, they came to a simple solution. They were going to fight anyway. But it wouldn't be smart to show all their cards right before the invasion started. Rin didn't want them to fight anybody even remotely S-ranked, but he was a realist and knew it might happen. The butterfly effects were clearly brutal to him so far. Hence, they agreed that Hinata was going to refrain from using any sort of lightning release while Ino was going to hold back her Yamanaka techniques. These were the two specializations each of the two girls was most proficient in. Rin was trying to put them in a situation where, oh, you thought that was it? You haven't even seen my final form yet, was fully applicable for them once the invasion started. For their own safety. What could he say? He was worried for them. This might not seem fair. Restricting all techniques from Hinata's main elemental affinity, the only elemental affinity she really focused on during her training, seemed beyond harsh. But it evened out. Hinata might have attained a massive resistance to Ino's mental attacks and could no-sell her Ine clones during their joint training and spars with deceptive ease. She could shrug off the attempts at possession, too, without even flinching. But resistance or not, fighting somebody who can relentlessly batter your mind with unceasing, staggering mental attacks one after another was never pleasant. She had won all of the spars between herself and Ino so far. But once Ino got a better handle on her Yamanaka techniques, there was not one battle where Hinata came out of fighting the vicious blonde bimbo without a raging, pounding headache and deep desire to simply lie down, curl into a ball, and fall asleep while whimpering. Having Ino's mental techniques restricted was a huge relief for her. So, she accepted the terms even if it meant her strongest techniques may as well have been deleted out of existence for this match. Proctor-san, please start the match. We are not going to banter. Hinata demurely said, causing the proctor to raise his eyebrow at her before he turned toward Ino, who nodded in agreement. Shrugging in an whatever. Not my problem, kind of way, he walked in between them and raised his arm. Since there was no verbal show for the audience, they might as well just get to the blood sport itself. The match begins. The last syllable barely left his mouth, and Ino dashed toward Hinata while Hinata started off by instantly throwing 10 needles at her, almost nailing the proctor, who just barely managed to jump out of the way, stumbling in the process. Halfway through her dash, the flying needles and Ino met. In a masterful show of acrobatics, Ino jumped and rolled in the air over most of them, deflecting 3 that would hit her anyway with her sword in one fluid motion. Landing on her feet, Ino's knees buckled in preparation to propel her forward again and continue her dash, only to find 20 more needles almost upon her. Her pupils constricted as she realized this was Hinata's shadow needle technique, where she hid the next volley of needles in the shadows of the previously thrown one. Ino's footing shifted, and she was about to get more space by jumping back, only for the needles she had jumped over to abruptly change their trajectory and come back at her from behind. From the corner of her eye, Ino noticed thin, barely visible chakra threads going around her and realized they were connecting with the fingers of Hinata's left hand. The needles were coming at her from all sides, even the 3 previously deflected ones were now falling at her from above, covering that escape route. Clicking her tongue, Ino decided to show off early. The pointing and middle fingers of her free hand straightened into a hand seal. Just as the needles were about to land, a sudden blast of highly pressurized air burst out of the surface of her body, pushing everything away from her and deflecting the flying needles at high speed just as they were going to. Several dozen loud booming sounds resounded in the arena, all eventually molding into one roaring explosion as the exploding seals on the deflected needles went off, causing the ensuing shockwaves to make a few unbound strands of her hair sway despite the last remnants of her highly pressurized wind shield still partly covering her. Ino's eye twitched. Something she knew Hinata could see even through Ino being visually covered by the explosions. If she weren't fighting a Hyuga, she would have tried to use that visual cover and instantly pressed her attack. Alas, Hinata had Byakugan, so that strategy was way less effective. Instead, Ino smirked and straightened as the explosions slowly cleared up. The Yamanaka techniques might be restricted, but basic psychology was not. Seeing Hinata's eyes narrowed in displeasure at what was a clear imitation of her original technique, Heavenly Wall, done with wind chakra instead, Ino proudly raised her nose up in the air. Heh. You didn't think you were the only one with an ultimate defense technique, did you? She gave Hinata a provocative grin. She had raised her nose so far up in the air that her eyes left Hinata, something that made the Hyuga girl mightily pissed off because, as a ninja, she should have attacked the second her opponent's attention was no longer on her. The judges and experienced ninjas were going to notice this, and her inaction would be noted against her. But she couldn't attack. Ino was an extremely good sensor ninja. Her eyes were not that important to her during a fight. Hinata's lips twitched. The bimbo, she was clearly baiting her. One breath after Ino's question passed, and she abruptly flew into a whirlwind of action, going from 0 to 100 in a second as she dashed again toward Hinata. Any experienced ninja knew the best way to utilize trash talk was to say something that could impact their opponent, wait a moment for them to register the words, and attack while their mind was still distracted processing them. Unfortunately, Hinata knew this, too. Another needle flying directly at her interrupted Ino's dash. Feeling the chakra imbued in that needle, Ino determined that this one was primed to explode quickly, and she wouldn't have enough time to deflect it or jump over it. Inwardly groaning, Ino opted to evade to the side and reinforced her body with the chakra just as the needle came near her previous position and exploded. The resulting shockwave hit Ino, and she rode it, using it to push herself forward, only for another exploding needle already come at her. And another. And another. Hinata was throwing them one after another, not all aimed directly at Ino. Many of them were thrown to cut off her escape routes. But Ino was quick on her feet, and since there were no needles behind her, she reluctantly retreated that way, only increasing her distance from Hinata. Freaking long-range specialist. Ino cursed in her mind as she evaded the unceasing onslaught of explosions followed by small, metallic shrapnel from broken needles. The speed at which Hinata was throwing and Ino was evading caused the audience to quickly go silent, staring in horror at the abruptly erupting orange, fiery balls and the two girls whose movements were a blur to a vast majority of the spectators. Realizing that she could not get closer without using her wind techniques, Ino pouted. She wanted to flex on Hinata, damn it. With an unhappy sigh, her sword shimmered as it was sheathed in a highly concentrated coating of extremely sharp wind chakra. Ino stopped running. Slashing at the closest needle that neared her, just as it exploded, Ino bisected the explosion, pushing it and the shockwave away from her body as she dashed forward, this time with a determined expression, no longer playing around. Needle after needle, explosion after explosion came at her. Hinata no longer threw needles to cut off her escape routes. She now simply peppered Ino directly, changing the explosion timings, aiming at feet, hands, and hips, throwing at spots that were very awkward to defend with a sword while also retreating back to not make closing the distance easy. But Ino simply and fluidly cut through every explosion and deflected all needles that were primed to explode too late, her sword not stopping even for a moment as she rushed straight at Hinata. The first 15 seconds of the match were over. Half of the ground of the arena was littered with small craters and cracks due to Hinata's high-speed exploding needles that made even some experienced jonin in the audience have cold sweat because they were sure they would have been killed by now if they were in Ino's place. And Ino finally closed the distance between her and Hinata. Triumphantly swinging her sword, the audience collectively held their breath as the long-range specialist had clearly nowhere to run now. Only for a faint, blue covering of chakra to appear around Hinata's dainty hand, and with a loud thump, Ino's chakra-coated blade was stopped by Hinata's finger. Ino's eyes bulged out in disbelief, her jaw slightly dropping. Hinata gently smiled with amusement written in her eyes. Pulsing more chakra out of the tenketsu on her hand, Hinata pushed the wind-coated blade back, forcefully deflecting it to the side and causing the shocked Ino to take a step back. Heh. Hinata slowly chuckled, raising her eyebrow at Ino with an innocent smile. You didn't think I wouldn't improve my ultimate defense technique, did you? Chapter 172, Ino vs. Hinata 2. Hearing her own remark be thrown back in her face, Ino's expression darkened. She decided that there was nothing to it. If she wanted to understand how the bitch was doing it, she had to observe the technique a few more times. Springing forward, Ino brandished her wind-coated sword and slashed at Hinata again, only for Hinata to deflect it with her bare, faintly blue-glowing hand. But Ino was not deterred. She swung again. Ino's sword in Hinata's hands became a blur to the audience as a dull thumping noise resounded throughout the surroundings every time the sword met the hand. The sounds slowly merged into an unceasing symphony of thuds as the girls exchanged several dozen blows at a speed normal civilians had no hope of following, all seemingly blurring into one seamless motion. Neither girl faltered nor retreated as the ground beneath them slowly started to crack more and more with each blow. But both girls were stubborn. Ino wanted to push through while Hinata would be damned before letting Ino push her back. The more Ino slashed her sword, the more she observed Hinata's new technique, and she realized that the bitch's fingers never truly touched the shredding wind chakra wrapped around her blade. No! Hinata was pulsing her chakra and pushing her sword away before it could come into proper contact with her hand. It reminded Ino of her heavenly wall technique, and a small smirk formed on the corner of her lips as she had gotten an idea. Only 10 seconds had passed since they started exchanging blows, yet, as she swung her sword for the 65th time, Ino suddenly pushed more chakra into her blade and subtly shifted her footing. Hinata's hand, as usual, struck the sword like a snake, exerting a lot of force on it. But this time, Ino didn't let it be deflected. She put her weight behind it, both her hands gripping the handle as she stabilized the sword, pressing forward with a loud, ha. Hinata, however, had Byakugan. And she noticed instantly when Ino started feeding her chakra to her blade. If she were not prepared, this would have probably broken her guard. But she was prepared, and the faint blue glow around her hands intensified. Chakra-coated hands pressed against the wind-coated sword, both vying for supremacy as they came to a halt, unable to push through. You've managed to minimize your heavenly wall and stabilize it around your hand. Ino grunted out, a bead of sweat flowing down her temple from the effort she was exerting. Yet, her voice contained an undeniable trace of awe. She knew how hard such a feat would have been. The heavenly wall needed all tenketsu of the body to be used. Minimizing that to only the tenketsu on the hand? A good comparison would be a lightning user creating the lightning armor from scratch and with no instructions, just because they are both based on lightning release. Ino wryly smiled in her head. Now with this technique, the bitch had perfect offense and perfect defense in her hands. And it was so unfair. She usually had to dodge her sword swings or use the heavenly wall. Neat, isn't it? Hinata calmly replied, looking Ino in the eyes. But that calm was forced, and her expression showed a hint of strain as the muscles of her arms shook. Only the fact that Ino's arms were shaking just the same brought her the determination to hold on. I call it Heavenly Shield. It takes around 1/100th of the energy necessary for the heavenly wall. Ino's eye twitched at that. If she wasn't lying, that meant she could use it for hours with no problem. Feeling her own slowly dwindling chakra reserves, Ino's expression became grave. She realized she wasn't going to win in the battle of endurance. Knowing each other rather well, both girls realized that something had changed. And as if rehearsed, they reacted at the same time. Hinata flooded her body and mainly her arms with unbelievably refined, layered, and very precise chakra enhancements, gaining a monumental increase in her physical prowess. Ino created torrents of wind chakra with a thought, infusing it into her body, causing it to become incredibly light and gain a sharp increase in agility and speed, while her other physical attributes were also enhanced to a lesser degree. Hinata's chakra burst from her hands as she used her newfound strength to boldly press against the sword. Ino's chakra intensified around the blade and burst forth, impacting the hands. Both girls were forced to take over a dozen steps back as the momentum of their attacks clashed. Their feet slid on the ground, eventually coming to a stop. But the calm didn't last even for a moment as Hinata quickly threw several needles at Ino. Ino swung her sword, sending a wind blade at the needles before vanishing from her place in a burst of speed. Hinata substituted with one needle, casually using Heavenly Shield to disperse the incoming wind blade as she kicked to the left. Ino blurred into existence as she was caught by the kick in the abdomen. She involuntarily spat out a bit of saliva and folded around Hinata's foot before her body was flung into the wall, where it created a small crater. Then, it dispersed into a puff of smoke, showing it was only a shadow clone. It served its purpose and bought some time for Ino, however. Two more shadow clones of Ino appeared out of nowhere, directly behind Hinata, in the imitation of the dance of the crescent moon that Gecko Hei taught her. Because of the distraction, Hinata was a bit late noticing them and was forced to use Heavenly Wall, pushing her chakra out of all her tenketsu, creating a pressure wave of chakra that stopped the blades short and smashed into the clones, instantly dispersing them. Yet, the Hyuga girl couldn't help but feel irritated at the unnecessary chakra expenditure. If she had noticed earlier, she could have just dodged. Unlike Hinata, Ino's attack did not cost too much chakra. She might have created 3 shadow clones, but they barely did anything other than swing their swords, so upon their dispersal, Ino got back 90% of her energy investment. For a double-layered distraction against Hinata, who had Byakugan. It was dirt cheap. Hinata's eyes suddenly widened as her head snapped to the right. The air several meters away shimmered, revealing grinning Ino, holding her sword above her head. The chakra around it no longer looked like a simple wind coating. Now, the energy was so green, thick, and seemed so solid. The hair on Hinata's neck stood. Getsuga Tensho! Ino giddily screamed as she swung her blade down. Hinata's pupils dilated. Realizing that she could not block this with her heavenly shield, nor did she have the time to use Heavenly Wall or Kaiten, she could only undignifiedly throw herself to the side as an unbelievably sharp, dark green energy wave barely missed her, only catching some of her hair and shredding it into microscopic pieces. The energy wave continued undisturbed throughout the whole arena, creating a deep trench in the ground on its way until it slammed and burrowed into the wall. The whole arena shook, and the audience, especially the people above where the energy wave struck the wall, started to panic in fear. The protective seals lit up on the wall and lasted only a second before they instantly turned bright red under the strain, cracks slowly appearing on the symbols. The Chunin, Jonin, and the Hokage paled. Even Orochimaru's breath briefly hitched as he realized what had just happened. If not for the protective seals, Ino's attack would most likely have continued straight through the wall, cleaving through several houses and streets with the energy it contained. These seals could easily contain anything A-ranked and below. That meant Ino's attack had the potency of an S-rank technique. And not an ordinary S-rank one either. Orochimaru gulped in intense interest while Hiruzen's hands slightly shook in worry. He almost instinctively barked in order to stop the match, only managing to bite his tongue at the last second, throwing a worried glance at the deep gash in the arena wall now that the energy had finally dispersed. The seals held. Barely. Very, very barely. Cold sweat poured down his back as he imagined what a disaster this could have turned into if they hadn't. How many people would have been butchered by that one attack? He took a shaky breath, deciding to have a good talk with the young Yamanaka after this was over. Raza, however, didn't show any reaction. He only blankly stared into the arena, his expression thoughtful. Inwardly, though, this whole invasion started to look like a supremely bad idea. But he could no longer put a stop to it. His expression turned serious as he glanced at Orochimaru for a moment. But then he controlled himself and turned his attention back to the match, his hands tightly gripping the handrests. Back in the arena, Ino felt amazing. If possible, she would have thrown several more Getsuga Tenshos at the bitch. Seeing her eat grass after throwing herself onto the ground was just so satisfying. Alas, the attack needed a few seconds of charging up, and Ino doubted Hinata was going to give her another opportunity to use it now that she knew about it. TSK. She really hoped to bisect her and end the match. This was Ino's trump card. With Hinata unable to use her lightning release, she had no way of stopping it other than dodging. Even her Hyuga techniques were not strong enough to fully no-sell it. And it was not like being bisected would kill her either. While she could not stop the attack fully, she could always protect her vital areas with her heavenly wall. That much was easily doable. Plus, as long as Hinata didn't die, she could heal herself back up to be combat ready within a few minutes. Even if she were sliced into several pieces. It might appear as if Ino tried to kill Hinata, but that wasn't really the case. Ino knew exactly how hard Hinata was to put down. There was a reason why she hadn't won even one spar against her so far. The girl was like a cockroach. Of course, she had to pull out her nuclear option. She might have given it a cool name like Getsuga Tensho, imitating that one carrot-headed dude from Ren's stories. But this self-developed technique was one of Ino's strongest. And she made it with the single purpose to counter Hinata's unreal cockroachness. But Ino threw a small, worried glance at the gash in the arena. She knew there were protective seals. Rin told her. It's why she felt it was okay to throw her Getsuga Tensho around. But she had clearly overestimated them. Ops. I think I am going to get scolded at home. Ino sheepishly thought as she realized she had almost caused a catastrophe. But it was not her fault. Rin created a training dome with similar protective seals back in their training area. And his seals were capable of fully absorbing all energy from her Getsuga Tensho. It left barely a scratch on the training dome after clashing with Ren's seals. So, how was she supposed to know that Konoha's barrier core seals were so inferior? Feeling exasperated, Ino threw an apologetic smile at the frightened proctor before quickly turning back to Hinata as the Hyuga girl hopped back on her feet. Alright, Ino-chan. Hinata took a deep breath, looking very irritated, but her voice remained soft. A massive surge of chakra burst out of her as her chakra pool directly decreased by a quarter, but only those with sensory abilities noticed. As to the naked eye, nothing changed. The chakra seeped back into Hinata's body, coating individual muscles, bones, tendons, and organs alike with such precision that even every single of her blood cells had their own chakra coating. Her chakra control and Byakugan allowed her unbelievable precision in layering her chakra to enhance her body. And Hinata had taken it to an unreasonable degree, only satisfied with perfection. Lightly flexing her ankle, the ground beneath her foot directly cracked in a radius of several meters as she narrowed her eyes at Ino. You want to play? A small smile appeared on Hinata's face. Okay. Let's play. Chapter 173, Ino vs. Hinata 3. Yash. Asuma. Kurinai. You have such youthful students. Your teaching prowess is unparalleled. Guy gave them a thumbs up followed by his trademark sparkling smile, but I shall surpass you. If I don't, I am going to do 5,000 laps around Konoha using only my nose. I will climb the Hokage monument with only my pinky fingers. And I shall drag my students into it so we can all grow stronger together. Ha 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 ha. Asuma's expression faltered, and a part of his mind gave a small prayer for the kids who were going to be tortured, but most of his attention was on the match going on in the arena. Despite his utmost focus, Hinata still blurred in his vision as she moved at speeds that made him feel pressured. He could barely follow her as she appeared near Ino and swung her fist. She wasn't even using her gentle fist anymore. She simply smashed her knuckles against the ground as she missed Ino, and the ground dented into a small crater. Asuma shuddered as his mind was reminded of Tsunade. Worse yet, if Hinata was a slight blur in his vision, then Ino, he didn't even notice when she moved. She was so fast that even his Jonin-level perception was having a hard time keeping up. Asuma glanced at Guy, noticing that the man didn't seem to have problems tracking either Hinata or Ino with his eyes, and that only made him feel worse. At least, Kurinai also looked like she wanted to be anywhere but here. I am sorry, Guy, but I don't think their prowess can be attributed to our teaching methods. Asuma dryly said with a deadpan expression, feeling like he truly needed a smoke right about now. Seriously. He didn't even understand how most of the wind-release techniques Ino had shown so far worked. Did he look like he could teach them to her? As for Kurinai? Did she look like a shining example of a taijutsu expert who had the know-how on how to train somebody into a second coming of Tsunade Senju? The prowess of these girls clearly had nothing to do with them. Ugh. Every teacher hopes that their students will surpass them. But this was too fast even for somebody as open-minded and lazy as he was. Pulling her fist back from the newly created crater, Hinata felt the displacement of the air behind her and stomped her foot down onto the ground at just the right angle to cause it to shatter and send debris shooting behind her at a lethal velocity. Ino had to abandon her slash and disappeared again in a burst of speed before the debris could make her into a Swiss cheese. Hinata blurred, giving chase to Ino, but she was not as fast without her lightning chakra enhancements. So, she used her exploding needles to steer and slow down Ino's movement as she forced her to dodge or deflect. Thanks to that, 2 seconds later, Hinata reached Ino as several explosions happened within the arena due to the dozen needles she had used. But Ino was prepared. The wind chakra around her sword shifted, her blade shimmering before it became invisible, leaving only the hilt in Ino's hand visible. Like a coiled snake, Ino's hand sprang forth, swinging the hilt at Hinata, whose eyes widened in alarm. She could see the chakra with her Byakugan, so the invisibility was not an insurmountable issue. But that was not normal vision. And Ino knew that. She had increased the volume of her chakra coating, making the invisible sword look like some sort of bloated club in Hinata's chakra vision. Telling where the actual blade was inside that club as Ino swung it was pure guesswork. Hinata had to start pulsing more chakra out of her hands and using her heavenly shield in a wider area to have any hope of catching the blade with it. The two started exchanging blows, not unlike previously. Except, this time they didn't stay stationary and blurred around the whole arena, smashing the ground, shattering the surface of the walls, and creating craters everywhere they went. The normal audience sat on the edge of their seats, watching in disbelief as they witnessed what high-end ninjas look like. They could not even see them as they moved. They could only perceive the loud noises of the surroundings being damaged and see the results as they happened. As for the girls themselves, they might catch a blurry figure here and there when they slowed down at times. But other than that, to most of them, this seemed like magic. Naturally, many could not raise their jaws from the floor. This was nothing like the genin kids they usually witnessed at the Chunin exams. Even the ninjas watched with bated breath, evaluating if they could even put up resistance against somebody that fast. Most Chunin had a gloomy look, while the Jonin also showed a trace of conflicted expression underneath their serious exterior. While Mato Guy shouted about youth, cheering on the two girls and shouting at them to go faster. Ino jumped back, evading yet another of Hinata's pulverizing punches, and she started feeling a bit tired. Pursing her lips, she decisively threw her sword into the air while controlling her hair to make her ponytail catch it as her hands joined in hand seals. "Dodge this for mommy!" Ino shouted at Hinata, who rushed at her in a straight line, vacuum shotgun. She spewed small balls of vacuum that flew in different directions in front of her, gaining size and intensity as they sucked in the chakra from the surroundings. Hinata's eyes widened, and she realized she could not just bulldoze her way through them. Not even with her durability and healing. More needles appeared in between her fingers, and she threw them at the enlarging balls. The second the needles met them, the whole arena rocked under the several earth-shattering vacuum explosions that sent dust into the air and made the wind sweep through the audience, causing them to clamor as their hair swayed, and many instinctively tried to cover their eyes. But Ino and Hinata didn't pay much attention to the explosions. Now that the path was free, Hinata pushed against the ground, cratering it as she jumped forward toward Ino. Ino sensed it and grinned. "If it is a catfight you want," she muttered under her nose, making the sound-amplifying cellas do their job and convey it to the audience. Channeling her wind chakra into her nails, she created wind claws just as Hinata was upon her. Hinata was forced to stop her punch and use Heavenly Shield as she noticed the sharp wind chakra nearing her hand as Ino swung her new claws. Heavenly Shield met the wind claws in the middle with a loud slapping sound, the resulting air wave instantly clearing up the dust that still covered the arena. Not that the audience was happy about it, as most of it ended on them. The sword versus hands turned into hands versus hands as the two girls exchanged more high-speed blows, creating intense air waves with every clash. Many spectators already regretted coming to see the matches as they were constantly airbrushed. But Hinata had it harder. The still invisible sword in Ino's ponytail was not for decoration, and from time to time, Ino swung it at Hinata, forcing her to duck or dodge. Slowly but surely, Ino started getting the advantage because of her superior speed. Narrowing her eyes, Hinata channeled a chakra scalpel into her hands as they were about to come into contact with Ino's. Like a scalded cat, Ino leapt back at the last moment, hissing at Hinata, who couldn't help but chuckle, smirking back at Ino. One thing was for sure. Ino was not going to engage in close-quarters hand-to-hand combat with her anymore. Hinata inwardly sighed. It was just a pity she hadn't fallen for that trick. Seeing the molding of chakra inside of Ino, Hinata realized what the bimbo was going to use next and didn't hesitate. Ino's next technique was more or less instantaneous. She started to mold the seals, and another, much faster, ball of vacuum flew at Hinata so quickly, evading was not an option. Vacuum Blitz! Ino gleefully sent the name of the technique to Hinata through the telepathy seal, attempting to distract her. But Hinata was already mid-spin as triple-layered Kaiten formed around her a split second before the vacuum ball crashed into it. The audience was instantly deafened as the noise akin to lightning striking near them flooded the arena. The ground around the Kaiten was instantly pushed away, creating a massive crater for a dozen meters. Everywhere but where Hinata was spinning. The shockwave from the vacuum blast and Kaiten meeting swept through the arena and caused a dome of chakra to form above it as the seals registered the need for it, shielding the audience from harm. Otherwise, many of them would no doubt suffer ruptured organs because of it. The vacuum and Kaiten battled only for 2 seconds, but it made the arena walls look like a spiderweb due to the following shockwaves cracking them in the process. Quickly enough, Hinata's Kaiten prevailed as the chakra from the vacuum technique was partly deflected into itself, causing it to collapse with one last booming explosion. Hinata stopped spinning, and instantly several shuriken flew in Ino's direction to prevent her from using the small window of vulnerability after Kaiten to her advantage. Rolling her eyes, Ino casually flexed her ponytail and swept her sword across the air, deflecting the shuriken with apparent ease while huffing in annoyance at Hinata. If they had her lightning coating? Yes, these shurikens would have been a threat even for somebody as fast as her. But without it, they were useless. Using them was kind of insulting. As Ino thought that, Hinata suddenly substituted with one of the shurikens. Her fist was already mid-swing at Ino. Ino's pupils constricted, and her breath hitched, but she was already mid-motion to evade when a chakra string from Hinata's free hand suddenly connected with her abdomen, and she felt herself be flung forward, straight toward Hinata. Ino's life flashed in front of her eyes, and her eyes widened as Hinata's fist was about to ram into her. Only for one of the leaves slowly falling to the ground behind Hinata to quickly transform back into Ino's shadow clone and use the substitution technique with her original, swapping places. Hinata's punch landed. But it was not a normal one. For the first time in the match, Hinata used her own version of Tsunade's enhanced strength alongside her chakra enhancements and physical prowess. Her punch smashed the clone into a puff of smoke before sending a crashing shockwave through the air. It swept the ground, making a ravine before impacting the walls with such a force that the protective seals flared to the surface again. And while they didn't go red, the impacted area was way bigger than during Ino's Getsuga Tensho. Naturally, the arena shook from the impact, and the audience experienced what it felt like to hold on for dear life as they were rocked alongside their seats. Ino swayed on her feet as she landed on the ground, barely preventing herself from dropping onto her butt. She let out a few hard breaths as she calmed herself, and a forced smile appeared on her lips. Heh. The bitch meant that last attack. Hinata straightened up and turned around, giving Ino an innocent smile as her clearly broken arm in several places cracked and the bones realigned themselves before healing in real time. They tensed, about to continue with their increasingly more serious showdown, when suddenly, feathers started to fall down in the arena, stopping them in their tracks. Chapter 174, You Should Have Expected This. A few moments prior, in the Kage booth. Vacuum style and physical prowess similar to Tsunade. I must say that these exams are turning out to be rather interesting, wouldn't you say, Kazekage-dono? Orochimaru spoke with apparent, perverse glee, not expecting any answer. Sure, these two S-rank kunoichi were a massive surprise for him. But they were not a reason for worry. Heh. At least, not for him. Orochimaru gave a side glance at Raza, who looked very grave, and his grin widened. His goal here was to kill Sarutobi. Anything else was simply a bonus. And with his prearranged barrier, there would be no interference. The one to face these two would be Raza, Suna ninjas, and the Oto ninjas. But Orochimaru didn't really care about his ninja forces. They were barely a good distraction. Whether they faced Jonin or S-rank ninjas did not matter. They would fulfill their role and die anyway. Not killing Raza was clearly the correct choice. Seeing the proud man with ambitions beyond him have such a grave expression as he realized he fucked up. Orochimaru couldn't get enough of it. But Raza could not back away now. It was far too late for that. He had no way to call off his forces. That just made the entire situation more hilarious in Orochimaru's opinion. He really wondered how many Suna ninjas would die today. Would Suna be able to even retain their position as one of the Great Five? Even without two unexpected S-rank kunoichi, that was a massive maybe. With them? It is going to be a massacre. Orochimaru genuinely felt proud of orchestrating this masterpiece. He never really cared about the destruction of Konoha. Danzo would not have helped him if that was his goal. Say what you want about the old Warhawk, but the prosperity of Konoha was always at the forefront of his mind. Or at least, his idea of its prosperity. Konoha was never going to be destroyed by the Suna and Oto alliance. Orochimaru knew that. He served the village long enough to determine this. Only Raza would be foolish enough to think this plan was going to work. But what did that have to do with him? No matter how many Oto or Suna ninjas die today, as long as Sarutobi dies, Orochimaru would count the invasion as a success. His revenge would be fulfilled. But for now, he was satisfied with seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi looking constipated as he watched the two S-rank kunoichi duke it out in the competition for Genin. Right in front of many important nobles, merchants, and more importantly, envoys of other hidden villages who probably would have a lot to say about letting S-rank kunoichi attend Chunin exams this blatantly. Heh. Ha. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru cackled in his mind. Konoha's righteous image was finished. A decade of effort to sabotage it didn't have the same effect as these two foolish girls. Wasn't that just great? And better yet? Sarutobi had no idea. Orochimaru could tell from his expression. This was getting better and better by the second. He almost contemplated not killing the old monkey just to let him experience the absolute diplomatic fallout from this level of fuck-up. Sure. The Chunin exams were made into a joke many times in the past. Villages making low-level jonin compete under the guise of genin rank was nothing unheard of. Delaying promotions of genin that deserved them just so the village could send them to the Chunin exams and show off to potential clients was practically a normal thing. Most of the participants who managed to get to the last part of the exams are already Chunin, if not more, ability-wise. Not just in the current exams, but in all Chunin exams. But appearances need to be maintained for the sake of politics. It was fine if Sabaku no Temari was revealed to be a Jonin-level combatant but still ranked as a genin. She was Tsunagekyou's princess. She was expected to be trained since she left the crib. She was one of the Kazekage's possible successors. But if some no-name orphan kid was revealed to have Jonin-level prowess? What message would that send? What would the other villages think? They would certainly see it as a setup. It was all about excuses. There was a line of propriety that should not be crossed. An image that a village needed to uphold. If these two girls were low Jonin rank combatants, the other villages would not be happy. Not at all. But they would have no other choice but to reluctantly swallow their complaints. The girls were the heirs of their clans. It could be argued that they received relentless training and were held back for safety reasons. But S rank? In Chunin exams? There was no possible excuse that could be used to salvage this level of diplomatic explosion. Not even Kumo with their audacity would have the brass balls to send an S-rank ninja to compete with Jinin. Because this was a political and social suicide of the highest order for Konoha. It was simply unreasonable. Yes. Chunin exams existed to show off the village's prowess and to attract clients. But it had to be done in a way that would not piss everybody else off. In a way that would not touch their pride and bottom line. Wars were started for less. Hiruzen looked pale as if death warmed him over, while Orochimaru was over the moon. This day couldn't possibly get any better. What about you, Hokage Dono? This is a very bold move on Konoha's part. Since Raza decided to stay silent, Orochimaru changed his target and decided to annoy Hiruzen instead. Hearing his question, Hiruzen's mood soured even more. What had he done to deserve this? Not only did he have an upcoming disaster on his shoulders, but even his traitorous disciples sat to his left, mocking him. Inwardly sighing, Hiruzen ruefully wished he could take a long drag from his pipe. At least that piece of polish wood was still loyal, unlike his students. It is what it is. Hiruzen softly responded, giving Orochimaru a glance full of contempt. We have two very young S-rank kunoichi. What's wrong with showing them off? Anyone who complains is just jealous. He proudly declared and did a small victory dance in his mind when he noticed that even Orochimaru became speechless at his audacity. Raza's jaw actually dropped for a split second before he gathered his wits. Hiruzen smirked. These kids were 100 years too early to compete with him. This was a diplomatic disaster, but to hell with it. He was too old for this shit, and he knew how to take his wins with his losses. Konoha was going to lose some business and agreements with other ninja villages and countries. Fortunately, the village had a very good relationship with their daimyo, who could and would happily bankroll their financial losses. It didn't matter. Konoha could take the consequences head-on. What did matter was the fact that Konoha now had two new S-rank ninjas. And that was going to make the other villages wary of starting any serious trouble. The thing that gave Hiruzen his headache was that he could already foresee all the pointless meetings he would have to attend because of this. This will practically double his paperwork for the foreseeable future. Somebody was going to get caned for this with his favorite staff. And unfortunately for the poor seal-obsessed chap, Hiruzen knew exactly who to blame for this clusterfuck. Oh, he probably didn't understand all the intricacies of inter-village politics and diplomacy when he greenlit his students to do this stunt. But as a kind and generous elder, Hiruzen was going to take it as his duty to educate the youngster about his mistakes. Enma was going to get a real workout very soon. Is that your stance, Hokage? Raza, with a very dark expression, asked in a frigid tone, gritting his teeth in outrage. This is blatant cheating. We are ninja. Hiruzen chuckled. Besides, as a man who let his Jonin-level daughter compete here, you have no right to give me a lecture about cheating, do you, Kazekage Dono? As Hiruzen asked that, his tone was light and amused, which only made Raza angrier because he had no good way of refuting it. Orochimaru opened his mouth to speak, only for the entire arena to suddenly shake. The heads of the three Kages instantly whipped back toward the fight, noticing that the pressure from Hinata's punch had shattered several reinforced layers of the wall, causing the protective seals to show up for the second time during the match. Seeing the audience panic in fear, Hiruzen's lips pursed. I am afraid this can't be allowed to continue, he said with a frown. I am sorry, Otokage, Kazekage Dono, but in these circumstances, I am forced to interrupt the current fight and postpone the remaining ones for safety reasons. Hiruzen reluctantly shook his head. The walls of the arena will be rebuilt and reinforced with better seals in 3 days. We can continue then. Naturally, Hinata and Ino will be disqualified for the destruction of the arena. Hiruzen added after a brief pause. This was more or less to appease the anger of other villages and Raza. Honestly, it was an empty gesture to maintain a proper image. With how powerful the girls were, they were going to be fast-tracked to Jonin anyway. Their participation in the Chunin exams was no longer relevant. Too absorbed in his worries, Hiruzen missed the alarm in Orochimaru and Raza's eyes as they exchanged a glance. Postponing the matches for 3 days? They could not have that. Their armies were already nearing Konoha. The invasion was supposed to happen today. They could not just tell them, "Oh, just camp at Konoha's gates for 3 days. The defenders will surely understand and pretend you are not there." With gloomy looks, Orochimaru and Raza reached a silent consensus. This was happening. Right now. Don't worry, Razadano. I am going to reprimand the girls severely. Hiruzen continued speaking and turned toward Raza just in time to notice the naked hostility in the red-haired Kazekage's eyes as white feathers started filling the arena. That warning was what saved Hiruzen from being injured, as he reacted in time and jumped back just as several sharp sand spikes skewered the chair where he had sat just a moment ago. Kazekage. What is the meaning of th dash? Hiruzen exclaimed, his hands already joined in the middle of hand seals, when suddenly, he felt a nudge of substitution. But it was not forceful. The chakra belonged to one of his bodyguards, so Hiruzen let it whisk him away as he was substituted with Gekko Hayate. Only to witness Orochimaru's sword exit Hayate's chest as it pierced him straight through the heart from behind. Hayate let out a confused, bloody cough for one last time before becoming limp and falling to the ground, while Hiruzen heard an anguished cry from one of his ANBU guards, while Orochimaru coldly pulled his sword out of the corpse and flicked it to the side to get rid of the blood before turning toward Hiruzen with a mocking smirk. You should have expected this, Sarutobi-sensei. Chapter 175, You should have expected this too. You should have expected this, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru, you dash. Hiruzen gritted his teeth as the guilt flared inside of him. If he hadn't shown Orochimaru his back during his evasion, Hayate would have still been alive. He knew it was an unreasonable thought. The attack came out of nowhere. He could never have predicted that Raza and Suna would betray him. He thought the Kazekage was here to negotiate and fix the tensions between their villages. Clearly, he had thought wrong. But Hiruzen was an experienced ninja and quickly pushed the gnawing guilt away from his heart, focusing on what was more important at the moment. It was good that he did that, because not a split second later, Raza unsealed more of his golden dust and flooded most of the Kage booth with it in a matter of seconds. Hiruzen and his guards found themselves besieged by the golden waves on almost all sides. Jumping back to evade them, they had to scatter because of the way Raza made the waves of golden dust follow them. After several jumps, Hiruzen found himself on a massive rooftop behind the Kage booth, and frowned as he noticed that the tendrils of the golden dust managed to isolate him from his guards. Nonetheless, this was a good location. He didn't want to start a fight between S-rank ninjas too close to the civilians of his village. Hence why he let himself be herded over here. Preparing for the inevitable, Hiruzen's hand grabbed his robes, and with one fluid motion, he took them off, throwing them to the side and showing the armor underneath them. Oh, I see you are prepared, sensei. Orochimaru's slick voice entered Hiruzen's ears as the man appeared in front of him with a body flicker, his two bodyguards dutifully standing behind him. Hiruzen could feel that the woman was definitely very dangerous. Probably a weaker S-class kunoichi or an elite jonin. He honestly hoped she was an elite jonin. And the sickly-looking boy? Hiruzen hoped to meet a member of the famous but supposedly extinct Kagaya clan without having to fight him to the death. But unfortunately, that turned out to be just wishful thinking. Prepared is a strong word. Ever since you showed up at the gates of my village, I had a bad feeling this is how your short stay would end, Orochimaru. Hiruzen spoke, a wave of disappointment obvious in his tone as he raised his eyebrow. Raza is not joining us? He frowned. He expected the Kazekage to press his advantage, and yet, there was not even a speck of golden dust nearby. That was not good. Hiruzen's expression turned grave at the implications. Fighting alone against 4 ninjas, 2 of whom are definitely S-rank ninjas, was a very unpleasant outcome. But Hiruzen would have taken it rather than have an S-rank ninja focused on wide-area destruction roaming free in his village, doing who knows what. Now, He could only hope somebody from his ninjas would stop Raza before he caused too much damage. I am afraid this little reunion is only between the two of us, sensei. Kazekage Dano is too preoccupied with your guards and ninja. Orochimaru answered in a sly tone, a smirk plastered on his face as he enjoyed Hiruzen's grave expression. Heh. Orochimaru inwardly scoffed. As if he would give Raza a chance to interrupt his revenge. Hearing his words, Hiruzen looked at Girin and Kimimaro for a brief moment before giving Orochimaru a deadpan look. He was stalling, hoping that his guards would come and reinforce him. Because even without Raza here, the odds of 1 versus 3 were still not very good. Orochimaru smirked. Girin and Kimimaro are just my moral support. I am sure you understand. As he finished saying that, a massive purple barrier rose around them, encasing the rooftop and trapping them inside. Startled, Hiruzen cautiously looked around, his heart sinking as he recognized the technique. He realized that his desired reinforcements would not be coming anymore. There was no way they could get through the barrier. The heavy atmosphere intensified as Hiruzen and Orochimaru stared at each other. Hiruzen put his hand on the hem of his hat and covered his eyes with it as he released a heavy sigh. Why are you doing this, Orochimaru? Revenge, why else? Orochimaru mockingly answered, but let me tell you, sensei, stalling won't do you much good. If you are waiting for Jiraiya to come and save you, then that is not happening. I made sure the little toady is preoccupied. He chuckled with a wide grin, taunting Hiruzen. The feeling of having the professor trapped and helpless. Orochimaru could not get enough of it. Finally, after all these years, he was about to prevail. With these odds and his meticulous preparation, the victory was practically assured. Hiruzen Sarutobi was going to die here today. What have you done to Jiraiya? Hiruzen gritted out, his tone growing dark as he still hesitated to attack first. The most logical thing in this situation for him would be to rush them and try to surprise kill one or both of Orochimaru's bodyguards before they could react. The problem was, Orochimaru knew that. He was surely prepared for it. He wanted it to happen. Hiruzen would know. He trained the boy. All these theatrics? That was Orochimaru enjoying the situation. It was his style. A way to make his enemy make mistakes. But it suited Hiruzen just fine to let him talk. Especially so, when he noticed something peculiar. The purple barrier, it was slowly but surely getting subverted by somebody. A small seed of hope bloomed in Hiruzen's chest. Don't worry, sensei. I just gave the pervert a big snake to play with. Orochimaru spoke with a smirk. But enough of this nonsense. It is time for you to die. Ever so slowly and deliberately, Orochimaru made several hand seals right in front of Hiruzen before he slammed his hand on the rooftop. Suddenly, as if the switch was flipped, his killing intent poured out with a massive momentum. I want to see your despair, sensei. Summoning jutsu! He shouted, and the surroundings were engulfed in white smoke, causing Hiruzen's eyes to narrow as he prepared for the attack, lowering his stance and adjusting his posture while a kunai appeared in his hand as if out of nowhere. The pointing and middle fingers of his right hand were already outstretched, and his lungs were prepared to send a fireball at anything Orochimaru cooked up for him. Only for the smoke to clear out a second later, revealing nothing. The flummoxed Orochimaru awkwardly stared at the ground, blinking in incomprehension when his technique didn't do what it was supposed to. There were supposed to be 3 coffins rising from the rooftops in front of him, and yet, they were not there. His sly smile freezing on his face, Orochimaru's eye twitched as he slowly and woodenly looked back at Hiruzen, who was slowly realizing that his student's technique had failed. He truly could not help the small, honest chuckle that came out of his throat. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he straightened up, trying to appear nonchalant, but his annoyance was obvious to Hiruzen, who had spent years teaching him. Right there, in the corner of his right eye. That small twitch. It told Hiruzen everything he needed to know about Orochimaru's state of mind. And boy was he furious. If the situation were not so dire for him, Hiruzen would be inclined to burst into joyful laughter. I should have expected that you would be prepared for this technique. Orochimaru loudly whispered with a menacing tone. He was very unhappy. This was supposed to be his grand finale. Summoning the Hokages of the past to deal with his sensei. A very poetic end for the man who gave his entire life to the Hokage seat and Konoha. But he didn't think. Well, it made sense, now that he considered it. Why would Konoha have something like Edo Tensei and not develop a way to prevent it from being used against them? Orochimaru suspected that Sarutobi had done something that made it unusable. Hiruzen, however, was utterly clueless about what Orochimaru was talking about. He had no idea what technique his wayward student was attempting. Alas, it didn't matter. He needed to take the initiative, and for that, it was better to look as if he knew exactly what was going on. Naturally. Hiruzen sagely nodded with a small smile, covering his eyes with the hem of his hat once again to add a mysterious feeling to his bluffing. Do you think I would face you without being prepared for your worst? He spoke as if lecturing a little kid. You are underestimating me and Konoha too much. Orochimaru took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Never mind. He muttered, I wanted this to be something the history books would never forget. But since you can block Edo Tensei. Hiruzen almost experienced a very violent flinch, and his back was suddenly drenched in cold sweat as he heard what technique his student tried to use. Only his years of experience allowed him to suppress the flare of searing hot fear that flushed through him. He knew Orochimaru's flair for dramatics, and he could imagine just who his student wanted to temporarily bring back from the dead under his control. As sweat poured down his brow and his throat suddenly became dry, Hiruzen realized he had somehow dodged a lethal kunai. He couldn't thank the sage enough for that. We will just have to kill you the normal way. Orochimaru finished with a half-shout as his arms sprang up, his palms aimed toward Hiruzen, Hidden Shadow's snake hands. Only for the expected dozens of snakes with swords coming from their mouth to not burst out of his sleeves. Nothing had happened. The technique had failed. Girin, next to Orochimaru, released an awkward cough as she averted her eyes from her master while Kimimaro looked at him in concern. Orochimaru furrowed his brows as his hands fell down next to his sides. He was slowly starting to realize what was going on. Opening his mouth to ask Hiruzen, he realized they were enemies and promptly closed it. Quickly, his hand blurred through several seals, and as expected, his summoning technique had failed once more. Somehow. This was infuriating. But also, oh, so very brilliant. Orochimaru was angry. But he was also excited and very, very curious about how somebody could accomplish this. But he had his priorities straight. Giving the amused Hiruzen a withering glare, Orochimaru spoke, it does not matter. If I cannot use the summoning, I can still use ninjutsu and kenjutsu. He was about to summon his Kusanagi sword, only to awkwardly stop in his tracks when he realized he could not summon his snake techniques, his sword, his Rashomon. It was all unusable. Orochimaru's eye twitched. Kimimaro. He hesitantly turned to the right, his eyes landing on the bony spined sword in his subordinate's hands. Falling silent, Orochimaru gave it a contemplative look for a moment, but then he abruptly turned toward Girin. Never mind. Kimimaro instantly looked as if somebody had kicked his puppy. Girin, please make me a crystal sword. He asked, almost politely and with a lot of awkwardness, in his driest tone possible, taking a very deep breath in the process to not lash out as Girin involuntarily chuckled. Orochimaru-sama! Sakan suddenly shouted in alarm from the nearest corner of the purple barrier. What now? Orochimaru exclaimed, his frustration finally showing on his face as he half-turned toward his subordinate while still keeping a wary eye on Sarutobi. We can't move. The barrier is no longer under our control. The others can't even speak. Sakan shouted in panic. Only his special situation of being co-joined with Yukon, who was in control of their part of the barrier, allowed him some leeway under the paralysis. He could not move either. But he could at least speak and warn his master. Can at least something go right today? Orochimaru murmured as his eyes darkened and narrowed while he scanned the barrier. He noticed a very small and barely visible seal script symbols merging and spreading across the whole barrier. They were even covering the forecasters. "Can you drop the barrier?" Orochimaru asked with a hint of worry seeping into his voice for the first time. "No," Sakan admitted in clear frustration. "Our chakra. We can't control it. It's being funneled into the barrier, and we can't stop it." "I see," Orochimaru whispered and turned back toward Hiruzen as his mind assumed who the most likely culprit was, and he cursed under his nose, "Fucking Jiraiya." His expression turned solemn. The advantage was still on his side. This was still an isolated 1 versus 3. He could still kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. But who knows what other surprises his enemies had in store for him. Orochimaru started feeling a bit concerned. Hiruzen had no idea what exactly was going on, but clearly, somebody majorly messed up Orochimaru's plans. His student was already frustrated and angry. And an angry opponent makes mistakes. Hiruzen decided to pour some oil into the fire and gave him a smug, mocking smile. "You should have expected this, Orochimaru." That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 8. Peace.